I played over 300 days of messed up Stardew Valley. I'll explain properly what this all means in the first video, but we're doing a perfection run with the Archipelago Randomizer mod. I've put all 3 videos together into a full movie because I know many of you enjoy this format. I watch this sort of stuff whilst I work and sleep, or whilst I'm gaming myself, and I know many of you do the same. I hope you're ready for some chaos because now we're ready to begin. I played 100 days of messed up Stardew Valley. Now what could I possibly mean by this? Well, what if your house wasn't your house? What if it were the witch's hut? Are they trying to say something? And what if you fished up your next house upgrade? Nothing is what it seems, thanks to the Archipelago Randomizer mod, and I'll leave it linked in the description along with a little setup tutorial if you want to give this a go yourself. This mod had me completely rethinking how to play the game. My initial goal was just to complete the community centre, but you'll see how quickly my plan got derailed. Hit that like button if you enjoy a bit of chaos, and without further ado, let's begin. I woke up in my house to 2 boxes this time. One with a telephone, which was weird, and the other with mixed seeds. No parsnips for us because it's summer. I stepped outside ready to get those planted, but wait, this isn't the farm, this is the community centre.
Oh my god.
I wanted to go back inside and just process all of this, but I'm locked out. Once I leave the house each morning now, I can't re-enter until I get the community centre cutscene, which will be several days later. Oh, and excuse the different microphone, I was using a headset one with my other PC, so if it sounds a little different to what you used to, that's why. I walked myself over to the farm to see the summer we received in the mail. Then I wanted to know what was occupying my house instead, and as I mentioned earlier, this is the witch hut. I made sure to pick up the magic ink, then check out where the warp goes. First it was to the cave, then to the witch's swamp. It's all very backwards, and because our friend the henchman is blocking the path, I can't check out the door ahead till later. I recovered from that distraction and cleared some space. Once I placed down a chest, I planted my mixed seeds, and it's looking like these will all be forage. No crops for us. Nearly everything in the game is unlockable somehow, so we'll have to keep playing to find out more. But at this point, I don't know much about the mod at all. I wanted the element of surprise. Now was the time to explore and to try and meet everyone. So here's a little tour for you, and there'll be no easy seed buying for me because Pierre's is actually Harvey's. I went looking around town to see if I could find Pierre's, and just to know what's behind each door. This is so weird. The buildings still do have their normal opening times too, so they might not match what's inside. Free mushrooms from Lewis's house will be nice for sure, and Pam's trailer? It's Caroline's tea room now. And yep, I've got that cutscene. Not that it matters just yet because I don't have any forage seed recipes. With everything going on in the town, Caroline's tea isn't seeming quite so strange anymore. The library is now Robin's, so at least I can build stuff easily, but in their basement they're hiding a golden walnut. It's mine now. They didn't know a loot goblin was moving to town. Clint's is now occupied by Haley and Emily, and the Jojamart is now the community centre, which is pretty ironic. As you can see, all the bundles are technically unlocked, but at this point I can't speak Junimo, so we'll need to try and find the wizard. I grabbed my first artifact at the beach, then it was up to the saloon, which is now Clint's shop instead, so I won't be able to get to him before 12 PM now. I just want to quickly show you the friendship tab too. You'll see a new bar on top, which is the friendship we'll be earning. I've got it set that every 2 hearts will be some sort of an unlock, and these don't contribute to the actual friendship of the NPCs. The real hearts we have to unlock too. It's hard to explain, but you'll see what I mean as we play through. Jodie's house is now Marnie's, still easy to get to, and next to that is this random area of Ginger Island which is useless now that I've grabbed the walnuts. Inside Marnie's ranch is the boat room. Does this mean we can work on getting to Ginger Island early? It was weird seeing this cutscene day 1, but I trust nothing. I did somehow grab a lonely spring onion here, don't think we'll find any more now. Then coming back up through the farm, I wanted to see if my cave was any different, and here we have the sewer, so we have early access to Krobus. The usual way in from town is still the same as the vanilla game. I almost found that weirder than anything else. Robin's is now the rain gem puzzle, so I just grabbed the free walnut and left, and it looks like Sebastian is now using a tent to disguise his underground lair. As fun as this is, I can't help but notice I have nowhere to buy seeds, nor did I find the museum, but there are a bunch of places we've not unlocked yet, so I'm excited to see what these will end up being. Since I'm locked out of my home, I burned off energy on farm clearance to force the pass out. I headed straight to the farm on day 2 to collect the mail, which included the tea sapling recipe. I also got the mail to meet the wizard and an invitation to collect my fishing rod. I got everything watered, then wanted to check in with the wizard, only to find out it's Elliot's house. Great. On my way back over to town, I got level 1 foraging, except I didn't get the level, I got this, and I don't actually know what effect this ended up having. I ignored that and went back to the Joja Center to see if I could now read the bundles. But no, I still can't, so I do need to find the actual wizard's place at some point. If Harvey's was the bus tunnel, I wanted to see what was taking up its location, and for us, this is the Pirate's Cove. Rubbish. Maybe I should just go collect my fishing rod. I skipped the cutscene, which I usually do, and instead I got the skull key. No fishing rod for me, so I thought maybe I could buy one, except Willie's shop is now my farm cave. I do feel like so far I've got quite unlucky with the location rolls really, but I took a minute to make note of all the useful ones so I don't waste time checking each door when I need something. Then I wandered around looking for any locations I haven't found yet with no luck, so I returned to the farm to clear more space, and I did leave tree trunks to allow tree seeds to spread. Well, when I remembered to, but once again I had to make myself pass out. I began day 3 by picking up my chair for some mischief later. I don't have to water today given the dreary weather, but I did have Clint on my doorstep with the furnace blueprint as I picked some copper up clearing up the farm yesterday. To get Clint off my property as soon as possible, I skipped that cutscene. Most of the things we unlock come in the mail the next morning, so here's that skull key. No idea where Skull Caverns is yet though. I'm going to be using my chair to skip into the secret woods. I usually wait for the axe upgrade to do this nowadays, but in this playthrough I have no idea when I'll be able to get it, and for all I know this location could have turned out to be somewhere important. In this case, it's still the secret woods, so I left because I didn't feel like fighting slimes with the scythe. I wanted to forage at the beach, but there was not a single thing there. There was, however, a single mushroom in Lewis's cave. I decided to put myself through completing that music memory puzzle this day, just because I thought it would be funny to have it done on day 3. Plus it's nice to have the early walnuts in case I suddenly need them, but it definitely took me quite a few tries to get there. The rest of this day went on farm clearance again. On day 4, I slashed through all the weeds next to my house to make it less ugly, but I was hoping for more mixed seeds which I didn't end up getting, but I did have 2 to plant still from the previous day. I gave everything a quick sprinkling before checking out Robin's shop, which is looking a little different. As I hover over each item, you can see what I'll unlock with each purchase, and I wanted to see if the crafting recipes were shuffled, but thankfully those remain the same. I was also relieved to see that building my shipping bin would in fact unlock my shipping bin, because you do still need to provide the materials as if you were actually building one. The reason this was such a huge deal is because without Pierre's I had no way to sell crops and forage, and I don't have Willie's shop or even a rod to sell fish either. For now, I just did a foraging loop of Cindersap Forest and cleared more debris from the farm which earned me level 1 mining, but instead I'll be receiving a pirate sword tomorrow. I had just enough energy to be able to chop enough wood for the shipping bin, but I made sure to pick everything up before making myself pass out again. On day 5, I ignored Lewis's request for an octopus. Even if I had a fishing rod, I am not doing that. Rather than going straight to the farm, I wanted to check the travelling cart, which is not there? Yep, I gotta unlock her too. I collected my pirate sword from the mail, which seems to have come with a littering warning. It wasn't me, I swear. I'll take the weapon though. From this point, I'll stop telling you about every watering. I did this daily, you probably know this by now. But after that, I headed up to the newly opened mine area, where I found out that Harvey now lives in this cave, and I still can't access the Adventurers Guild yet. I bought my shipping bin at Robin's, which thankfully I had enough money for after all those passing out bills, and I was also making sure to chat to everyone I passed to chip away at the friendships. I visited the secret woods again now that I was armed to hunt for fiddlehead ferns and begin the slow grind on the combat level. Then I returned to the farm to gather more wood for another chest and break more debris to pass out again. On day 6, I was happy to see my shiny new shipping bin ready for use, but then I was immediately grossed out by Demetrius's request for a pufferfish. Let's just pretend that doesn't exist. I started selling some stuff for shipping completion today if I felt I had enough of them. Then I skipped that community center cutscene because I just wanted to check that I now had access to my house. The door is now unlocked, so no more forced passing out for me. Whilst I was there, I rearranged things because I prefer my bed next to the door, and I also discovered that the TV has no channels either, so thank goodness for UI Info Suite replacing some of those. I accepted a request for an amethyst, even if I don't know when I'll get one. I did try the trash, but no luck there, so after getting some daily chats in, I came back home to set aside some future community centre donations, which is highlighted by UI Info Suite, so this will avoid me selling or losing them. Like most days, I chopped trees again because working on any levels will help us unlock stuff, or in this case, get some useful items. And here's a quick look at the people we've not even met yet, and at this point, I was taking a minute just to try and work out when I might be able to meet them, because, ignoring the wizard, these people don't have all that long outside where I can access them each week. I was completely out of energy, and I didn't feel like using my limited food supply, so I spoke to a couple more townies and headed to bed ridiculously early. Our first free night's sleep, and our first time actually making some of that money back. On day 7, I went to check the Queen of Sauce recipe, completely forgetting that I can't do that. I've started building in a little dumpster diving detour on my way to the farm each morning because nobody is around, so it's an ideal time not to get caught. Though I did wait outside George's house that morning to meet him on his way out for the day, and hung around even longer for Pam to leave the trailer too. So now all I have left for the introductions quest is Pierre, who only leaves the store on Fridays. When I got to the farm, I grabbed the coal from the mail, then I wanted to see if I could access the bug lair yet, but of course it's still locked for now. This then became yet another day of farm clearance, and when I ran out of energy, I dropped into the secret woods to slay all the slimes. With my basic axe, I can't chop the stumps here, but the slimes have a chance of dropping mahogany seeds, which I can then grow and chop down with any axe for a source of hardwood. I wasn't lucky enough to get one today though. Before I went to bed, I foraged at the beach and tracked down everyone I could. Bit rude, Clint? Moving right along to day 8 when I hung out by the saloon door because I wanted to catch Gus on his way to Pierre's with a birthday gift. This is the one day a week I can interact with Gus, so I'm happy it falls on his birthday. My forage from the mixies was ready today. I was happy with my first harvest, but then it occurred to me that I don't have anything to replant these spots with, so now we're left with a measly 4 crops, all of which are more forage. I used up all of my energy chopping down more trees again, and when I was out for my daily socialising, I gave away another sweet pea to Jazz this time because her friendship often lags behind for me. This was on my way to grab the day's beach forage where I hit level 3 foraging. Wow, the island farmhouse, so useful! Oh well, at least there are more mushrooms for the taking today, and I continued around the whole map foraging and chatting because at this point there's not a whole lot more I can do till I unlock more areas or better tools. On day 9, I finally got a bulletin board request I could actually do, and look, there's even a sweet pea at the bus stop. I salvaged some trash bread for later. I still don't have an amazing source of food, but in Lewis's bin today, I got an octopus. Looks like someone else came through for Lewis's request on day 5 and he just threw it away. It's mine now. Ah, and there's Alex to collect his sweet pea. I didn't get the gold reward, instead I'll get a different item tomorrow morning. My next stop was the secret woods for some slime squashing. Still no mahogany seeds for me though. Then it was back to the farm for my routine of chopping trees and building those friendship points. And I had a vegetable medley from the trash on a previous day for Lewis, but he went into his house right before I could hand it over, and I have no idea where his actual house is. Another day, I guess. On day 10, I planted my mushroom seed, which I don't think I've ever done before. I've just had them randomly spawn now and again, but I've never planted one myself. With no watering to do, I headed to the beach for forage and struggled with this dig spot, which was a little embarrassing, so I fled the scene to find more townies to chat to again. I also checked Marnie's to see if I can unlock anything from her, but no luck there. Then I was back at Robin's again to see what to prioritise next. And this has to be the cheapest house upgrade ever, for 75 stone and 1000 gold. I looked at Clint's too, and again, instead of the tall upgrades, we unlock other stuff. Not that I had a reliable source of copper yet, or money for that matter, but the other tiers in the future will also get you something new. On this day in the secret woods, I actually had an amethyst drop from a slime, so now I have it ready for any requests. You probably know by now what I did this evening. Yep, chop more farm wood, though I did gain the odd mixed seed from fibre too. I then thought I had a brilliant plan to turn on monsters for the farm since I have the witch hut right here, because this will allow me to gain more combat XP, but I completely forgot this needs a strange bun, so rest in peace to that idea. Day 11 was the luau, but first I was determined to give Lewis that vegetable medley I've been carrying around since this is a loved gift. I could finally meet Pierre, but it looks like I got a bit of a boost with a couple of other villagers somehow because I got several things here. I did the rounds with every villager and dropped a basic purple mushroom to the pot because it was the best thing I had. This made for a pleasant soup, and with a small boost in friendship, I reached 2 hearts with Shane, which gave me 2 hearts with Gus instead. If I got the best response from the governor, I would have actually got an extra reward of some sort, but I need to do better, so here's to next time. On day 12, I gave Linus some grapes for the How to Win Friends quest, and it looks like I'll be receiving a sailor cap for this. On a little foraging run, I found this little bit behind the Joja Centre full of fibre which I've literally never noticed before. Then Alex was a bit rude to me when I got to the beach, where I realised it's currently crab mating season and I should be taking advantage of any extra forage. Despite Alex's behaviour, I still gave him a gift, getting enough friendship points to get 2 hearts with Emily instead. I then realised I hadn't actually been to the farm yet today, as usual starting with collecting the previous day's rewards, and some of these mails are just brilliant. I harvested 2 bunches of grapes. The farm is still looking really sad. Then I chopped just enough wood to contribute to the beach bridge, which I wasn't going to fix today because I wanted to squeeze in a few more gifts. Some of that wood was also for a request from Robin, which rewarded me with Leo hearts. Then I continued working on friendships and foraging again for more gifts. But the highlight of the day had to be getting that mahogany seed from a slime that evening. And I actually got 2. Now I just have to wait an age for them to grow. On day 13, I collected my fancy new hat from the mail and put it straight on my noggin. Definitely suits the look I've got going on with this character, don't you think? I was going to hunt down Alex with a gift first thing, but then I realised he won't be leaving till much later with the rain, so I burned off most of my energy progressing the farm cleanup and reached level 4 foraging. There were a few more bits of coral for me on the beach, then I invaded Emily's dreams on my quest for more friendship points. There is actually a hint feature, so I tried to get the location to meet the wizard, but I apparently didn't have enough points, not even close to enough, so that plan goes out the window. Time for even more foraging then. For the next few days, I just sort of fell into a rhythm of searching the trash on my way to the farm, watering the few crops I had, decimating every slime in the secret woods, oh joy, a stone chest, talking to every villager I could find, completing quests, and gifting where I can, so instead of telling you the same thing pretty much over and over again, I'll mainly let you know if I unlock something new. On day 15, I got a trash can upgrade for slaying slimes for Lewis. Then on day 16, I unlocked Mr. Key's walnut room for reaching 2 hearts with Lewis. Kinda cool, even if I have no idea where it is. I also got my first mine elevator with Vincent that day, so it looks like when I do find the mines, it's gonna suck. I also added a new thing to my routine, which was learning how to clay farm because I didn't really have a proper way of making money yet with no crops, no fish, and no forage seeds. I didn't know how to do it properly though, because what I didn't know is even if the next spot doesn't give you a piece of clay, you're supposed to just continue the pattern. So I was just getting frustrated with it breaking all the time and burning all of my energy restarting the entire thing. I don't learn this for quite a while though, so this really didn't end up giving me the boost I so desperately wanted. On day 17, Marnie was waiting for me on the farm with a cat needing a home, and what complements the chaos better than an orange cat with an unsatisfyingly unmatching name? Sam got a Joja Cola for his birthday, granting me hearts with Krobus, and with Abigail requiring a red mushroom, I finally got an actual usable foraging level. Right after that, I also got the rusty key for reaching 2 hearts with her too. A pretty successful day. On day 18, I bought all of Krobus's mixed seeds since this was all I could think of to be able to actually grow stuff. You can buy these on a Thursday. At 4 hearts with Alex, I'll be receiving an iron trash can upgrade tomorrow. But then he immediately got in the way of my already incompetent clay farming efforts. This is so painful, but I managed to actually get myself a sort of decent amount today. Testing out that rusty key, the town entrance just goes back into the sewers, which we knew, but the forest entrance now houses Jojamart, and yeah, they definitely belong here. A smelly underground market. Here you can buy any seeds you've unlocked, which for me at the moment is none, but anything sold at the Jojamart can only be bought in larger packs than the singles you'd be able to buy at Pierre's. I had the option to buy a Joja membership, which would have given me some quicker progression, but this isn't in the spirit of the challenge, so Morris can suck it. Day 19 started with some mixed up friendship points, and I got another alright clay haul at the beach, which I ended up selling directly to Robin. I did debate buying copper ore from Clint for that furnace quest. At 75 per ore, it wasn't cheap, but I wanted a new way to progress, so I bit that bullet, but it was so worth it because this will unlock the special order board tomorrow. I even had enough in my chest to get my first bar smelting, resulting in a second mine elevator. I checked that special order board upon awakening on day 20, only to find I can't do either of these. Thankfully, we're only a couple of days out from reset on Monday. I managed to farm enough clay to sell to Robin to afford the coop purchase. This got me hearts with Shane, but I didn't quite understand how these unlocks work because I then wanted to try and build one, but obviously I can't because I need to find it out in the world somewhere. I think I was misled with the shipping bin, so I just went back to all the usual stuff. Day 21 was a pretty routine one, but I didn't get anything new, and on day 22 I stole my first tea leaf from Caroline's trailer. I was disappointed to find that I couldn't really do either of these special requests either, but I still accepted community cleanup on the off chance that I managed to dig 20 pieces of trash out of the well, trash. None today though, but I did get some Pam friendship from Haley. These are kind of annoying right now whilst I'm hunting for other things to unlock, but the end goal of this series will be perfection, so I'm still gonna need all these hearts. That night, I opted to sell some of my spare forage so I was no longer totally broke, since I still completely suck at clay farming. This was all about to change on day 23 though, because I got some wheat seeds in the mail for reaching level 5 foraging. My first actual crop. For now, I only had one seed, so I went back to clay farming again, and this is when I found out about continuing the pattern even if some tiles don't drop clay, and it just felt so much smoother. The beach was looking interesting by the time I was done with it, but with a personal best of 61 clay, I did not care in the slightest. This got me just over 1200 gold. On day 24, the prize for Willie's friendship was a potato seed. It's nice to start seeing some crops. I got a pathetic amount of clay before running out of energy today, but then I remembered that the Jojamart exists, except I didn't pick up any seeds because I was worried that the wheat might not grow in time, and I don't know what season is next. On day 25, I made use of a beach totem to bring Willie some green algae he requested. The reward for this was a geode crusher recipe, so yep, even the special order rewards will be randomized. This day looked like many of the others, but I did remember to come back and harvest my forage on the farm, and bought some mixed seeds ready for whatever the next season is, and we're gonna completely ignore this reward for 2 hearts with Linus. On day 26, I got some pepper poppers from Shane in the mail, which I tried to give right back to him, but I've already given him 2 gifts this week. Robin asked for a spice berry today, which unlocked me the earth obelisk, but I'll still need to access the wizard to be able to build it. I don't even want to talk about my clay farming efforts today, they're embarrassing, but the silver lining was a bit of friendship progress, and just because I felt like it, I fetched the walnut from the Pirate's Cove. On day 27, it seems that the wizard was happy to see me harvest some wheat. We also progressed something the first time we harvest each crop too. I somehow messed up the clay farming even more than usual this day, forgetting about continuing the pattern, so I left to go back to all my other usual antics. We're nearing the end of our first season, and you might be thinking, that really isn't very much progress, but just you wait, things do begin to ramp up a bit as time goes on. The default settings say that there will be a check for an item or unlock every 4 hearts, but I've got it set to every 2 hearts, so that should help. When I went to bed that night, I somehow got hearts with Emily and Demetrius, which went towards other friendships instead. No idea why this happened. I was happy that it did though, because I now had access to the top floor of Harvey's, which was just Professor Snail's empty tent. Yep, this is exactly what I wanted in this moment, totally what I was hoping for. I passed the day chatting with the entire town, or, whoever I can access, but I wanted to actually stay up a bit later today because tonight was the Dance of the Moonlight Jellies, and in trying to get Elliot out of my way, I got 2 hearts with Pam. Attending the festival meant I could chip away at the friendships, including people that I can't talk to very often. It's all so worth it because I got a farming level from Shane, and since there's no performance rating for this festival, I'm guaranteed an unlock of some sort, and for this, I got an upgraded backpack. Easily the best thing I've got so far, and I was very much appreciating the easy win after the grind that was this entire season. I was so ready for something new, but when I went to bed, the game asked me what season I'd like to go with next, and the only option was summer, so I guess I need to unlock the other seasons too. Yoba help me, here we go again. On day 29, I collected my bigger backpack from the mail. A loot goblin's dream. Any amount more space is good space. I had 14 mixies to plant, and I was pleased to see that the wheat is now included, so I guess it's forage plus anything else you've unlocked from that season, which is awesome. I tilled 15 spots, so I was determined to fill the last one. I slashed some weeds and found 3 more in a dig spot, so I immediately gave up on the full tidy rows to plant them all. Whilst I really didn't want to, I decided I really had to shop at Jojamart to be able to make more progress with money and farming levels. The wheat seeds are very cheap, so I ended up choosing to buy 100 seeds. You can see how I went back to purchase the second pack of 50, but I did immediately regret the decision as soon as I realised how much manual watering I was going to have to do every single day without the foggiest clue on when I can get sprinklers. This better all be worth it. As you can imagine, day 30 began with lots of watering, and as before, I'm not going to keep telling you about this every time now. You don't need to go through the same pain that I did, and I also work on a lot of similar stuff as last season too. For 2 hearts with Evelyn, I got better ammo for Journey of the Prairie King, which is another thing. Some of my unlocks will be milestones on those arcade machines. Not only have I never completed either of these games before, I still have no idea where the saloon is. You know what though? I'm happy enough pretending those don't exist at the moment. The special order board was yet another bust, but with all the grapes I've been finding, I reached 4 hearts with Vincent for an early boost with Sandy, who we've not even met yet. I think the game was trying to be mean as well by giving me debris for friendship with Sam, but jokes on them, my farm's already a mess. An earthquake was heard overnight into day 31, which signaled the opening of the railroad. New places? I was shocked to be met with this cutscene with the wizard because we don't usually get this till after completing the community center, so this is either by design with the Archipelago mod, or it's because we've already got the magic ink from the witch's hut and met the henchman. Either way, I was happy to see something new. I first checked out the bathhouse, which is now the casino, and I found it hilarious that it was disguised this way. I didn't have enough money to want to gamble just yet, so I swiped up some of the fibre around here and visited Krobus to ask about the Dark Talisman. They kindly unlocked that part of the sewer for me, and I was excited to pick that item up and find out what's in the cave by the railroad, but actually this is the mines. It seems at first that I get the rusty sword from Marlon, but no, it turns out to be an enricher which we'll get in the mail tomorrow. Good thing we've already got our pirate sword because this is incredible. The mines are basically in my back garden. I decided not to venture down there today because I didn't have much energy or food. I'd rather wait till I can make a lot more progress, especially since the elevators aren't unlocked in the usual way. I still gave the railroad cave a try, but obviously this didn't work, so I went for a bit more farm cleanup and a gifting spree. On day 32, I put my useless enricher in a chest. I've never used one of these in my life. I found a fair few mushrooms in Lewis's cave today, and in terms of unlocks, I found the slime hutch for the next friendship milestone with Jazz, but not gonna lie, I'm gonna forget about this for a good while. I wanted to attempt the mines today, and despite having a couple of elevators already unlocked, I forgot about this and went straight for the ladder. It was a good thing I did too, because it didn't take me long to reach level 5, and got yet another elevator for getting there. I also leveled up my mining for 20 bonus clay, and in leveling up my combat, I got a mining level instead. Very welcome in the circumstances. Upon reaching floor 10, I got a permanent movement speed bonus, which is nice to have without the right food or drink, and inside the treasure chest I received some Alex hearts instead of some actual loot. Bit disappointing, but as you can see, the mines is providing us with lots of opportunity for progression. I called it a day after reaching level 15, which I'll be receiving a magic rock candy for, but this was a very successful day, don't you think? And being able to craft cherry bombs is definitely going to help us. On day 33, I shipped that pack of clay for a cash boost. Maybe the game is making fun of me for my absolute lack of clay farming skill. Harvesting all the wheat helped progress my farming level, so I'll be receiving a lightning rod in the morning in time for tomorrow's storm. I even got level 2 today, which unlocked radish seeds, another crop that we can actually plant. I kept a few wheat, but ended up selling most of it. This was very much worth the tedious watering. I'd now managed to smelt several copper bars, so I have these ready to potentially spend at Clint's later, but he doesn't open till 12 in this playthrough, so I rummaged the bins to find another vegetable medley for a perfectly timed gift to Lewis as he left his cave for the morning. I passed some time with a bit of slime slicing, then once Clint opened, I used those bars and some gold on a copper hoe upgrade, which was actually just 2 hearts with Maru. These actually take effect same day, and speak of the devil, I could also give her a gift to reach 4 fake hearts, giving me a free hopper. The reason I wanted to unlock hearts with Maru is because I wanted to check this side door here, which turned out to be Mr. Key's walnut room. The quests in here are usually designed for endgame though, so both of these were a no from me this week. I also wanted to know where I'd go if I were to use that door from inside Maru's room, and you end up at the treehouse, which we've not even unlocked yet. I planned to use the rest of this day on the Juicy Bugs quest for Willy, but it didn't take me long to realise there was no way I was gathering enough bug meat before the deadline, but I did manage to slay those 10 slimes for Marlon. I got 30 key gems for this, and I was hoping to see what was behind that Adventurers Guild door, but that's hidden within a different milestone. That night I made a good couple of grand from all that wheat. It finally feels like we're getting somewhere. On day 34 I got my first radish seed in the mail alongside that hopper and 30 key gems. I also unlocked a travelling merchant day, which will be every Wednesday, having reached 2 hearts with Marnie yesterday. I was wondering how this worked. I set up the hopper with my furnace, I might as well make use. Then I shoved that radish seed in the ground and harvested a lonely wheat which lagged behind the others. I must have missed this watering one day. I bought a pack of 50 radish seeds from the Joja Mart because these should be better than wheat both in terms of money and farming XP. The rain today was definitely an added bonus, so I wanted to take advantage of the extra energy by hitting up the mines, but not without saying hi to Krobus, who granted me the unlock of pumpkin seeds. I started on floor 15 today, which was where I left last time, and it's the lowest elevator I've unlocked too. Spiral floor 19 was kind to me with a nice early ladder, so at floor 20 I got the fairy dust recipe, and in the chest was a painting which I'll get tomorrow. I don't know how to feel about this. I kept going, knowing there was no way of returning to these floors at the moment. We still only have the elevator to 15, but I still wanted the chance to unlock as much as I could today. Ooh, a mini fridge! I even made it to level 30 with the last of my energy, but all I got was an extra life for Journey of the Prairie King, so I was not impressed at all. Day 35 and there was no watering again for me. I collected all of my rewards from the mail, and it was so weird getting this painting which you usually get at the night market in winter. I added a couple more chests, then took some time to reorganize because we were getting a little bit cramped. Then I checked in at Mr. Key's shop because we've been accumulating gems from other activities, grabbing a deconstructor in case I need it, and also a key to the town. A fantastic find for this early in the game. I was in the mood to hang out in the mines today where I found my first special slime of the save. It dropped me some rubber boots which are, let's be honest, pretty terrible, but they're better than nothing. I knew I wouldn't get much further down in floors than yesterday, so I was really just here to farm copper and push for a last-ditch effort on the Juicy Bugs quest on the day it's due in typical ADHD fashion. I did get another magic rock candy for level 3 mining this time, but since most of my brain cells got used up on farming bug meat, I barely got any copper today. I won myself a bonus cask though, but I'd rather have had something I can actually use. I passed out slaying bugs that night. I knew I wasn't making it to the drop-off box for this, but I was being stubborn and wanted to tell myself that I got that 100 bug meat, and I did, just in the nick of time. What a pointless achievement. On day 36, I quickly plucked a sweet pea from my farm and ran off to wait for the saloon for Gus's second birthday of the year. I realised I was far too early and quickly checked that special request board to find Robin asking us to gather 1,000 pieces of stone. Without the fishing rod for the other quest, this is the only one we have any chance of doing. A very, very slim chance. I successfully handed over Gus's birthday gift, then returned to the farm to deal with the remaining forage. I also spotted my first fully grown mahogany tree, so here's our start to gathering hardwood for the boat. I left the stump in the ground to allow more seeds to spread, so now it's just a matter of time. Despite having barely any energy, I spent this afternoon in the mines again to begin work on that 1,000 stone for Robin, and with just a small handful of cherry bombs, I barely made a dent. When I reached the spiral floor, I stuck out the long trek to the middle and was super thankful to come across a small glow ring from the crates here. We've now got these ready for the dark floors in the mines, but it will also help a bit at night. A lot of the copper ore I got today went towards more cherry bombs, and by the end of the night I gathered 179 stone, which is actually not too shabby. And look, our beautiful little glow ring hard at work, so much better. Day 37 was just a repeat of trying to get more stone. Floor 17 was infested today, but I couldn't help but kill this next special slime which dropped a small magnet ring. This will go nicely with my glow ring. I ran out of bombs and energy by the evening. I somehow don't think this quest is gonna happen. I went out on a gifting spree instead, hitting 2 hearts with Clint for an apricot sapling. Then I gave the casino a visit that night, completely forgetting how expensive the coins are when you don't have loads of money. I only gave the slots a few spins, intending to come back at a later date when I could buy more coins and bet 100 at a time. On a rainy day 38, I planted the apricot sapling from the mail with no idea as to when it'll actually bear fruit because this is a spring tree. I stopped in at the carpenter's to give Maru another birthday gift, but I got roped into some lab work. I can't say no on her birthday, can I? Things got a bit weird with Demetrius when Maru left the building, and usually I'd be truthful as to what happened, but I couldn't remember if this loses us hearts with Demetrius, so I said nothing this time because that friendship progress is crucial. Annoyingly, this then spawned me outside where their house would usually be, so I had to walk all the way back down. Penny was now hanging out outside, and with a quick gift and a chat, I'll be getting a galaxy soul. I wanted the boost of a loved birthday gift, so Mario got one of my magic rock candies, and for that, I got a fishing level. It was now time for our first travelling cart visit since Wednesday is the day we've currently unlocked. She's selling 1 normal item alongside 1 unlock each week, and each day of the week we'll have a total of 3 possible things to unlock, so I'll need to check back here until I have all of them. I wasn't interested in the fishing TV channel and I couldn't afford it anyway, so not the best start. I was still some time away from harvesting those radishes, so I gathered a funny number of clay from the beach to be a bit less broke with an extra 1400-ish gold. I spent some of the next morning trying to gather more stone from the mines for the special request, and as soon as I ran out of energy, I used a beach totem to teleport straight to our second luau. I did the rounds as usual, gaining some money hearts from Robin, then I added a basic purple mushroom to the soup because I still had nothing else better. Feels like deja vu, except this time the boost in friendship got me bok choy seeds, another mine elevator, and friendship with Sebastian, so honestly this is probably one of the better seasons to be stuck with, just for the friendship progress alone. On day 40, I was horrified to find a crow snacking on one of my precious radishes. Without the usual starter quest directing me to craft a scarecrow, I completely forgot these even existed, but honestly, I think my crops had fared pretty well so far really. I haven't lost many at all. I plucked my first radishes from the ground, happy to see that my first way of obtaining actual fishing XP will arrive in the mail tomorrow, and on top of that, I unlocked a shed for level 3 farming. Even better, I hit level 4 farming too, so tomorrow I'll finally have a fishing rod. Never thought I'd be so excited to see one of these. This made me want to replant radishes, but I was just 59 gold off being able to afford them. No seeds for me, so I handed a gift to Clint, then remembered I have 2 real hearts with Marnie, so I sauntered right in and picked up the shorts. I decided it wouldn't be so wise to mess with Lewis because I want that progress now, and because of that I got a mining level and a combat level, but when I finished talking to Lewis my game crashed, so I had to redo all of this.
No.
It took me some time to find out why, but it was UI Info Suite getting upset from the simultaneous level ups, so I'll have this mod disabled for a little while. I will bring it back later though. Oh, and that fish in my hotbar I got from the trash this time. It was too early for Lewis, so I'll come back later, because I wanted to try get all of my crab pots and my fishing rod from the mail anyway. You'll also notice the unlock for the shorts quests are already in my mail because on the Archipelago server end, I've completed this now. I reharvested all the stuff on my farm again, with anything from those farming levels already having been applied, then I slapped those crab pots down in my pond, at this point realising I was missing a key ingredient: bait. I can't have this till the game gives me level 2 fishing, and I don't have access to Willy to buy it either. Lewis was back outside so I could give the shorts back again, then believe it or not my mind was actually set on fishing, and the first one I caught turned out to be a carp for the unlock of the golden scythe. Seems you get something new for the first time you catch each fish, so the rainbow trout will give me a deluxe scarecrow, and apparently I got slimed for level 1 fishing, how lovely. I got a deluxe fish tank for catching a chub, then for the rest of the daytime I tried to fish at the beach and caught nothing at all really. I did get a fishing level for a bream though, so now we've got to level 2. Bait is on the horizon, and look at all that gold. On day 41 I collected my golden scythe from the mail, so now we know in advance the statue in the quarry cave will have something different for us. I was a bit less excited about the deluxe scarecrow, and the fish tank I was originally going to throw away, but I just left it in a chest just in case I end up wanting it. I fished in the town river for a shad who granted me the next 2 hearts with Krobus, and I managed to catch a red snapper which kindly brought me some Demetrius hearts. I thought I could try for the smallmouth bass at the forest lake here, but I didn't realise you can't get these in summer, so I wasted a stupid amount of time considering how rubbish the bite rate is on this rod for actual fish. I turned to tree chopping as soon as I got sick of reeling up trash to utilise my remaining energy, and when I got tired I caved in and set up that fish tank in my house. I thought the mini fridge would be cute too, but nope, you can only use these when you built a kitchen. Where am I supposed to keep my beverages now? On day 42, I waited outside George's for him to leave for worship so I could deliver the copper bar he asked for. I didn't unlock anything new this time, so it seems I've completed the max number of fetch requests to give me something new, so from now on, I'll be getting the gold again as normal. I embarrassed myself with Alex at the beach, though honestly, I blame his throwing. Then I tried to fish for a few sardines for Willy, but I'm guessing this rod won't allow me to, so I just got so much trash. At least I pulled up some Joja Cola for Sam. After dropping stuff off at home that evening, I realised I still have nothing really planted, so I returned to the Joja Mart now that I could afford those radish seeds, but I went to bed without planting them because I thought I might have passed out trying. On day 43, I accepted the aquatic overpopulation special request now that I have a fishing rod and I know for a fact I can actually catch the rainbow trout. Before doing anything else, I got those radishes down, then made a start on the fishing as soon as I could because this gives me a reason to grind for the XP. With level 2 fishing, I got another fishing level, which means we're actually now level 3. I also caught my first bullhead sometime later, which leveled up our foraging. I got quite a lot of free bait with it too. I inevitably got bored of the fishing by the early evening, so I tracked down Willy because he also put up another fishing request for 3 carp this time, and being my first fishing request completed, I unlocked the grape starter. On day 44, I got my first star drop in the mail as a reward for reaching level 6 foraging yesterday. The extra energy will be nice, but it's the taste of pure chaos for me. My first round of crabbot stuff was ready. 2 were trash, but I did get a snail which opened me another mine elevator. I then proceeded to go on a gifting spree, with friendships being extra important in this playthrough, and as soon as Clint's was open, I bought the travelling merchant discount since I had a bit of gold to spend. I call it an investment. With a day full of gifting, I had a few hours left before the rainbow trout would despawn for the day, and I sought help from this bubble spot. I got an extra life in Junimo cart for level 3 fishing, but I didn't catch any more rainbow trout today, so I used the rest of my energy on farm wood chopping. On day 45, the travelling cart sold me a coop for 650 gold, but I was yet to figure out how to get it. A lot of this day was for gifting and chatting, and of course fishing for a rainbow trout, though not enough to complete the quest today. In fact, I carried on into day 46 to find out I've only caught 5 so far. I was there all day and ended the evening on 9 out of 10. Someone please save me from all this fishing. On day 47, I came back to the Witch's Swamp to reel in some void mayo for the henchman, which I handed right over to our goblin friend in exchange for a heavy tapper recipe. I was relieved to see he still moved out the way so I could access the door, and this turned out to be George and Evelyn's house. I walked in on a medical appointment, so I skipped that cutscene because that's none of my business. I made it over to a passing train today, but all it dropped was a handful of wood. Better than nothing, I suppose. I literally left mid-watering for this. I reached 6 hearts with Demetrius today, which means I'll have a red cabbage seed tomorrow. Then it did take me a while, but I finally managed to catch that final rainbow trout. No gold reward, but instead I got a foraging level, which is even better in my books. I rewarded myself for all that fishing by hanging out in the mines for the evening on the hunt for more copper. Not only did I reach level 4 mining, upping my friendship with Lewis, but I gathered enough copper for Clint's mining quest for a little boost in gold, with plenty of time to get back to bed. On day 48, Willie presented another easy fishing quest. 2 chubs should be no trouble at all. I put the newly acquired cabbage seed in the chest because this won't grow in time at this point. Then it was up to the lake for some chub fishing, where I also reeled in a dinosaur egg. I'll be keeping this till I can hatch it for more unlimited eggs. I caught the second chub I needed a few fish later, and thankfully, since it's a Saturday, he's out and about a lot earlier to hand it in. Only gold this time though. My afternoon was back in the mines again because this time I wanted to navigate the dark floors. I was seeing some good clusters of copper, but I was disappointed that reaching level 35 only got us some more stone. I've already been gathering rocks down here. I stayed late in there tonight, reaching level 4 combat for another magic rock candy. They seem to be giving these out like candy. But I also got down to floor 40, unlocking me the hot pepper seeds, and in the chest, a bone mill. I only did this for the unlocks today because, as you can see on the elevators, the deepest I can skip to is only 25. The morning of day 49 was a radish harvest, which got me to level 5 farming. For this, I got 2 more hearts with the wizard, who I still haven't managed to locate yet. Radishes only take 6 days to grow, so I have time to plant 1 more batch. Then for some reason, I moved the crab pots to the lake here because I guess they were annoying me or something? I don't exactly know what was going through my mind here. I went for more mining again that afternoon, but this time for just enough copper for Clint to inspect again. I don't mind me some extra gold. Back on the farm, I needed to make a couple more chests to house the museum and community centre donations. Since I have nowhere to donate them, I'm really stockpiling them at this point. Then I rounded off the day by burning my remaining energy up with my axe. On day 50, Willie was asking me to catch a pike. My training rod could never. I also accepted the cave patrol quest in case we get some sort of miracle unlocking loads of mines elevator this week for skeletons. There's no penalty for not doing it, so why not? A periwinkle brought me more friendship with the wizard on my way to the farm, and when I arrived I found Demetrius waiting for me wanting to talk about the farm cave. Since I already have Lewis's cave for mushrooms, I chose the fruit bats this time, plus all those fruits will make great gifts. When the cutscene ended though, I was stuck in the wall. I panicked here and all I could think to do was burn energy and pass out, but then I remembered we have an unstuck command, and the game had the audacity to tell me to be more careful. I was just trying to get back onto the farm. I caught Gus on his way back to the saloon with a gift which unlocked blue jazz seeds for reaching 4 hearts. Then I moved those crab pots again to the beach this time for different varieties of fish to catch, making sure to leave a chest with some bait in it so I don't have to remember to bring it, because we all know I won't. No Emma, you still have the bait. Okay, yeah, there we go. I checked in with the key quest this week. I've not been doing this every week because they're mostly things I can't do, and this week was no different. But whilst I was there, I looked through the shop again just in case I missed an unlock here, and I haven't. It's all just the usual stuff. And before bed that night, I stopped in at Caroline's tea trailer to rob the tea leaves there. On day 51, I had a couple of new crab pot fish to collect. The cockle unlocked another mine elevator, and I'll be getting a new axe upgrade tomorrow from the mussel. A gift to Alex raised my friendship with Robin, who I actually managed to catch passing her counter before she leaves for the exercise class. I was here to buy the Well blueprint, which actually unlocks a house upgrade for stupidly cheap. Only problem is, I still haven't figured out how to get it built or anything. That's another thing that will come in time. Today, I got 8 hearts with Maru, so that's 1 less person to track down. The reward was friendship with Sandy. Still got no idea where she is yet. I even got hearts with Kent from George. I attempted to fish in the mines for new stuff, but it didn't seem to like my rubbish rod, so I hung out in town instead, just working on my fishing level for the rest of the day. I reached level 5 that night, which teleported me somewhere random. Thankfully, it was really close by. I was so confused for a minute. On day 52, a crab kindly offered me Mr. Key's hat. It will arrive tomorrow with the next day delivery. Willie got his next birthday gift, and I got a gift myself of unlocked pineapple seeds. From the mail today came the copper axe upgrade, which means I can now destroy every stump on my farm because A, I need the hardwood, and B, they were annoying me here. The travelling cart brought me some palm hearts today. You'll also see that she barely sells anything at all. Expanding her stock is something we have to figure out unlocking too, and I wasn't going to miss out on clearing out on the secret woods. Gotta chip away at the boat materials, but also this is decent foraging XP. The result of today's socialising efforts was a barn unlock, and it was nice to be able to replenish some of the gifts along the way too. I also found out that night that pet friendship counts too. Joja Cola though? Really? On day 53, I slapped Mr. Key's hat on my noggin and collected the remaining rewards from the mail. I kept up with my hardwood grind before ridding my farm of more ugly debris. 2 hearts with Caroline unlocked us the garlic seeds, which was fun still being in year 1, but also we already have the tea sapling recipe we'd usually get for this sort of time, and for 8 hearts with Demetrius, we got another 30 key gems. On day 54, I was blessed with rain, and Leah was asking for an iron bar on the board, which luckily I had a handful of ore to be able to smelt. That was going to take a bit of time, so I planned to just fish for a bit, but it seems I just wasn't noticing the fish biting today. Hello, Emma? Anyone in there? I wanted to bring a gift to Sebastian in his tent, but when I got there, he seemed really busy working. I hung out to ask what he's working on, which seemed like the right call because he was getting pretty sick about people not really taking his job seriously. I asked him a bit more about his career goals since it's something that looks really important to him, and I can definitely relate to wanting to move away from the corporate life, but hopefully this magic rock candy will cheer him up. And I got some boots for the Journey of the Prairie King, whatever those do. I still have no idea how that game really works. My iron bar was done by this point, but Leah would still be inaccessible in her home for a while, so I fished some on my day away, actually paying attention this time, so I could catch her on her way to the saloon. Whilst the tasks themselves won't give me the same progress, they do still give extra friendship, which this time got me a master slingshot. It wasn't until the evening that I remembered to check the crab pots today, and with this shrimp we can access lower floors in the mines, so now we can go down to floor 35. I did want to see if I could get down a few more floors, but I burned all my energy gathering copper and left earlier than I'd planned. I'd rather save my food for another time. On day 55 I caught my first oyster, which got me something to help in Journey of the Prairie King, though I didn't really care about that right now because waiting for me on the farm was the last batch of radishes, and I was itching to get back into the mines again. The iron floors weren't all that far away, so I was determined to come out with a quantity of iron ore today, even if it does take a while with my basic pickaxe. I managed to hit floor 45 for a coop upgrade, and I really thought I would make it to floor 50 today, but I ran out of energy on floor 48 with no more copper for cherry bombs. Either way, I got what I came for, which was some iron to smelt, except I didn't smelt it and I have no idea why. Day 56 was the last of this season, but it was the start of a new gifting week, so I rushed around town sweetening everyone up to see if I could unlock literally any other season. I had no luck on that front today, but I did get a combat level from Clint, a mining level from Lewis, an oil maker from Jazz which will arrive tomorrow, along with another star drop from Vincent. Once I gifted everyone I could, I revisited the casino, betting 10 at a time till I got a decent win there, and as you can see, I just clicked the button again, not really even realising for a second what happened. I had a look at the prize counter because I couldn't remember if there was something to unlock here, but it's just the same stuff as the vanilla game, so I carried on a little while to build a little balance in case I want it for something in addition to the rare crow later, but I quickly got bored of that and ended up heading to bed completely forgetting about the Dance of the Moonlight jellies. No bonus friendship for me. I bet you know what's coming up next though. Day 57 and I'm getting sick of this heat. I cleared up the new season's debris from the farm, then munched on a tasty breakfast at the Star Drop. I was ready for a field of crops again, so it was off to the smelly Joja sewer to pick up some seeds. This time, I went for a pack of hot peppers and a pack of red cabbages since both are new to me for this playthrough. I also got that single pineapple seed planted too, and I only ended up planting half of the red cabbages because this is already going to be a horrendous amount of daily watering whilst we're still sprinklerless. With the crops all happy, I was now out of energy, so I was back on my gifting spree, getting this useless TV channel from Abigail. Though really, what do we expect from someone who eats rocks? Maybe she took the name of living off the land a little too literally. 4 hearts with Pam wasn't much better though. I really don't want more Joja Cola. On day 58 I got the cutscene with the special order board being fixed. I guess this would be the usual number days in a vanilla playthrough, but in this one, it was already fixed. Did someone break it again overnight? I promise you it wasn't me. Brand new? From scratch?
Liar!
I moved my crab pots to the river since I was missing one of the freshwater fish before bringing some seaweed to Linus that he asked for. It took a single spice berry for me to hit level 7 foraging. The bonus scarecrow will save me some materials. Then, armed with some snack algae, I pushed through the mines again, which were teeming with copper today, so it didn't take me long to reach level 5 mining. Seems Robin was pleased with my progress. All that copper went into cherry bombs, but even with all of those, it still took me most of the day to get to level 50. But hey, at least I got there, which will get me a new watering can upgrade and a coffee machine. Now this is some loot I can get on board with. On day 59, I proudly displayed my coffee machine outside. I'm looking forward to the daily free cup, and don't worry, this model is weatherproof. I bought an egg from the travelling cart, not even perceiving that fishing channel, and whilst I was over there, I cleared out the slimes and stumps from the secret woods. I have been doing this pretty often, I just don't always show it. I then had a brainwave and finally thought to check out the actual construction menu at Robin's. This is where all those buildings go. The first ones are free when you unlock them, including the upgrades. Then after that they cost the same as the normal game. I better get that coop started. They're still built in the same way, with Robin working on the farm for a couple of days. After another full day of socialising, I wanted to help with the town maintenance a bit, so I came over to the railroad to clear a lot of this area up. Not all of it though, because I want to let the fibre spread so I can keep harvesting that here. On day 60, I rushed to find Sebastian with an amethyst he asked for, and as a thank you, the bus will be repaired overnight. Now we're talking. Give me some new places to explore. 8 Hearts with Jazz will be getting me another free Galaxy Soul too. You can see how extra important birthdays are in this playthrough. Then I came back to the farm to chop wood and make space for all the free buildings I want to build. Plus, I want space for the animals. Here is the beautiful sight of the bus being repaired without having donated a single thing to the community centre. So after tending to the crops on day 61, I bought myself a bus ticket, and yes, the bus still does go to the desert. I dug at any wormies and grabbed all the forage. The desert trader seems to be exactly the same, and it looks like here that I'm mad that I forgot to bring the quartz for bombs, but then I seem to have forgotten the effects of this mod because I was so ready to meet Sandy. But nope, this is now Leah's house. I forgot again immediately after that because I had complete tunnel vision for gathering iridium ore in Skull Caverns, but in this cave I found Linus's belongings. My plan was foiled. I need to rethink how I'm going to obtain the iridium bars for the boat now, and whilst I was pondering, I chopped down some farm trees and took a little stroll around the forest. My field was looking nice and spicy on day 62. With my first pepper harvest, I leveled up in foraging, as well as gaining hearts with Jody for reaching farming level 6. I kept quite a few for ingredients and gifts, but it's nice to know we've now got some regrowable money on the way. I delivered a radish to Shane he requested, and of course I shared a hot pepper from the farm. As a thank you, I'll be getting a much needed pickaxe upgrade tomorrow. With the coop now complete, I summoned Robin Services again to upgrade it so I could have that incubator, but it was definitely hard trying to decide which build to prioritise next with all these free ones. It's nice not to have to burn through all my wood though just yet, because look what we finally unlocked overnight. Summer forage seeds. We made some decent gold that night, but the money making is about to get so much better. Here I am collecting my shiny new copper pickaxe on day 63. It's been rough not getting an upgrade till our 3rd season. I had a little moment of forgetting what I was doing, then I headed over to Marnie's to purchase my first dog. What a good little barely visible feathered puppy. I worked on friendships for the new gifting week, getting hearts with Sebastian from Evelyn, a charcoal kiln from Harvey, and some penny hearts from Emily. To replenish some of my gifts, I took a trip to the secret woods for more fiddlehead ferns, and obviously I'm not leaving without the hardwood too. On my way out, I planted the mahogany seeds just south of the farm now that I'm wanting to plan out buildings and stuff. For the evening, I made my first 50 forage seeds, but I only decided that I'll tolerate an extra 30 crops to water for now. The rest of the seeds went into 10 tea saplings, which I was just going to ship, but then I changed my mind and planted a couple of them because why not? 8 tea saplings will still get us $4 grand. On day 64, I accepted Robin's hardwood project, which should be a nice easy win, though I wouldn't be able to access Pierre to do his special order anyway. I waited outside the saloon to give Gus his 3rd birthday gift of the year, then brought a red snapper to Pam to rub on her elbow. Ew. I made sure to pet the dog on my way to incubate another egg, which means our coop upgrade is now done. We're not giving Robin much rest because I asked her to work on my free house upgrade, and I do love the way the dialogue box has changed here to say someone's funded it. The other big news of the day was unlocking the island obelisk from a crayfish, though we still can't get this built until we find the damn wizard. I was also meaning to buy some path recipes from Robin earlier, but I completely forgot, so here's an overly aggressive reminder for next time she's done building. I was also supposed to move the coop too. On day 64, I relocated my crab pots again because the only fish I haven't caught with these is now the lobster. The next harvest of hot peppers had arrived. No new farming levels today though. I brought the few magma and omni geodes ahead to Clint because these two have a chance of containing iridium ore, and this was the only way I could think of to get it. And here we did manage to get a few today. I stopped off at Robin's right after with the 80 hardwood I already had, so now all I need to do is chop more to satisfy the quest, and I won't have to worry about forgetting to hand it in after the building closes at the end of the week. Although actually thinking back, I do have the key to the town, don't I? I kept Sebastian company whilst he was maintaining his bike before digging up an ancient seed right outside Sebastian's tent. Not that I can donate it to the museum since we still don't know where it is. I finally remembered to check my fruit cave for the first time in a while too. Some of these will be great for the community centre, but also gifts for those friendship unlocks. Coming out what is usually Willie's shop had me in the mood for fishing, so I stayed up late doing just that. Am I feeling okay here? On day 66, I brought an apricot from the travelling cart. I have no idea why I did this because I already have the fruit cave, and it's not like I can immediately use it for a community centre bundle. At least I can make the money back with all these red cabbages, and the first one I plucked from the soil would be gifting me another cask. I planted the other half of the seeds we got in a slightly different spot because the old section is where I want some of my animal buildings going forward. I found a bubble spot whilst I was in the secret woods gathering hardwood for Robin, so I scored myself a wall planter and as many carp as I could be bothered to grab since we can't catch the wood skip with this rod. I unlocked a couple more things after that, which were some penny hearts and a resource pack containing 5,000 gold, but the best gift of all was from the witch who kindly left us a void egg. Thanks! Day 68 was our third luau of the year. I did the usual rounds, then bought another purple mushroom for the soup, but this time it was gold quality which made all the difference. Look at everything we got today. This progress is huge. As well as collecting all of those rewards the next morning, I had a ton of cooking recipes from those friendships. I was most excited about the horse flute though, as well as the ancient seed, but I won't be planting that just yet because I'm not sure what's coming in terms of other seasons. I unlocked kale seeds with level 7 farming whilst harvesting the next round of peppers. Then it was over to Robin's to buy some path recipes ahead of working on my farm layout. I did spot something else in the shop too, but first I had to come home to pick up some materials because buying the barn blueprint earned me a farming level, and the big barn blueprint will get me the steel pickaxe upgrade. I also remembered to remove my coop, but annoyingly dog was right where I wanted it, so I'll have to put it over here instead. I did also want to ask Robin to build me a barn since she's available, but again, dog just didn't want to move, so we'll have to work around him. I then returned to the farm to clear trees from this area because I want to keep it free for the animals to graze. But I made sure to save some energy for hardwood gathering, which paid off because we'll be getting a seed maker for finishing Robin's special request. An incredible day when you can also see that we've now unlocked the basic sprinklers at long last. The weather took care of that for me though on day 69. It was a relief to also get the steel pickaxe this morning, and we've now got the seed maker ready which will help us out later on. Alex got an early birthday gift from me since we can actually access this house now, and speaking of houses, we unlocked the next house upgrade for reaching 8 hearts, so that's one less person to track down for gifts and stuff now. For the rest of this day, my priority was to gather as much copper and iron as possible for sprinklers, though I had to just work my way down the floors because I still don't have direct access to floor 40 for easy iron farming. Any omni geodes will also be a bonus for the chance of getting iridium ore. With the help of a newly upgraded pickaxe, I made it all the way down to floor 55 for some friendship with Clint. I gained a combat level from floor 59 which gave us foraging instead, then just about made it to floor 60 which increased my movement speed, and in the chest was another key to the town. Good to have a spare, I guess. It's easy to think I wasted a few key gems here, but I am happy that I bought the item earlier because it meant earlier access to buildings. I raced to get the ores into the hopper, but I ended up passing out right next to it, and for level 5 foraging, I opted for the gatherer profession for extra gifts and forage seeds. On day 70, I crafted another furnace to double my smelting output, then harvested my forage whilst the bars were being made. I hit level 8 in that skill, so tomorrow I'll receive a quality sprinkler, and I cannot freaking wait. I got out 10 of each bar, which I thought would only make 5 sprinklers, but actually it made 10. I got so used to the doubled prices from the One Life challenge, so this was a nice surprise. It took me some time to get these all laid out with the help of UI Info Suite, and for now I pick at spots which won't be sprinkled on so I don't accidentally plant there. I now had enough forage to make another 100 seeds which I planted in those spots. So grateful not to have to water these. Well, after today that is, and I had plenty of seeds left over for a good quantity of tea saplings to sell. I didn't end up leaving the farm at all today, working through sunset to start getting some paths down. Day 71 marked the start of a new week, so I chose Cave Patrol for this week's special order because we've got easy access to grubs in the mines. A new baby chick hatched today, but I think the game made a mistake because clearly this is a capybara. Look at the little cutie. With that free quality sprinkler from the mail, I just chucked it near the cabbages for now because it will still help water a few spots, but I need to wait for space to take full advantage of it. With my first pineapple came another ancient seed, then I just got on with harvesting the rest of the hot peppers. Another mushroom tree had now fully grown. I never even knew that these spread till this playthrough, but this one is just going to be in the way of the paths I want to lay, so this will have to go. That pineapple also went into more seeds too, because they'll probably be super expensive to buy. My plan for this day was grub squishing, with a quick break to let Clint inspect some copper ores, then I got back to it, but that night I got taxed for hitting level 6 mining. Wonderful. But I did manage to knock out that Cave Patrol quest before the end of the night, gaining me friendship with Leo, another person we've not even met yet. On day 72 I bought a pair of Junimo chests, my first ever actually. I had plans to use them to transport stuff between the farm and the mine since I don't actually live on the farm. I'd begun the hatching process on that void egg, which I forgot to do yesterday, and got another 5 sprinklers down. Then I continued to work on the farm layout by placing more paths. I also smashed all of these big rocks to refill on all that stone I'm using, plus some of them were also very much in my way. I still need to get the barn moved, but I was glad to have an initial layout going with the clear paths to each exit. On day 73 I foraged in the desert because these are loved gifts for a few villagers, plus the extra foraging XP is nice. This meant I had a fresh cactus fruit for Sam's birthday, which earned us a rare crow for reaching full friendship. I lined up the coop with the barn whilst I was at Robin's to ask her to build me a free shed. I wasn't really sure where to put this yet, so I just plonked it here. We'll move it later. A lobster was hanging out in the crab pot, which means we've unlocked the bean starter, and now that's all the crab pot fish caught. I do still refill this now and again for a bit of extra fishing XP. I grabbed all the beach forage too, then reached 8 hearts with Vincent, so tomorrow the beach bridge will be finally fixed. I can't exactly remember what we got for giving the 300 wood over there. I think it was just some friendship or something, nothing exciting. Over at Marnie's, I bought a duck-shaped bear and a cow-shaped bee as 2 new additions to the farm, before reaching 10 hearts with Demetrius gaining me some friendship with George. My evening was then for adding a bit more to the paths and making my first mayo machines now that the eggs were coming in. On day 74, I gathered a few fruit before being baffled by the still broken beach bridge. Look at all that stuff, I need it. Maybe it's because I need to see the mail first, so I'll check back there later. I wanted to deal with the farm chores first and reorganize this area here, which I think I like the look of better. With another day of gifting and chatting, I unlocked a slingshot from Haley, just the rubbish one, but I got 2 hearts with Elliot from Leah. Now I can access his cabin and it's just the bathhouse. I mean, cute to have a spa sesh right on the beach, but I need the freaking wizard. It was time for my annual health check with Harvey, but it seems I really didn't want to do it at the time because I was just trying to make a break for it upstairs. But no matter how much I was walking into the door, it just wasn't budging. I have a bad feeling about this. Oh no. I managed to escape with a quick bribe of coffee, so I got a bonus mine elevator thrown in. At 6 hearts with Clint, I gained friendship with my pet, so I guess this is also relevant for Grandpa's assessment too. Then I mined my evening away in a desperate search for more sprinkler ores now that I've got the level 40 elevator for easy iron farming. This means I managed to get the 46 of them in a matter of a few hours. Day 75 was the next cabbage harvest, which brought me to level 8 farming. Another cask? I can't even use these yet, but with that area now cleared of crops, I could improve the layout of the sprinklers a bit. I managed to make a couple more to chip away at filling out this zone. Any open spots got planted with forage towards more tea saplings, and even though this friendship is full, I still brought Demetrius an ice cream for his birthday. My next order of business was to catch the bus to the desert, to visit Leah at home because she asked for a rainbow trout to put on her pizza, and I wanted to top up on desert forage, but the place was simply deserted. What I could now grab was a plethora of beach forage thanks to the now fixed beach bridge. Some of which I kept, but some I just sold. With all the cabbages too, we made almost 8.5 grand that night. On day 76, I added to my collection of useless casks, then I wanted to move my shed up by the greenhouse, but I forgot to clear out the trees. Since it didn't cost me very much, I also bought the silo blueprint, which gave me friendship with Lewis, but I forgot that I need to find the actual silo and lock out in the world somewhere. For the rest of this day, I continued with some iron mining to take advantage of this good luck day, and I also had a quest to slay frost jellies for Lewis. I sadly had to leave the mines much earlier than planned after running out of energy and food. On day 77, I got my next few omnigeodes open with Clint, and with a couple more iridium ore, I was making extremely slow progress on those 5 bars I need. I had a field full of stuff to harvest, and all that forage went into 80 more seeds, but I wanted to make sure I still had a few sweet peas to use as gifts, especially because today is the start of a new gifting week. I also needed to shop Marnie's store for a milk pail for B, and before I left, I reached 6 hearts with Shane, increasing my friendship with Clint. Lewis got a hot pepper too, and for 8 hearts, I'll be getting another magic rock candy. Then I ended up returning to Marnie's later on to get a chicken-sized elephant. The afternoon and evening were pretty laid back, with some gifting and foraging. Those friendships are still key. Day 78 and it's refresh day for the special order board. For reasons I couldn't tell you, I accepted the Curious Substance quest. We still have no idea where the wizard lives to hand this in. This was another gift spree type day, and with those friendship gains, I got the magic bait recipe from Linus, more hearts with George from Abigail, a fishing level for full friendship with Jazz, and a mining level from Caroline. Then, when my social battery was empty for the day, I returned to the farm to chop trees. With that fishing level came the recycling machine recipe, so maybe I can put that trash to good use. And for level 5 mining, I chose the miner profession. More sprinklers please. On day 79, my void mole rat hatched. Welcome to the coop, you little weirdo. I had a few more gifts to give out for the week, then it was another round of mining for this good luck day, which should be better than the last one since I've now got the miner profession giving me an extra ore per node. And this time I alternated with the copper floors too, but I did use a lot of that copper on bombs since in typical Dingus fashion, I forgot to bring any food and was just living off anything edible dropped by the monsters. I exited the mines that night with 72 iron ore, much better than last time. On day 80, the peppers were ready once again, and I was so relieved to have a break from watering them today. A birthday gift to Willy meant I got hit with some darkness, although I don't think this actually worked, but it's fun to see that this mod sort of trolls you a bit too. The travelling cart now has a bit more stock, so I shopped for a couple of bits, then I ran back to the farm because I realised I'd not filled the troughs with hay for the rainy days. With plenty of bombs and energy, this was another mining day. The iron would be nice, but what I was really here for were omnigeodes for that iridium ore. These are, however, very few and far between, so despite spending all day down here, I got barely any at all, though I did reach level 7 mining, unlocking the water obelisk. I passed out for the night with 6 omnigeodes, and these only have a 5% chance of containing iridium ore, so this is going to take a while, but at least we made back the pass out penalty from those peppers that night. On day 81, I started incubating that dino egg we got quite a while back. Let's see what hatches from this one. The first omnigeode I opened that day had a single nugget of iridium ore, and that was the only piece I got from all that geode farming. I popped into Lewis's mushroom cave to gather what was there because Linus was asking for a red one, so he can have one that's nice and fresh. Then I used some of my iron and money to buy some fake upgrades from Clint. The 2 I bought today only gave me friendship, but I needed to do this to reveal what's available for the next tiers, though I didn't see anything particularly exciting just yet. It was then back to the mines for the 3rd day in a row on the hunt for more omnigeodes. Do you think we got higher or lower than yesterday? If you guessed higher, you would be wrong because I ran out of energy with just one lonely geode, so instead I made a few recycling machines and processed some newspaper in the hopes of obtaining cloth. At this point, I felt like I needed to do something about not being able to find some of the more important locations, as well as the slowing unlock progress, so I used this chair skip here, which I've never actually tried before, to get around to the quarry cave. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and now we can have a go at the quarry mine. My weapon wasn't really good enough for these skulls, so I avoided reaching the skeleton statue for now. I couldn't figure out how to leave the way I came, so I had to use the cave exit here, which put me in Sandy's store. After meeting her for the first time, I found myself behind the bouncer, so I tried to leave, but it teleported me in front of him with a bomb. I guess this is how I access her shop now. Leaving via the front door put me in the jungly part of Ginger Island, so I checked out the treehouse, which actually turned out to be the volcano. Leaving the jungle brought me to the usual south part of the island, which already had the option to restore the resort, but as you can see, both turtles are still here because we haven't formally met Leo yet, so at the moment, I was trapped. Nothing to do now really except pass out, which I exhausted myself for because I was too impatient to wait a tiny bit longer till 2 AM. I awoke in the doorway of the Ginger Island house on day 82. Hilarious. Leaving the house put me in Willy's shop, where I put my hand in an unknown substance, and once I stopped relentlessly vomiting, I checked out his store where I found 2 rods for sale. These will actually unlock something else. We know at this point we get the actual rods from other means, like many things. Both of these things I wasn't really interested in, but I might as well grab them whilst I'm here. The front door of Willie's shop put me outside Leah's, so whenever we get some real hearts with her, we know where to find the fish store. Coming up through the farm, I found a nice lot of forage to harvest, meaning I managed another 100 seeds, some of which went into 28 more tea saplings. I did have plans to buy the big coop blueprint from Robin, but I didn't realise till I got there that I didn't have enough money, so I'll come back another day because this will give me the fibre seed recipe. I came back to the mines today where we did the chair skip because I wanted to see if I could set up a permanent solution for getting in and out. There's a sort of trick to this bit here where you can use fences and gates or something to hop back out again, but I just couldn't seem to get it right with where it was letting me place the chair or the fences and stuff, so yeah, I'm stuck in the quarry area again. I re-attempted the cave with some coffee this time, in the hopes I could just try and race past all those skulls, and I managed to make it to the statue which unlocked the Adventurers Guild. A new door! I tried to use the chair to get out again, which of course didn't work, so we're back to having to go through Sandy's to Ginger Island again. I picked up the forage and the fibre this time, and now I've got the mummified frog ready for later. I was also hoping for some omni-geodes from this artifact spot, but there were none here today, so it was time to make myself pass out again. On day 83, I gave Willie a gift in his store on my way out. I found Emily waiting for me on the farm to give me access to her sewing machine now that we got a couple of pieces of cloth from the recycling machines. I won't be using these for tailoring, at least not yet, because I'm saving any cloth towards the mill blueprint from Robin. Today was another hot pepper harvest, and even though I'd usually start watering these on the 27th of a season, I wasn't sure if we'd even unlock another season with 2 days to go, so I might as well give myself a chance of an early harvest next time. I tried to make the chair work again to no avail, and I made my way through the quarry cave again, though no idea why this time. I was pleased to find an omni-geode on the island beach today though, and this was the day I realised I could have just used the boat to get back to the valley without passing out. Better late than never, I suppose. I can't get back on the boat from here, but at least it doesn't cost me any money to go there now. I checked out the Adventurers Guild that evening, which is now home to Penny and Pam. Useless. I'm having such atrocious luck with the locations on this save, I swear. On day 84, I took a foraging walk around Cindersap Forest with a tiny sliver of hope that maybe, just maybe, tomorrow might not be summer anymore. I even had more forage waiting for me on the farm too, and again, no replanting, just in case. I still made another 180 seeds though, and clearly I was having some doubts because I did end up watering the hot peppers again. I then hunted for sprinkler ores in the mines for the afternoon because I wanted to start another little crop area ready for next season. Then it was time for the moonlight jellies again. I wasn't missing a second one in a row, especially now I could afford the seafoam pudding. Watching the jellies tonight might have filled me with determination, but we had nothing new unlocked this time around, so I just enjoyed the show and headed to bed. On day 85, I slightly rearranged my newly upgraded house because a couple of things felt really out of place. This week's special requests were kind of a tough choice because both of these I can actually do, but this time I went for the trash one. I took a detour down to JojaMart to purchase seeds for this month, and since we already have the hot peppers in the ground, I just bought some cabbages again. But I did choose to plant a starfruit seed I just got from a fruit purchased at the luau, and a couple of coffee beans I looted from the mines. I took a quick break from planting to deliver a spiceberry to Pam, hitting 8 hearts for 40 key gems. Then, in addition to those cabbages, I also filled out an entire area with forage seeds, and took the rest of the day to get everything watered. On day 86, I was grateful for the watering I've been doing because we've already got some hot peppers to harvest again. Then it was time for some trash fishing. In a regular playthrough, I would use floor 100 of the mines, but since we don't have an elevator there at the moment, floor 20 it is. I only caught 2 pieces and a whole load of algae before I wanted to change the scenery, so I fished in the sewers, but I ended up catching a few carp instead. Let's move to the desert, first making sure to pick up any forage for gifts, but since both the desert fish have a higher difficulty rating than I can catch with a training rod, I'm guaranteed to only catch trash, and that night I got everything I needed with enough time to drop it off at the bin, but all I got was a shuffled inventory. I'm so glad it was basically empty. On day 87, Pierre requested a pike if it wasn't too inconvenient. It's very inconvenient, Pierre. I have no idea where you are and I can't even catch these fish yet. No pike for you. But I still accepted the request out of spite, then headed to the mushroom cave to grab everything. I made this day a gifting day since I've neglected that duty a bit this week, resulting in the unlock of spangle seeds from Emily, a farming level from Evelyn, and Demetrius hearts from Marnie. I then paid a visit to Sandy because now I can work on her friendship too. And since we're here on a Wednesday, this is when she sells a few Omni Geodes each week. Plus I got a bonus one from this artifact spot. I got them all cracked open, but no iridium for me today. I guess at this point my main goal was to fix the boat, so my evening was for hunting for more Omni Geodes, with only my pickaxe this time because I was now out of bombs. But despite staying in here till 2 AM, I didn't get a single one. On day 88, I gave Jazz another birthday gift, but she's already at full friendship, so this had no effect. I hit pure tunnel vision for those Omni Geodes again today, but I also brought some staircases to see if I could progress more floors. On floor 65 I got hearts with Marnie, then on floor 70 I'll be getting 10 key seasoning, and from the chest I got a return scepter, a 2 million gold item for free. I did also push through to floor 75 for an extra mining level before passing out shortly after. Only 4 Omni Geodes, but I'm still happy with all the other progress today. Marnie was waiting on the farm the next morning to ask for a cave carrot to help train her goats. I should definitely have one of those lying around somewhere, but first I must grab the big prize from the mail. I would have eventually bought the return scepter anyway, so saving me a couple of million with the time save of warping to the farm is going to give us quite the boost. The next round of hot peppers was ready to go, and I definitely forgot about the eggs in the coop for quite some time. I somehow wasn't sick of the geode hunt yet, and this time I had plenty of regular bombs with me because of that mining level we got yesterday, so I was hopeful for a bit more progress, but even after an entire day, once again, not a single geode. Kinda sucks considering the sheer quantity of iron I've spent on bombs today. On day 90, I squeezed in a few more sprinklers on this field before being sent some monsters for level 9 farming. It took a few seconds for them to actually show up, but we got an iridium bat and a void spirit. My weapon wasn't exactly the best for this, but I persisted to try for some iridium ore, of which this bat dropped none. This is true disappointment, but I had to move on from that pretty quickly because I needed to take advantage of the last day of this gifting week. Reaching full friendship with Vincent gave me 2 hearts with George. I got a couple of hearts with Maru from Clint, an axe upgrade from Robin, a hoe upgrade from Haley, and 5 mahogany seeds from Elliot, so it was very much worth all the running around today. On day 91, I dug out a scorpion carp from the trash. Ah yes, the well-known fall crop. I got straight on with this new gifting week, including Tamani's goats, which, because this is actually a quest, unlocked cauliflower seeds. I got what I came for, so I'm just going to leave this on the floor and carry on with the gifting. Then for 8 hearts with Harvey, I got another random teleport. Whatever must he have thought? Even more surprising though was getting a dagger from Penny of all people, but the cherry sapling for full friendship with Linus was quite lovely, as well as the fishing level for 4 hearts with Krobus. This meant I could choose a profession that night, so I chose the trapper one since I don't usually pick this, and I'm not all that fussed about selling huge amounts of fish. Day 92 and look at all of these crops. I hit level 9 foraging, which gave me a combat level instead, and I actually got a gold quality pineapple today, which I'll be saving for the luau. I ignored both of these special requests this week since I can't hand either of them in. Then it was time to ambush Gus with another birthday gift, gifting me friendship with Vincent. I also hit 10 hearts with Pam today, which unlocked spring. Yes! Finally, we can soon be rid of this endless summer. Bring it on. This did sort of dull the excitement for any other friendship progress on this day. Though actually no, the fish pond from Jody is pretty good to be fair. Back on the farm, I was reminded that I hadn't replanted the forage yet, so I took care of that and found even more I hadn't even harvested yet just below. Whoops. But hey, I did end up making another 68 tea saplings, which will get us another 34 grand for selling them. A new baby lizard hatched today? Not sure what that dialogue is talking about though, because clearly this is a bunny. Can't you tell from the scales? For the rest of this day, I chopped a load of trees because pretty soon I want to get this area organised. On day 93, I caught Robert in passing on a day off to ask for that free fish pond to be built. I added it towards the bottom of the farm, but I'm not sure if this will be its final home yet. I reached full friendship with Lewis, gaining me hearts with Sam. Then I hit the mines for a bit of copper hunting for Clint, who was requesting another inspection. I went back to the mines right after on the hunt for more Omni Geodes, where I reached level 8 mining for hearts with Gus. No new Omni Geodes today though. On day 94, I ignored Mara's birthday because I know we've already got full friendship with her, but because they're not the same type of hearts, I still get the alert for it. I brought George a hot pepper for his knee, rewarding me hearts with Lewis and Kent. This time, I actually understand his complaint here because we've definitely had this to do for a while. Being another Wednesday, I visited Sandy for the weekly Omni Geodes, but of course, I also brought a gift, and now we've got the volcano bridge repaired. After grabbing another geode from the beach, I went to have a look at this bridge, but it wasn't repaired yet because I need to view the mail the next day. I still decided to attempt this dungeon now because sometimes you can find Omni Geode nodes here. My weapon was definitely going to be a problem though. This was also a good chance to gather more golden walnuts, but unfortunately my rubber boots just weren't holding up to all the beefy monsters, so I was really burning through all of my food, and my 2-row backpack was giving me true Lou Goblin problems, having to prioritize what to bring home. I did kick myself for not entering this place sooner though, because I completely forgot this was my access to iridium nodes. Even if they were pretty rare in here, this would still get me more ore than the pure pain of the omnigeodes. It was a struggle, but by some miracle I managed to fight my way through to the top, and even ignore the extra treasure here because I was almost out of food and I really didn't want to die today. Instead of the free Prizzy, I unlocked a new day for the travelling merchant to visit, so now she'll also be around on a Saturday. It's a good thing I came back to the farm after that though, because I seem to have forgotten to water the peppers and harvest the red cabbages. Thankfully, I still had enough time that night to drop into the Joja sewer, buy another big pack, and get them in the ground. In addition to everything we achieved this day, we also made a decent profit too. Not only was day 95 a hot pepper harvest, it was also the first coffee bean harvest, so I unlocked amaranth seeds. On top of that was our 4th and final luau of the year. I hit 8 hearts with Shane and got jinxed. What does that mean? I have no idea what this meant in terms of this game because I couldn't notice anything really happening. I got a farm computer from Abigail too, then dropped a farm-grown pineapple into the soup because I'm sure the town is getting sick of those mushrooms by now, and it turned out to be a hit with the governor. No new unlocks from this today though, not even from friendship hearts. On day 96 I opened all of my omnigeodes, with the first one revealing a small handful of iridium, but this is all the iridium I get from these today, so I took a trip to Ginger Island again to dig some up at the beach, and find some to mine in the volcano again. This chest over here ended up being totally not worth the risk. I don't want these 8 taro tubers, though I suppose there was a walnut in there too. My next one had a bunch of pineapple seeds, and the one after that had a major weapon upgrade. With this dwarf dagger, I can finally start fighting for more loot, starting with this mango sapling. I finally found some iridium on the 6th floor, but half of it ended up in the lava. Pretty upsetting, but at least there was another on the next floor which made up for it. I had to abandon this treasure chest for fear of being overrun, and the one on the 9th level slapped me in the face with even more taro tubers. I was surprised to see the chest still at the top of the volcano, but when I opened it, it was empty. Let's just get out of here. That night, I felt like visiting the pirates in their tunnel for a few games of darts. I might as well grab the walnut since I have access to this place, and it didn't take me long to get through all 3 games. On day 97, I collected all the beach forage for crab mating season, a lot of which I sold for the extra cash since I already have some stored away. I had a look at what the merchant has brought for her first Saturday visit, and her first Archipelago item was a resource pack of 10 iridium ore. Yes please, that will arrive in the mail tomorrow. I still headed to Ginger Island today though because those darts games gave me the last few walnuts I needed to trade for the beach resort. I was hoping to access the east side of the beach, but once the parrots worked their magic, I found out I'll be receiving a bee house instead. Well, I guess I'll return to the valley and move my shed up here, and ask Robin to build that free slime hutch which I situate just next to my greenhouse. The main thing I was waiting for now was the arrival of the iridium ore tomorrow, so for this day I worked some more on the farm layout. You'll also notice I'm ignoring Alex's birthday because, like Maru, I'm already full on friendship points I can earn, but UI Info Suite goes off the number of actual hearts which I have to unlock via other means. It also didn't feel good cutting down this grass with a weapon. I've still not unlocked the silo, so no free hay for me. After lots of tidying and path laying, I was happy with my basic progress on the farm decoration. Though does this really count as decoration? I don't know, but I did also work on some other parts of the farm too. Something about the act of adding paths is just so therapeutic to me, and this space here will now become our oak resin farm in prep for whenever we unlock kegs. On day 98, I raced to my mailbox to collect that iridium ore, and I suppose I should deal with that bee house too. I placed it over here because I had a spangle growing, then harvested my first starfruit containing another golden walnut. Since I've not unlocked the seeds for these yet, I chucked this one in the seed maker before getting that iridium smelting and harvesting my hot peppers. For this new gifting week, I hit 10 hearts with Clint, unlocking a new mines elevator, but for 8 hearts with Leah, I'll be getting a golden egg. Usually you can't get these until you achieve perfection. My iridium bars were done at this point, so now I had all the materials for the boat. Each individual repair came with its own unlock, so I got some Shane hearts, the artichoke seed, and an extra life in Junimo cart. We've worked all year for this? There was a bit of hope viewing the boat repair cutscene overnight though. On day 99, I brought some metal bars to Clint's to purchase some upgrades. I got some lower tier ones done to reveal the next ones and bought some of the ones that I was avoiding earlier. Like, I'm not so fussed about a pearl or hearts at the moment. The eggplant seeds will be nice for later, though I didn't really appreciate being frozen in place here. The final thing I bought was an extortionate solar panel, but hey, that was quite the boost in progress. I warped back home where Marlon was hanging out. Now that I had the slime hutch, he wanted to bring my first slime egg, which I wasted no time in incubating. The other thing that I incubated today was my shiny golden egg. I am so excited about this one. I got the next coffee and forage harvest done, once again forgetting about the lower half of the field while struggling to milk B, and it looks like I forgot to replant it too because all I could think about was the mines. I'm not looking for omni geodes this time, just hoping for more progress down the floors. I did actually get down to floor 80 that night for some Jody hearts, but I did receive the slammer from a special slime on the floor after, and I'll be switching between these weapons to decide what I like better. I used a staircase to reach floor 85, which leveled up my farming skill. On floor 90 I got hearts with Kent and a fishing level, and I just squeezed in floor 95 in the nick of time for another farming level. This day ended up being really quite a breakthrough in progress because now I can craft preserves jars, some bobbers I can't really use yet, and finally I got to choose a farming profession. Of course, opting for farmer. On day 100 I realised my little oopsie with the forage and quickly got everything harvested and replanted. Then, with some of the spare forage seeds, I crafted another 53 tea saplings to ship. My slime should be hatching soon, so I placed down a sprinkler to fill a water bowl for me. Then I was off for the next gifting spree, receiving a mini obelisk from Full Friendship with Hayley, Evelyn hearts directly from Evelyn, the island trader from Marnie who I can't actually get to yet, and poppy seeds from Willy. I also remembered to check out the boat this evening, and despite it being repaired, I still can't actually use it. Gotta unlock that somewhere else too, I guess. I made sure Sandy got a gift too, then I really wanted to visit Willy's shop soon, so I decided on passing out on the island so I could access him via the island house, completely forgetting I probably could have just used Leah's door now. Willy's shop was obviously my first stop the following morning because I wanted to check out what the Iridium Rod purchase would get us, and it was just something for Journey of the Prairie King, which wasn't quite what I had in mind. So I also bought some trout soup in case I need it later. Oh, and that mini obelisk unlock yesterday, you only get one. Amazing. So useful. Once the hot peppers were plucked, I made my first few preserves jars to turn some of them into jelly. It was Sam's birthday, but again, I'll be ignoring his too. I did give some other villagers a gift though, like Robin who is now full on friendship, but I wasn't too impressed with the weapon reward. I was really here to buy the big coop upgrade to unlock fiber seeds now that I was mass producing tea saplings, then it was back to the gift grind. I now have full friendship with Emily, the magic bait will be useful later, and for full hearts with Elliot I'll be sent another 3 crab pots. Somehow, this reminded me I have access to the Ginger Island fish, so I thought I would try just for the lionfish, which is the easiest in my opinion, but not according to my rod because I didn't get a single bite of any actual fish. Can't say I didn't give this a proper try though, so instead it was off to the farm to chop wood, which continued into day 102. You can never have too much wood. I added another tally to my many afternoons in the mines, but this time I was here to slice up bugs for the Juicy Bugs quest. This might sound familiar, and yes, we did attempt this earlier in the year, but I didn't actually manage to hand it in. I was determined not to repeat that mistake this time, and for my first day of this grind, I gathered 70 bug meat, which is a very good start. Adding to that, we'll be getting a free crystallarium for 5 hearts with green, but judging by the lack of mail, it won't arrive for an extra day. Here we have our next red cabbage harvest, where I hit level 10 farming, but this leveled up my mining instead, and a lot of these cabbages I'll be keeping for pickling. I got full friendship with Penny today, giving me hearts for Maru whilst I was on my way to Robin's to purchase the slime hutch blueprint, because this will open another mine elevator. Even though I wasn't finished slaying bugs for the special request yet, I still dropped off 100 bug meat I already had to the barrel to prevent the issue we had last time, but then it was straight into the mines from there to carry on. I did take a little break in the middle though because I realised recently that I'd been neglecting my one and only chance each week to give Pierre a gift, which is when he leaves his store to go to the saloon on Fridays. But then I resumed the bug squashing, and once I had officially collected 100 bug meat, I unlocked another travelling merchant day, so she'll be here Tuesdays too, and with that out of the way, I can start clearing farm trees again. Day 104 began with some mushroom foraging. Then I went to say hello to the travelling merchant who this week was selling me a worm bin. I might as well grab it to guarantee something new next week. I placed that crystallarium from my pet and immediately got a jade going for more staircases. Hopefully this helps me even with the regular mines. Not gonna lie, at this point I was starting to get sick of these hot peppers, but I took care of them anyway before finding my first summer spangle had grown. I debated leaving it there for the honey, but this was my first one to harvest, so the reward was another lightning rod, not bad. Having realised I forgot to replant the red cabbages, I filled all the spots with forage, then decided to move the machines at the top because I was planning way into the future for iridium sprinklers, and to fit them this crop area will need to be 5 tiles tall, so I shifted the path 1 up. And don't worry, I did remember to water all those crops. This was also the day I started growing some fibre, which thankfully I won't have to water, though I did miscalculate the number of tiles and I was out of mix seeds to fill them. What an eyesore! Having used up a lot of my bars recently, this evening was spent in the mines gathering ores for more. Some extra coal was also nice because on day 105 I made a few more preserves jars to double my output, but because of all those paths we've been making, I was also low on stone. I did make a few more paths out of wood though to stop these trees spreading when they grow up. I needed help from the desert trader for the first time in a while and traded loads of quartz for bombs as well as some jades for staircases. And for my other Sunday duties, it was time for the next gift spree. I got a banana for 6 hearts with Krobus, a combat level for 6 hearts with Caroline, and a farming level for 6 hearts with George. On checking my coop that evening, I found a golden chick had hatched. A quokka chick, obviously. That farming level we got today was really important too, unlocking the cheese press and the quality sprinkler. Without easy access to gold though, it's going to be hard to make large quantities of these just yet. On day 106, I made an early delivery to George of a cave carrot he'd asked for before visiting Emily in her home with some shiny rocks for the rock rejuvenation special request, but all I got was 10 key gems. For another gifting day, I got 35 key gems from Sandy, but since I have a lot of villagers I don't have to worry about anymore, I had plenty of time for more farm deforestation, which meant I could sell more tea saplings. On day 7, I bought a tuna from the travelling car and the Archipelago item which gave me hearts with Sam. The next big batch of forage had come to fruition, and I made sure to start at the bottom here so I couldn't forget about this section. Our hot peppers were also ready too. Even though they won't grow in time, I did refill the spots with more forage seeds just to hold the sprinkler spots, because we should be starting next year with the new season we just unlocked. I only got friendship hearts here, but I bit the bullet on a couple more upgrades at Clint's just to get them out the way. Then I made this another mines day with my primary focus being on smashing dust sprites for coal, but I wasn't going to ignore any ores or gems, which meant I hit level 9 mining, or 2 more hearts with Willy. I was also here to top up my stone supplies. I got my first blue slime egg that afternoon, and in even more slime action, I slayed the special slime which dropped me a better magnet ring, replacing my diddy little one immediately. On day 108, I picked my first poppy, unlocking the island mailbox. I'm fine. It's fine. I'm totally fine. After incubating the blue slime egg, I finally bought that stupid fishing channel from the travelling cart because this, I think, was the lowest price we've seen for it, and that's all the Archipelago items we can buy on a Wednesday taken care of. An even better find though was the sturgeon sold by Krobus. Only 200 gold too, and today I did finally buy that star drop. My mind was filled with thoughts of chaos. Just sounds like a regular day, really. This is sort of a repeat of yesterday. I was in the mines again, but this time I brought my staircases with me and I had a bit more luck on my side. I found a mushroom floor on 83, but my inventory was packed full of other stuff, so this was a bit of a struggle, but I continued my descent, eventually making it to floor 100 for 2 hearts with Sandy and 100 key gems, then floor 105 for a peach sapling, but on floor 106 I forgot about my health levels and died. No! Maru dragged me out of that place, but luckily I didn't lose anything too important, though the staircases were a bit annoying. Day 109 and it was time to pickle some more cabbages. I was surprised to find there were already some golden eggs in the coop, but I wasn't surprised about the crowded fruit cave because when it's all the way at the beach it becomes pretty forgettable. Oh hey, level 10 foraging. Or actually an extra 2 hearts with Sam. I bought another hopper from Mr. Key's shop with my abundance of key gems because I'd crafted a 3rd furnace, so I have one each for copper, gold and iron. Then I ended up fishing at the mountain lake for the first time in a long while to hope for some progression via our fishing level. Though with the limited types of fish we can catch, most of which give low amounts of XP, this is going to be quite the task. It took until almost 10 PM to gain a level, and for that I'll get an axe upgrade. On day 110, I collected that gold axe upgrade from the mail, then checked Clint's to see if the iridium level was available and what that would give me. A drought? Why would I want to pay 25 grand for that? I did buy the gold pickaxe for the Haley hearts though, just to get it done. I chose to fish in town today for a little bit of variety, plus I'd be near Pierre's to give him his weekly gift that evening, except he doesn't go to the saloon when it's raining. I resumed the fishing late into the night, but didn't get any more levels today. On day 111, I bought the next Archipelago item from the cart which unlocked the well. Can't actually remember building one of these in any playthrough. I also nabbed the summer spangle to use as a gift for Caroline, and the fairy rose I'll turn into seeds. I was relieved to see this will be my final hot pepper harvest. I can't tell you how sick I was of watering these by now, and we had one final batch of summer forage here too. Again, replanting simply to hold the sprinkler spots. All the fibre was ready to cut as well. I will never get over how satisfying this is. All of those went straight into another 90 tea saplings, but I only had enough clay to replant 16 fibre seeds, which was a bit rubbish but better than nothing. That afternoon I was back at the fishing grind again till suddenly I remembered something. Robin's materials were going to get super expensive soon, so I wanted to grab some stuff, but I was also there to buy the deluxe coop blueprint for rhubarb seeds, except I just about overspent. It's sickening watching me resell some of it back to make the difference, but I was not walking out of there today without that unlock. I could now focus on the fishing again, and even after another entire evening of pain, it still wasn't enough for a new level. We made 60 grand that night though, so now I'm no longer broke. Day 112 might have been the last day of the year, but it was the first day of a new gifting week. The wizard and I had to separate a fight between Krobus and the dwarf, and this cutscene was interesting for me because I've never viewed it before getting the dwarvish translation guide, and as you can see, the dialogue here is still in the other language. I thought this was a cool little detail. When I made it over to Sandy's with one of her weekly gifts, I also wanted to pick up the rhubarb seeds as we've just unlocked spring, but it seems she now only sells a limited quantity at a time. I still bought all of them. I was reluctant to fish more for my last day of the year, but at this point it was the only thing I could really make any meaningful progress with, so I just needed to grin and bear it, and in a weird twist of fate today, this was the first time I caught a sunfish. The stable unlock is nice though, so I ran straight to Robin's to ask her to build it. Next year we'll have a horse-shaped friend, but leave a comment as to what animal you think this will really be. I didn't give up on the fishing yet either, and I was thankful for that when I hit level 7 fishing, which will get me another seed maker. It wasn't long before it was time for the dance of the moonlight jellies again. I said hello to anyone who needed more friendship points and bought another seafoam pudding. Even though they're expensive, it's nice to be able to have more than one this year. Then, together with the town, we gave the year a send-off, and even though this event doesn't belong here, it was nice to have a sort of peaceful New Year's Eve vibe to reflect on all that progress and prepare ourselves for what's to come, which for us is finally going to be our first spring. I played 200 days of messed up Stardew Valley, and actually this is our full second year. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, watch the previous video first. You really can't be missing a single second of this chaos. Last year was an absolute scorcher, so from now on, I vow, no more summer. Summer is banned, so let's see how far we can get this time. The wizard and Pierre are still MIA, so it's our mission to find them safe and sound. As a reminder, our end goal will be perfection, and the settings I use for the Archipelago setup can be found linked in the description, so hit the like button for a bit of good luck and subscribe for all the chaos ahead. And without further ado, let's begin. On day 113, I stepped out into the fresh air because spring has finally sprung. Kent was waiting at the farm for me to introduce himself, so we've got a brand new friendship to progress. But of course, from all of last year's unlocks, we already have 8 real hearts with him. His family must have really been talking me up whilst he was away. Here's a reward seed maker from last year, and whilst I start tidying up the farm, you might spot Robin working on our new stable. I can't wait to unveil which animal will be our mode of transport. I don't have every crop unlocked yet, so I planted more coffee, a blue jazz, a couple of ancient seeds, that rhubarb I got from Sandy's, and here's the rest of my hotbar. I won't waste your time listing everything. I grabbed the free snacks from the forest on my way to the Joja sewer, where I bought even more seeds, mainly cauliflower for the profit, but I also found packs of rhubarb seeds here and topped it off with some potatoes because why not? And I was really excited to get some sprinklers down in this little patch too, because I was so done with the masses of daily watering we dealt with last year. I left the farm again that night because I'd not destroyed the log here yet, no more chair skip into the secret woods, but I wanted to come here for the new season's forage so I can make more spring seeds to fill some open sprinkler spots. On day 114, I tried to use a hint to find the wizard, and I definitely did this wrong because this response was basically the opposite of what I wanted, but hey, now we'll know we'll get a combat level whenever we find him. I grabbed my first apricots, which will reward me with some quality retaining soil. This is actually trash now that I've got sprinklers in place. Shane was in quite a state when I found him that day, so I helped him to the hospital, then fished at the forest lake for a smallmouth bass. A solar panel? Yes please. I checked on my animals who all needed food, and the coop was cluttered with eggs, but at least this is good for more mayo. I had a quick look at my friendships to remind myself who still needs gifts, and as you can see, we have so many filled up now from last year's gifting, but our work isn't even close to being done here yet. So I made a bit of progress with today's gift spree, but nothing new was unlocked. The true gift of the day though was our new horse-shaped friend, but I think you'll actually find that this is a pigeon. The best pigeon ever. For the rest of this day, I hung out in the mines, but I'll be completely honest, I really can't remember why, and I even stayed till I passed out. I paid an early morning visit to the travelling car on day 115 to grab the pufferfish since I can't catch these yet, but I didn't realise I already had one. At least I have a spare, I guess, because one of these I handed to Demetrius for his quest, which leveled me up in mining. I only just remembered to ask Robin for that free well. Again, I just dumped this in a temporary spot. Then I ran to the beach to reel in some new fish because I had no idea that I could never have caught the sardine in summer. Literally the only season I was stuck with last year. I also caught an anchovy and a herring, all of which earned me more friendship. Speaking of fishing, I accepted the legendary fish key quest. I don't know what wave of confidence I was riding, but I think I actually intended to do this, with a training rod. The first one I attempted was the Legend 2, with the logic that if I can manage this one, I'll be able to get the rest, and if I can't do it, there's no point even trying the others. I didn't end up even hooking it though, so I guess it's not meant to be. On day 116, Kent got his first birthday gift, which got me hearts with Evelyn instead. Then I spent literally all day at the lake fishing again. But I'm only now realising as I'm scripting this that I'm pretty sure my bobber doesn't even come close to where I need to be to catch that Legend 2. At least it forced me to chip away at that fishing level, even if I didn't gain one today. On day 117, I unlocked cactus seeds for harvesting my first garlic, but let's be honest, just the presence of the garlic alone was reward enough. I turned this one into more seeds to replant because I don't have space for 50 of them at the moment, so this time I'll get 2 more. I still have 1 spot in my coop, so I got another golden egg incubating. Then it was another full day of mountain lake fishing. Still no level up though. Day 118 began with a fresh apricot delivery to Emily, though I was hoping for more than a Junimo cart life. But in better news, I finally leveled up fishing today after days of grinding, and tomorrow I'll be receiving the Dwarvish translation guide, so soon we can make progress with the dwarf. At first I thought this was an immediate reward though, so here I am giving a wasted gift. For the evening, I deforested the forest, being pretty low on wood, bringing home over 500 more of the stuff to make my first tappers for the oak farm. My tulips have bloomed on day 119, which will get me a free pressure nozzle. I also had my first kale and potatoes, so here are some Jody hearts and a travelling merchant metal detector, whatever that does. I kept most of the potatoes for pickling, and on my way to the Joja sewer for more seeds, I found my rice was also ready. I'm looking forward to another star drop. In place of the potatoes, I opted for kale because I don't usually pick this and I wanted something different. Now that I could actually speak Dwarvish, I gave the dwarf a first official gift, but in spamming through the dialogue, I accidentally bought a cherry bomb. I do this way more often than I'd like to admit. Whilst I had the shop open, I bought the rarecrow and the path recipe as well as 50 bombs to help me in the mines, which is where I ended up next. I hit level 8 combat for another free hopper, and I slayed enough dust sprites for the monster slayer goal, but I still don't know where the Adventurers Guild ended up to collect that burglar ring. I was hoping to try and get down further in the floors today, but I couldn't beat my previous record of 96, so no new milestones there. On day 120, I felt a little bit taunted by the special request board with both of these coming from the wizard. Where are you? My breakfast came in the mail today, nothing like the taste of chaos in the morning. Then I turned my attention to the forage harvest, which of course just went into more seeds. It was also time for a new batch of fibre plants, with a scarecrow this time because one of them did get pinched. I then helped the saloon with its financial troubles. I'm relying on this establishment because I need access to these arcade machines. Some of the things I need to unlock are milestones in these, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm terrible at both, so this is gonna be interesting. I gave up Journey of the Prairie King pretty quickly due to the lack of coordination, so I guess I better try Junimo Kart again. According to my husband, this game is, and I quote, harder than the bosses of Elden Ring. If you know, you know. This went about as well as you could expect at first, but slowly I started to get the hang of some of the jumps, and figuring out that clicking with the mouse is so much easier than using the spacebar. It did take me a good half an hour of real life time to even pass the first level, and you know what? At this point, I was definitely appreciating all those extra lives we've been getting. I also learned that your cart does not have to be on the track when you pass the checkpoint for it to count, which didn't feel legal, but I'm not going to question it. And I don't know if it's just me, but I find this second level easier than the first. The painting is not what I was hoping for though. The bubbles and the gravity of the Gem Sea Giant level was the next thing to trip me up though, but I was just happy to have got past the first level today. I bought all the recipes from Gus's before I left, and a few salads too. Then I visited the beach spa because I think I got a comment on the last video trying to tell me to use the other door in here, but of course we can't get into the other locker rooms, so I just took a dip for a bit and came home to switch my tuna pond for a sturgeon one. On day 121, I brought the pigeon out for a ride to help me collect some spring onions, and today was the day I caved and bought a pack of 50 garlic seeds. I just can't help myself, okay? I knew I couldn't plant these all at once, but they'll be great for something with a short growing time that can hold sprinkler spots for me. I will be needing a lot more sprinklers though, so today was for farming copper in the mines. But as soon as it got to the evening, I was over at the pier fishing, hoping to catch the eel, having forgotten that the training rod just isn't capable of such a feat. On day 122, I got my first blue jazz, and surprisingly, I remembered to grab the honey before I picked the flower, and here I unlocked the deluxe scarecrow recipe. I had enough gold for just a few quality sprinklers, so I started a new crop field and stuck around on the farm today to clear the explosion of trees and debris that sprouted with the season. That was just over a stack of wood just hanging out on my farm. On day 123, I found out I'll be receiving a galaxy dagger for harvesting my first green bean. Gosh, imagine if that was just a vanilla thing. Pigeon helped me deliver some gifts, and when I went to collect more from my fruit cave on the pier, I found Willy standing outside with some sort of predicament. What have you been doing with my fruit cave, Willy? Oh my goodness, how did this happen? They're everywhere! I hope they haven't pinched my fruit. Gus joined us shortly after and offered to take them off our hands, but Willy, you need to find somewhere else to breed your crabs. Leave my fruit cave alone. I think they took all the good stuff too, because there were only a few rubbish forageables left. Some of the others I'll have to find something else, but Evelyn got a diamond, reaching full friendship for 30 more key gems. Proba's got a void egg, bringing us to 8 hearts, instead raising my friendship with Pierre, who we still haven't found. And for 8 hearts with Jody, I unlocked a barn upgrade, which I wasted no time in ordering from Robin. That reminded me about the egg we had incubating, and today we hatched a sparkling golden potteroo. Who gave you the audacity to be quite so adorable? Now that it was spring, Robin could finally lose her axe, so I could bring it back to her, which will get me a trash can upgrade, which I received the next morning, along with the galaxy dagger. Evelyn seemed happy with the gift I gave George today, but this could never beat a new mine elevator from hitting full friendship with Marnie. I'll also be getting more fiber seeds from Sandy, and more travelling merchant stock from Gus too. Whilst I was at the saloon, I couldn't help but give the Journey of the Prairie King another try. I can't put it off forever. In some miracle, I actually made it past the first level, and it seems like the levels themselves don't give us anything new. Instead, you gotta fight your way to the shop lady, and the upgrades you can buy are what give you the rewards, which are not ideal, but you can see down in the bottom left the upgrades we've already received by other means. The third level ended up getting way more crowded than I was prepared for, and it doesn't help that I keep backing myself into a corner, but this was the furthest I ever got, so thus began a new hyperfixation. I'm glad that in single player, time doesn't move in these arcade machines. If only real life was like this, because I spent a good 45 minutes here, so I managed to come away with another mini obelisk, a free keg, a pack of fishing bait, and I guess we do unlock stuff from the boss levels because for this first one, I unlocked the silo. There it is! I did also manage to get through the next level, and with my purchase, I earned a galaxy soul, but at this point, I decided to take a break and come back to this later because this machine will save your progress. To do something else productive, I hunted for forage and waited to give Pierre his one weekly gift for his fleeting appearance, and from him, I unlocked the next house upgrade. Definitely worth the wait. On day 125, I had some early morning visitors. The first was Leah to give us whatever this is, and the next was Gus with his flaming pot of sauce, here to give me a mini jukebox. What a weird morning. I was excited about placing my first keg from the mail, and that sculpture from Leah, I'll just put it over here where we don't see it very often. For my first cauliflower harvest, I'll be sent some key seasoning, and the big batch of kale was ready too. I wanted to make sure I had as many spots free as possible ready for the strawberry seeds from the egg hunt, though I have no idea what led me to believe I'd come home with any of those today because obviously this is some other unlock instead. No strawberries for me, but instead I unlocked yam seeds. I warmed up my legs walking around the town square, greeting everyone I needed friendship points with because today I needed to win the egg hunt. The only way for me to get any reward from this festival was to smash the competition, and because of all of those permanent speed boosts we've earned, I gathered a whopping 18 eggs before running out of time. This turned out to be one of the most important egg hunts of my life because with this, I won the entire season of fall. So yeah, don't worry, this isn't going to be an entire year of spring. I did end up rushing over to the Joja sewer that night because I had a lot of empty fields without the strawberries, so that'll become space for more rhubarb instead. Speaking of rhubarb, my first harvest came in the next day, and for that, I'll be getting a fishing rod upgrade. Thank goodness, I'm so done with this training rod. All that rhubarb got replanted with more rhubarb because it's a really good money maker. I made use of the first day of the gifting week, but I didn't unlock anything new from this today. Then I felt like giving Journey the Prairie King another go, but this run ended just one level later. I stayed here for about an hour or so today in real life time. The next ammo upgrade will be getting me a coffee bean, which we already have plenty of. The gun upgrade actually gave me what I paid for, but the gun upgrade after that, I'll be sent another seed maker instead. The pricey super gun upgrade was super worth it because this will unlock the minecarts. Since we pretty much have the mines in our backyard, this will mainly be great for a quick shortcut to Robin. I also beat the next boss, which gained us a rare crow as the prize. The next zone suddenly ramped up to way out of my skill level though, so that was it for me today. I am proud of my progress though. Back on the farm, I made another 86 tea saplings to sell, so including some of the rhubarb and a few other bits, we made almost 50 grand today. On day 127, we had the next forage harvest. Then it was time for our first big salmonberry gathering. When I got to the secret woods, I used my brand new bamboo pole to fish up my first wood skip. And here, we'll now have access to winter. That's all of the seasons now unlocked. I picked all the salmonberries on my way to different fishing locations, and over at the mountain lake, I caught my first largemouth bass, which brought me the dark talisman. I only managed to acquire 70 salmonberries today, so I just handed the dwarf a gift and headed to bed. On day 128, I snuck a leek over to Evelyn so she could give it to George, which resulted in a travelling merchant discount. That reminded me I should probably actually check the car, and it was a good thing I did, because today she was selling a blueberry. We've not unlocked these yet, so I'll be chucking it into a seed maker and saving it for Ginger Island because we are absolutely not enduring another summer. I also brought the next Archipelago item, which was another rare crow. Now that I had the dark talisman, I was ready for a new location. What's inside this cave? Is it the wizard? Is it Pierre? Nope, it's just Jodie's house. Sam's cutscenes can go away. No time for socializing. I've got salmonberries to pick and new fish to catch. The ghost fish actually burnt me, and the stonefish took ages to show up, but when it did, I was rewarded with a crystallarium. Oh, so worth it. On day 129, my barn upgrade was done, so I bought a zebra and a sloth. They may look similar to goats, but don't be fooled. Definitely a zebra and a sloth. My garlic was ready for replanting when I arrived at the farm, and after handing out a couple of gifts, I wanted to make another attempt at Junimo Kart, which I really do now think is harder than Journey of the Prairie King. Though, that being said, I did make it past the Gem Seed Giant today, unlocking starfruit seeds, which we've definitely already harvested last year. But then it didn't take long at all for me to lose all my lives at Ghastly Galleon, so I left it again for the day. I went back to gifting instead and unlocked Caroline seeds from What? I went back to gifting instead and unlocked melon seeds from Caroline, and I won't say it again, but any summer seeds will now just be saving for Ginger Island, or if we get the greenhouse first. No more summer. And for our other non-summer activity, more salmonberries. On day 130, I stole the mushrooms from Lewis's cave and continued with my spring foraging obsession for the last day of salmonberry season. It was then over to Robin's because it was time to ask her to build my free silo. I can finally make use of all this extra grass on the farm, and when I got back there, I shipped off another 54 tea saplings. I visited the dwarf in the cave and hit 2 hearts, unlocking fairy seeds, then spent the rest of the day in the mines for iron and coal. On day 131, I struggled with fishing in town because it's raining, so the catfish is around. It took me a while, but I did manage to catch it, which upped our friendship with Abigail. Pierre was asking for some Joja Cola for a pizza, and as questionable as this is, I accepted it because it's Friday today and Pierre usually goes to the saloon. I had to go home and grab it ready for later, and whilst I was there, I moved my preserves jars to the shed, making sure to leave one outside so I know when these are ready. I also grabbed a couple of supplies to check some things off my journal. I got some Shane hearts for the crispy floorfish, and I guess this cauliflower wasn't up to scratch because Jodie decided to burn me when I handed it over. I then proceeded to get drenched whilst waiting to ambush Pierre with a special gift along with his Joja Cola, but because he's too good for the rain, he won't be leaving the store today. I was really counting on that board request. Has nobody heard of umbrellas here? In reality though, the rain was actually a good thing because I successfully caught my first eel. I'm okay with another free chest, I suppose. Then I carried on fishing for the night to slowly work on that fishing level. On day 132, I incubated another slime egg and cleared out the slime. I do this periodically, and I know it will be easier to fence the slimes off, but honestly, I couldn't be bothered, so I'll continue to struggle annoyingly for the foreseeable future. I was ready to give Journey the Prairie King another go, and after another hour or so, through the power of luck and the sheer amount of items I was getting, I successfully reached the final level, fought that boss, and won. What was the big reward for beating Journey of the Prairie King? Another life in Junimo Kart, which actually I was pretty relieved to find. This is something I never thought I'd be able to do. So with this as my first ever victory, I'm pretty proud of myself, even if I did have a head start with some upgrades. The harder version can go away though. Absolutely not, because I need some remaining brain cells to make use of the extra Junimo Kart life. Clearly I needed them all for the 40 minutes I spent here, and somehow I held on long enough to reach the end of Ghastly Galleon. All of that just for a painting, and I wasn't expecting Red Hot Roller Coaster to go quite this hard. I literally lost all the lives before even reaching the first checkpoint. I did give it a couple more goes, and this time I experienced the horror that is Glowshroom Grotto. No thank you, bring back Red Hot Roller Coaster. I think I just got the two most unfair mushrooms ever. On day 133, I received my very own Journey of the Prairie King machine, which personally I can't see myself using. At this point, I feel like Pierre is taunting me with all these requests, or maybe it's a sign that we might find him this year, who knows. It was time for another garlic planting, then I took a scythe to a lot of this grass to get the silo filled up, making sure to stop once it got full. For this new gifting week, I earned some fairy dust for reaching 10 hearts with Krobus, a star drop for 8 hearts with Sandy which arrives tomorrow, as well as a reward for delivering a dandelion to her, and finally a travelling merchant discount for full friendship with Jody. With any remaining hours, I literally just chop wood. On day 134, I collected my rewards from the mail, including that star drop from Sandy. I am loving all the chaos here and I hope you are too. I harvested my final batch of spring forage for the season, and since I didn't have enough time for another round, I put the remaining garlic in its place, even if I didn't have enough for every spot. I then handed out all the gifts I could, and for 10 hearts with George, I unlocked parsnip seeds. Impressed with the timing with it being the last week of the season. That was my only friendship unlock of the day, so I took some time to think about a more permanent spot for the stable and the well, but obviously it's now too late in the day to actually get them moved. Day 135 began with a little forest foraging on my way to the Joja sewer to buy my first parsnip seeds. I haven't got much space for many of them, but of course Joja only sells them in packs of 50, so we didn't have much choice. This reminded me I really do need a lot more sprinklers, so into the mines I went for the day to stock up on copper. Day 136 was the flower dance. My first stop was the shop to buy the tub of flowers recipe and a fishing level in place of the raggro. I said hi to whoever needed the friendship points and got friendship with Abigail from Kent, and for my flower dance partner this time I decided to ask Maru because I never have before. I needed to make sure I asked someone to be able to get a reward, and for this I got the quality boba recipe. Plus I didn't have to stand all awkwardly in the corner, though I am really out of line and I haven't been given the costume. Not sure what's worse really. On day 137, I bought some bombs from the dwarf because I wanted to try for more mines progress, but it took way longer than I was expecting to get through the floors than I would have liked, so I passed out on floor 95 with no new milestones hit. On day 138, I incubated my first red slime egg from yesterday's mine adventures before harvesting some rhubarb in the rain. The final set of garlic was also ready, so in those spots I put some rice shoots and spare parsnip seeds because I'm less bothered about losing those to hold the sprinkler spots. I had nowhere near enough to cover the whole area where the rhubarb was, so I ended up just chucking some spare cheap stuff in the seed maker to use, which took me till the evening, when I decided to head to the Joja sewer to prepare for next season's seeds. As you can see by my purchases, we're skipping that summer and picking fall next, but I only bought pumpkins because I didn't want 50 of everything else, and we still have the single seeds we got from the mail. On day 139, I harvested my first parsnip well over a year after we usually would. I got the cone hat from the Getting Started quest and unlocked sunflower seeds from that first harvest just in time for fall. The next step for this starter quest was to craft a scarecrow, for which I unlocked a coop upgrade. It was then on with the final rhubarb harvest, but I'll have to figure out something to plant here to hold the spots because today's coffee beans are nowhere near enough. Forage resets tomorrow, so I checked the secret woods for morels, and I feel like my Stardew saves are conspiring against me because both of these today are gold quality, and if you've been watching the One Life Challenge, you know I've been in desperate need for one of these. Definitely check out that series if you haven't yet. Anyway, I asked Robin to get the free coop upgrade going, then I just sort of threw down whatever seeds I could really because I didn't want to have to buy more just for them to die soon, and that is when I'd realised I missed all this rhubarb this morning. Aside from some general farm chores, I made sure to clear out the coop and get some food down ready for Robin to start upgrading the place. This ended up being a really good money day, mostly thanks to the rhubarb, but we did sell quite a few other things too. When I woke up the next morning, the raising animal quest had cleared itself because we of course already have our coop, so I got a couple of Krobus hearts. I collected the cone hat from the mail. I often forget about this one, but it's going to be the look for the foreseeable future. I proudly rocked that new hat for the next little gift spree. Nothing new unlocked today though. Then I popped to the desert to make some trades. I fished for the sandfish too, unlocking the deluxe fertilizer recipe, but I didn't manage to get hold of the scorpion cart this time. Then, that evening, I caved and bought some new sewer parsnip seeds to sacrifice. I would rather this than deal with the time and energy on retilling and watering tomorrow, and tomorrow can't come soon enough because it's gonna be our first fall. Besides all the fall colours, the first thing I noticed on day 141 was my ancient fruit having come to fruition. Interestingly, we didn't unlock anything for harvesting this plant, but obviously I just turned these back into seeds. I have quite a lot of new things to plant this season, and most things I just went with the single seed you get in the mail, except for the pumpkins. As you saw, we bought lots and lots of pumpkins because these are great for profit. Plus, I just like pumpkins, but it seems I didn't buy enough. I ended up getting 50 each of bok choy seeds, yams, amaranth and artichoke instead, just for a tiny bit of variety, and I'll work my way through all of these as the season progresses. I hit 4 hearts with the dwarf today, which got me more ancient seeds. Those will go in a chest with the ones I made earlier, but for the rest of the day I rode around with Pigeon on the hunt for fall forage. On day 142 I had more pickles to make and gifts to hand out before fishing for new fish at Ginger Island. I got a hoe upgrade for the lionfish, and I stayed for the day hoping for more new ocean fish, but I didn't get any this time. I did get a couple of golden walnuts though, and when I returned to the farm that night I added more paths to plan out the new crop fields. I really can't believe this, but I started day 143 with even more fishing. I caught my first tilapia, which leveled up my mining skill, and a first albacore, which got me more ancient seeds. I wanted to catch Marnie on her first working day of the week because I wanted to add to my coop a fluffy long-eared shark, a fluffy long-eared rhino, and a fluffy long-eared chinchilla. If you think they look like rabbits, your eyes are deceiving you. This is the day I got round to moving the buildings, though even then I still wasn't really happy with how they were. I'll rethink this later. Before I left, I checked to see if I had any free builds waiting, and here we have the last house upgrade, so I asked Robin to get that done for us. Then, just outside, I fished for the tiger trout, which got me more ancient seeds, and a salmon which leveled up my combat. Those were just a warm up to catch the angler. No idea how I managed this with a bamboo pole, but I'll take the extra friendship with Demetrius. Turns out that combat level was level 5, so for my profession, I chose fighter since the other one doesn't really do much for us. I spent the entirety of day 144 fishing, and for good reason. My first sea cucumber unlocked the boat repair. I got the actual ancient seed recipe for level 9 fishing, and that was really it for unlocks, but we still got to work towards level 10, right? On day 145, I picked my bok choy, which increased the travelling merchant stock size. Since I still haven't got enough fall forage, I started chucking common mushrooms in the seed makers to make those fall seeds because I really wanted to get some planted. I fancied a bit of foraging in the secret woods. Then I wanted to confirm that the boat to Ginger Island now works. And yes, we can buy a ticket, but I won't be doing this because we have our own slightly more creative way, and more importantly, free route to get there. I brought Penny one of those bok choys for a request, and this one is truly farm fresh. Then I returned to my half-finished task of planting more forage on the farm. That evening I decided, you know what, I've taken enough free boat trips home from Ginger Island, so maybe I should at least buy one ticket today. Though I completely forgot that you have to view this unskippable cutscene, so I guess I also paid with my time. I can't exactly remember what it was that I wanted from the volcano, but I got promptly beaten up, so I chickened out for the day. Day 146 and we had another fall crop. It was the eggplant this time, which raised my friendship with Gus. Kind of funny timing because he also mailed me that morning to bring him a lobster, and for that I got another foraging level. I wasn't going to leave the saloon today without taking another shot at Junimo, and after many attempts, I managed to complete Slump Stomp for the first time, which removed the Island West Turtle. That's huge! A whole new section of Ginger Island to explore. This distraction was enough for me to lose all my lives. I just had to check out the new bit of Ginger Island, except I have to wait for the mail tomorrow. On the bright side, this meant I remembered to check the travelling cart today, and it's a good thing I did because we now also have the volcano exit shortcut. I did still have to go back to Ginger Island again today, so I went via Sandy's store. Plus, if you didn't know, you can get free milk from Sandy on Saturdays. But I was really here to pass out because I found out we do not in fact have any real hearts with Leah, so to get to Willy's shop, I need to pass out here. Having got some comments on the last video asking me to check Willy's bedroom, that was the first thing I tried on day 147, but I think that's just in the expanded mod. No access for us here. It was straight back to Ginger Island after that to check out the newly opened bit. I haven't got the walnuts to buy anything from these parrots, but the first door I tried was the island farmhouse, which brought me to the spa locker rooms, then the museum. The reward for finally finishing the archaeology quest was 5 useless warp totems, but at least I know where to bring the artifacts now. For now, I just worked on gathering all the easily accessible walnuts from this area, and when I got to the walnut room door, I found skull caverns inside. I obviously wasn't going to go this day, but I still used the key to get some Evelyn hearts. You'll be pleased to know I remembered to check the frog's cave, which is actually the wizard's basement, and climbing that ladder brought me to the quarry. I didn't look in the memory puzzle cave yet, so we'll see that another day, because I realised it's raining on the island, so I should really attempt that gem puzzle through the sheer power of trial and error. But without seeing a single gem bird, I had no successful guesses this evening. Plus I really wanted to leave some time to get through to Volcano level 5 now that the shortcut is open. I picked up the recipes from the dwarf there too, and the parrot is here now, so I spent some walnuts and unlocked a fishing rod upgrade. I used that exit to access the north part of the island, and before going back into the volcano entrance, I wanted to see what was in Professor Snail's tent, and here is the Adventurers Guild. It was about time I could retrieve my staircases and collect rewards from Gil, including that all-important burglar ring. The parrot that usually repairs the dig site bridge unlocked a mine elevator instead. Then after grabbing the outdoor walnuts, it was back into the volcano for the bathhouse entrance, and hiding out in the locker room was the wizard. This is where he's been all this time. Oh, and we got a combat level from him too, so that's cool. Give me that funky true juice, I've been waiting far too long for this. I also got that podium unlocked, so now I can build all those free obelisks. The only one I need to find now is for the desert. The last place to check in here is the trapdoor at the back, and here we find out that Pierre has been operating out of the wizard's basement. But first we have to help Abigail with some Journey of the Prairie King. It was nice going into it knowing I actually have a shot of making it through the level with her, and given my recent victory, we actually did. Unfortunately, it was too late in the day to check out Pierre's wares, but I could look inside Caroline's tea room, which is now home to Leo instead. Has he just been trapped in here? I'm concerned, but hopefully after I've made this very dark discovery, Leo will be free to roam a bit. I befriended the parrot too, which increased my farming level. On day 148, I struggled to collect all my mail rewards because I gotten overexcited and prepped loads of seeds for Ginger Island. Oh, and there are the recovered staircases too. I put the seeds away for now to sort everything out because also my first amaranth was ready, so now we can access beet seeds, another fall crop. I replanted those with pre-bought artichoke seeds, and I had some spare yam seeds for my single iridium sprinkler I bought from Krobus. I forgot till I got a comment on the last video about how I've had access to Krobus since the very start, so I could have bought an iridium sprinkler every Friday. No! I was now more than ready to set up the Ginger Island farm, though I did forget my axe, so I stubbornly worked around the woods so I can prioritize planting the 3 crops for the old frog for whenever we find him. I also planted all of my taro on the other side of the water. It took me some time to clear out all the non-wood debris and set up the remaining sprinklers I had, but it wasn't until I struggled with the fruit saplings that I gave up and went home for my axe. When I got back to the island, I helped with encouraging Leo to move out of Pierre's shop so that Linus could teach him some life skills. Then my evening was for removing the rest of the debris on the island farm and collecting more golden walnuts. But before making the journey back to bed, I did check out the memory puzzle cave, which is where I found Lewis's home, a mayor who lives in a cave out of town. On day 149, I stepped foot in the Joja Center for the first time in a while because we can officially speak Junimo, so all the bundles are unlocked. These are all completely random, not cohesive in the slightest. And of course, we have our first hint of the random reward here, since most of the big important things we've already been given. It took me a while to find out where all my stuff goes, and with the sheer amount of items I'd saved up, it was going to take quite a few trips to get them all in here. Back on the farm, I found my first artichoke, meaning I'll be sent Pierre's missing stock list. Then it was back to the Joja Center with another backpack full to locate the spots for all the donations. I completed the crab pot bundle, which will give me some fairy dust. Then I remembered the vault doesn't need items, but it is more expensive. So here I bought a mine elevator for 3 grand, I increased the travelling merchant stock size for 30 grand, I unlocked cranberry seeds for 12 grand, and got more key gems for 6 grand. With the vault room now unlocked, I can now build a mill. With the next backpack full of mostly fish, I got a crystallarium for the Adventurers bundle. I had most stuff for most bundles, but annoyingly, the majority of them are sitting with like 1 or 2 items to go, a lot of which I definitely have in various chests at home. I took a break to pick the odd blackberry here and there, but I didn't feel like gathering every single berry this time. I wanted to save some for Linus now that I was giving him his berry basket back, and in return I got another extra life in Junimo cart. Break over, back to lugging stuff over to the Joja Center, and this time I completed the Geologist bundle for an apple sapling, the Artisan bundle which got me the last backpack upgrade, the Winter Foraging bundle for another golden walnut, and the Exotic Foraging bundle for a solar panel. Yet another backpack full, and I've definitely lost count of how many times this is now, but for this lot, I completed the Ocean Fish bundle for some Elliot hearts, the Night Fishing bundle for some Demetrius hearts, and the Animal bundle for Pierre hearts. I did go back one more time with a few odds and ends to complete the Dye bundle for Jazz hearts, and finally the Enchanters bundle for some Alex hearts. And that's it for today. What a huge burst of progress. The wizard did not make this easy. As you can probably imagine, day 150 began with an absolute avalanche of mail to open. I have no idea how the mail person managed to cram everything in here and shut it. In fact, who even delivers the mail around here? It's gotta be the wizard, surely. Who else would manage this? And apparently, in that giant list of rewards yesterday, I missed that I got a watering can upgrade, but here it is. After way too much reading and way too many paper cuts, I discovered I didn't have any open spots to plant my cranberries, so I sacrificed a forage plant to make way for them. I then took a trip to Ginger Island to visit the museum. I had a backpack full of artifacts, and I'll save you from listening to me read out every single reward, so the most important ones here were the travelling cart visiting on Mondays, a luck bonus, and an axe upgrade. All of the others were also important for perfection in some way really, but these are the most exciting to me at least. When I came home for the next load, I delivered Marnie's Amaranth, getting me a pomegranate sapling. Then the highlights of the next round of donations are a mine elevator, a shed upgrade, and the island resort. From there, I headed to Robin's for my next free building, and refreshed my memory of what I still need to purchase from her. I actually grabbed the mill blueprint today, so I'll be sent another keg. The mill was the building I asked her to do for me today, but not because of the purchase. We unlocked this from completing the vault room yesterday. I then found a reasonably priced museum piece at the travelling cart. Maybe this is what the metal detector perk does? If you know, leave a comment. Is this why I'm seeing artifacts and minerals here? I then fought my way through the volcano to visit the wizard, and this is when the magic ink completion triggered, so now the dig site bridge will be repaired. Now into the basement for Pierre's, and I realised that since I've unlocked the backpack upgrades, surely buying them in this store will give me new stuff? The first unlocked rare seeds, but I didn't have enough money for the second one today. Plus, I was here for a bouquet for later anyway, and whilst we're here, notice how Pierre only has a limited quantity of most things, so we definitely need to shop at the Joja Sewer anyway, and for the evening, I just gave out a couple of gifts. On day 151, I was happy to collect my axe upgrade amongst all those museum rewards. I also got that keg in the mail, and immediately started juicing a potato to use for the community centre. My first grape had grown, and for my first bunch that hadn't just come from the ground, I'll be getting an extra 1,000 gold. There was also my first yam for more hearts with Maru. I had a few more things to plant on Ginger Island, including that first rare seed, but I'll come back later with a sprinkler, and I made sure to plant the pomegranate sapling too. I said hi to Sandy today and reached full friendship, so tomorrow I'll be sent my own sewing machine. Funny that this time it still happens to be loosely linked to Emily in some way, but what I was really here for was some deluxe speed grow and beet seeds. With so many other things to do, I forgot until now to officially greet Birdie so I could start that quest line. Then with the beach resort now repaired, I could access this area for its walnuts, and to find out what's replaced the Pirates Cove, and this is now home to the Froggy Front. Still gotta wait on those crops to grow for now. There was also a new parrot in the volcano, so I fed it 5 walnuts for another mine elevator. It took me some time to get through to the shortcut exit on the 5th floor to access the dig site armed with a bomb to free Professor Snail, but when the bomb exploded, I unlocked rice shoots instead. He's gonna have to remain trapped until we figure out where the heck we can free him. I planned to fish up the discus here, but I kept getting anything but fish, so I gave up on that for now so I could get a few more sprinklers set up on the island farm before I could forget. You'll be pleased to know I did finally check the shipwreck tonight, which is now home to the mutant bug lair. I feel like it fit, but instead of the dark talisman in here, I found another seed maker. On day 152, I cooked a pale broth and a survival burger for the Joja Center, but the reward for the speciality fish bundle was a disappointing 2 key gems. Still had to be done, I suppose. I rode all the way up to the railroad with Pigeon to disturb Kent in bed because I wanted to give him the war memento. With the tomato salt he gave me, I made a bridge in the volcano over to the saloon to bring Gus this special ingredient, which he traded for the Stardew Valley rose. Luckily, Sandy isn't too far away, pretty much next door really, and in exchange for the flour, I got a TV remote. I warped home with my return scepter because I get to George's via the farmhouse, and you may have noticed I struggled to hit the warp stone here because I'm so speedy now. But I go through the front door, then the little cave, then up through the witch's swamp, and into the hut to give over the TV remote. For that, I got an Arctic shard for the wizard. bit more painful to get to. I literally had to run from so many enemies to reach floor 5 of the volcano. Because the turtle's still in the way, this is my only access to the north of Ginger Island. He gave me the wriggly worm for Willy, but for whatever reason, I decided to save this final step for later. I did want to visit Pierre whilst I was here because I had an amethyst for him that he requested. Anything to increase that friendship, plus a little bit of extra gold is always nice. I could now afford what would have been the last backpack upgrade, but instead I got a Lupini painting. Very thankful I didn't have access to this till now. It wasn't till midday that I began tending to the farm, and in place of all that forage went more forage. I wanted to occupy some time before I go to find Willy later tonight, so I went ghost hunting in the mines because I had the ectoplasm quest on my list for this week, but after many hours of trying, I didn't find it today. And I wanted to make sure to give Willy the worm on his way home that night, so now I have the pirate's locket ready for Birdie. I then took advantage of the late hour by fishing at the mountain lake for my first midnight carp, the reward for which was an extra 5,000 gold. On day 153, I emptied my sturgeon pond because I wanted to breed the midnight carp here, so now I don't have to fish for more. The fairy roses had now grown, so tomorrow I'll have a better pickaxe. Then I whizzed off to Ginger Island to return the pirate's locket to Birdie, and for that I unlocked tulip bulbs. I also got given more walnuts, so I used them to feed this parrot to unlock the iridium fishing rod, which will come by mail in the morning. Not bad for just 5 walnuts. I set up my crab pots on the beach here because I didn't want them on the farm anymore. Then it was back to the mines to try for the ectoplasm again. With way too many hours and way too many ghosts, it finally dropped close to midnight. On day 154, I removed a rainbow trout from my tank and turned it into sashimi ready for Pierre at some point. It was wonderful seeing all my pumpkins ready on the farm, but first I wanted to clear out the coop before I could forget any longer. It's a complete mess in here, and I really needed some of these as gifts. My first pumpkin got me another 50 iron ore, and once I gathered all the pumpkins on the farm, I replenished my pumpkin seeds in the Jojo sewer so I could plant another batch because this really is my favourite crop. With those dealt with, I could get on with the new gifting week, which also included giving in the ectoplasm for some Abigail hearts, and the sashimi to Pierre which got me the bone meal recipe, plus a mayo machine for reaching 4 hearts with him. Whilst I was in there, I bought a mini obelisk recipe from this parrot here. Then I returned to the valley to make some music with Abigail and fish for the walleye since it was raining, which boosted my luck. Having sold most of those pumpkins, we made quite a lot of money that night. Then on day 155 my potato juice was done, so I started making some coffee. At the travelling cart today, I bought a bone flute for the museum, and the Archipelago item which happened to be a discount for this place, so that'll be good for the future. That juice got added to the summer foraging bundle, which, are we foraging from a party or something here? But anyway, this got me another travelling merchant metal detector. I had some other bits to donate, but no more bundles complete just yet. My second gift to the dwarf for the week unlocked corn seeds. Then I unlocked a largemouth bass at the mountain lake to donate to the field research bundle. The travelling cart will now visit on Thursdays too. Over on Ginger Island, my first taro harvest unlocked the orange sapling, and it was nice to make a start with getting golden walnuts from the crops as well. I also found clams for the first time in my crab pots, which is weird because I was sure I caught all the crab pot fish, but that unlocked taro tubers, a completely redundant reward. As I was making my way through the volcano to gift the wizard, I reached level 10 mining. Didn't realise I hadn't done that yet either, but I'll be sent some desert warp totems tomorrow for it. This is useful considering the desert obelisk is the only one I haven't got yet, and for some bonus loot I got a golden walnut and an ostrich egg. Just got to find that incubator recipe now. On day 156, I gained a fishing level from a beetroot, and had a small batch of artichoke to harvest before heading off to the Stardew Valley fair. The first thing I did was check out the token shop so I knew how many tokens I'd need today. We're gonna need the same 2,800 to get what would have been the star drop and the rarecrow. I set up my grange display, and whilst Lewis was judging, I greeted everyone who still needed friendship points, which meant we hit 2 hearts with Leo for more travelling cart stock. Lewis barely got a chance to return to his spot before the game revealed that I had in fact won, getting 2 hearts with Jody on top of the 1,000 star token prize. I built up my balance using the wheel here, and for the items we spent the tokens on, we got hearts with the dwarf and 10,000 gold with some tokens left over to get a triple shot espresso because I just cannot resist the coffee. On day 157 I picked up an early corn because I only planted my first seed yesterday and I need this for the Jojo Center, but today I wanted to make progress with the museum, so I brought all of my troves and geodes to open. It took several trips back and forth to empty my backpack and get them all open, but I did leave some Omni geodes behind to trade for more artifact troves in the desert. Before opening all of those, I noticed my first cranberries were ready, so I unlocked the farm computer recipe. In the next round of donations it said I got a cute baby. No idea what that's about, but I was happy to see another Junimo cart life there. The other rewards were pretty unimportant. For the rest of the day, I went for a volcano run on the hunt for golden walnuts and cinder shards for perfection, and for enchanting my tools. I hit level 9 combat in the process, meaning the glittering boulder will be removed. I kinda forgot about the copper pan in this playthrough, to be honest. The treasure on the 9th floor had something quite exciting waiting for me. The Dragon Tooth Club will be an incredible weapon upgrade, since the slammer isn't exactly best for the volcano here, so that went straight into the trash. On day 158, I had a sprinkler full of yams to harvest and replant before bringing Kent an iron bar he requested, which brought us to 6 hearts. It was funny getting another life for Journey of the Prairie King now that we've already completed it. Now that I had an iridium rod, I felt a bit more confident in catching the stingray today. I'll take that foraging level, thank you very much. I continued the fishing on Ginger Island, on the hunt for more first catches. For my first discus, I got jazz hearts. This pufferfish unlocked the golden clock. A flounder unlocked the weather channel, but actually, thinking back, I don't remember this. I must have just been distracted by the loot. Oh, and I also got 2,000 gold for catching my first tuna. I'd forgotten for a while what was in the Ginger Island farm cave here, and when I made my way through the wizard's basement and stepped out onto the quarry, I got the copper pan cutscene. Yeah, there was a rock here and now there isn't, blah blah blah, now hand over the pan, Willy, I've got places to be. Said place happens to be the volcano for more walnuts, cinder shards and loot. The dwarf dagger is a great weapon, but I prefer the hammer I have, so I freed up the spot for more potential future loot. Though I ended up leaving on level 5 and I can't quite remember why because I kinda just wandered around. I did eventually get my head straight again and fished for the slime jack, which gave me more friendship with Clint. A slimy fish for a slimy man. Day 159, I didn't fancy the rainy forage harvest because it was a great luck day and I was feeling some skull cavets, but I wanted to handle this parrot first so I couldn't forget at a later date. This gave me a luck bonus, and I was regretting not doing this earlier because I'm pretty sure this doesn't take effect till I read the mail the next day, but I could be wrong. Just outside the walnut room door, I had a triple shot espresso and a magic rock candy, and you might notice this is my only food because I actually had Key's Hungry Challenge to do. If you've been around the channel for a while, you know how much I've come to love skull caverns, so I went in feeling pretty confident despite this being my first run of the save. Even though I took quite a bit of damage, playing the One Life Challenge has also had a hand in getting me used to not dying, and it wasn't too long before I hit floor 25 for that first challenge that Mr. Key sends in the mail, though my reward for that was a rare crow. I was super thankful for all the healing slimes, which definitely saved my butt, and I had a couple of serpents drop me a spicy eel ready for when we passed floor 100. I hit my first treasure floor on floor 65, and inside the chest was my first prismatic shard. This feels like the longest I've ever gone without one so far. Having found a load of these jump holes, I was on the brink of death at this point, but I wasn't giving up, although the loot on floor 73 certainly didn't lift my spirits. The seed maker a few floors later was okay, then when I got to floor 89, I realised I had more than enough staircase to see me through to 100, and I didn't want to miss out with my terrifyingly low HP. I made it there that evening and gained a foraging level for my effort, and in the chest was just a cowboy hat. I definitely prefer my cone hat. I took a minute to heal up before moving on, which is when I shifted my focus to gathering iridium, and I'm not going to say no to more prismatic shards. I passed out on floor 139 for the night, and here's a review of the loot I kept the next morning. Yep, those are 5 prismatic shards and over 180 iridium ore. Definitely a successful first run for me. I was however very surprised to see the mail from Mr. Key still containing 10,000 gold for reaching floor 25, given that we already got sent the rare crow. This was a lovely unexpected extra reward. I tended to the forage I left behind yesterday, then I went to visit the giant frog on Ginger Island because all 3 crops were ready, but I have no idea what realm he took me to because we seemed to hang out in the void. As long as I get all the walnuts, I wasn't going to question it, but none of these unlocked anything else new. I could now harvest these spots, starting with my first melon, and of course there's a melon tax. Why wouldn't there be? I said goodbye to that 10k we got this morning, and now I'm convinced Mr. Key sent me that gold as a prank. This made me forget what I was doing, so I never harvested the other 2 crops, and instead bought some sandy hearts with some walnuts in place of the farm obelisk, which we also have to find elsewhere. I left the island to bring Pam a battery, and in return I'll get that iridium snake milk. Then I brought Demetrius that first melon for his crop research, and for that I unlocked the Fortune Teller TV channel, which thanks to UA InfoSuite, I completely forgot I even existed really. For the next rewards today, I took aim at a couple more new fish. Green seemed to be happy about this new ice pip, and for a void salmon I'll be getting a watering can upgrade. Here's a quick look at our fishing progress, by the way, probably something like halfway there now. Day 161 marked the start of a new gifting week, which meant having to fight my way through half the volcano again to reach the wizard and Pierre with their gifts. But I also needed to bring Caroline a pumpkin to carve, which got me the ostrich incubator recipe. This was quite the relief, since we still haven't found out how to free Professor Snail, and because I had my axe with me, I ejected this walnut out of the tree. I fished at the ocean for a while that evening, though I can't remember why because I didn't unlock anything. Then I remembered to go do a bit of desert trading because it's a Sunday and we could do with more staircases. On day 162, I discovered a baby in the crib. What? Is this the cute baby I got from the museum? How did this happen? I'm so unprepared and I have so many questions. Like, does this mean I have to unlock rewards by opting to have kids when I'm married? L_? Who named them? I'm gonna process that later because I want to do a new special request, and this week we'll be hunting the prismatic slime at some point. The first thing I wanted to do on the farm today is make that ostrich incubator, but I was low on bone fragments, so I left that for now and headed to Ginger Island because I had some weeds hindering my fruit saplings. I said hello to my first blueberries too, but all they gave me was more farm debris, and even though I had a few more taro tubers I could have planted, I decided against it and pickaxed any leftover spots from last time to allow more tiles for potential artifact spots to spawn. I then took a trip to Clint's for geode cracking and checked the upgrade menu whilst I was there to know what to work towards, and I was horrified to find him selling a literal baby. Not only that, he called it ugly, and hiding behind the most expensive watering can upgrade. As if Clint could get any worse. I got all the geodes opened and exited as quick as I could to hand out my second lot of gifts of the week. When I reached the wizards, I hit 2 hearts, gaining friendship with Kent, and whilst I was there, I made sure to get my free golden clock built. Before leaving the island for the night, I hit up the dig site to gather all the bone fragments so I could now make the new incubator and get that egg hatching from the volcano. It was a good thing I came in here too because these animals need more rain food. Day 163 began with another forage harvest, and I didn't realise till after I replanted it that it wasn't going to grow in time, but at least the sprinkler spots will be held for me. The rest of my morning was spent in the desert catching the scorpion carp. For a horrible fish I got a horrible reward, the rusty sword. I can't wait to throw that straight from my mail into the trash tomorrow. It was then over to the mines to hunt for the prismatic slime, which took the entire day to show up, but at least I got it on my first day of searching this time. Here I am putting that rusty sword where it belongs the next morning. Then it was time for another half volcano run so I could hand in that prismatic slime for 25 key gems. I expanded my Ginger Island farm a little to plant some beets as well as some fertilized poppies because I need 5 gold quality ones for the community centre. And I changed my mind on planting some taro because I still need some golden walnuts from harvesting stuff. Speaking of golden walnuts, I got Clint to open my single golden coconut that evening for another golden walnut. Then back on the farm, I checked in on the slime hutch for the first time in clearly a very long while, and I had to say goodbye to some of the existing ones to allow the egg to hatch. I set up a slime press too, so I can press that slime into a bit of additional income. On day 165, I donated my prismatic shards to the museum, expecting that surely a wonderful piece like this would come with some wonderful reward. But no, literally nothing. Not a single thing. Except some disappointment, I suppose. I planned to make up for that with a major win, so I headed to the dwarf for some extra bombs and lunched on some spicy eel because today I wanted to reach the bottom of the mine. And as a reminder, my lowest elevator unlock is currently 75. I still need to find the others out in the world somewhere. I did have some staircases with me, but I was trying to avoid using them because the ladders seem to be showing up with bombs pretty well today anyway. I found a mushroom floor on floor 91, then I ended up using my first staircase of the day on 99 because screw those spiral floors. I used a few more over the course of the night because I suddenly realised what time it was, and I wasn't wasting time on the infested floors either. My next unlock came on floor 110 where I got a loom, and opening the chest made me want to throw up because there wasn't actually anything in there. I walked off the nausea to floor 115, increasing my friendship with Emily. Then I made it to floor 120 just after midnight and gained a farming level. Instead of the skull key here, I got hearts with Marnie, and now that's all the mine rewards unlocked. That farming level unlocked the keg recipe too, so today has been redeemed. On day 166, I fished a midnight carp from the pond now that they've multiplied to bring to the community centre. This completed the river fish bundle, which got me 2 hearts with Krobus. I wanted to make some more fishing progress today, so I fished in Cindersap Forest with some magic bait. I was looking for the Dorado, which I refused to do in summer, but I did first catch a pike which shuffled my inventory, and for a minute there it seemed like I actually didn't get said pike, but after rearranging everything it did pop up again. I also caught a perch which unlocked Leo's treehouse because even though he lives here, we still can't get inside. The next fish was a lingcod, which got me friendship with Willy, but unfortunately after 20 pieces of magic bait, I didn't get the Dorado today. I whizzed off to the farm to clear out the fish pond and dropped the lingcod in instead, because this is needed for the Joja Center as well as the request from Willy that we'll get at some point. Today was also another of the handful of times I remembered to buy a sprinkler from Krobus. Then I chopped down the foresty looking area of my farm for more wood so I could build a big collection of kegs for the shed. This meant I could start a batch of rhubarb wine on day 167, which is also when I collected the remaining coffee. My last big harvest of the season was full of lots of forage and lots of pumpkins. A dream. Then, with the help of some extra forage from my chests, I managed to make an extra 200 full forage seeds, which will probably be used on tea saplings later on. It was then over to Ginger Island with the next few ancient seeds I just made, and I noticed my first corn was ready, which will unlock the Parrot Express tomorrow. This is a very significant one. You'll see why later. I was on my way through the volcano because I needed to go to Pierre's when I found these dragon scale boots. These are some great boots, but I was really enjoying the immunity that the genie shoes provide, so I haven't changed them yet. The reason I needed to go to Pierre's was to drop off 25 gold quality pumpkins for Pierre's prime produce, and the reward for that was another rare grow. Back in the valley, I checked the travelling cart for another lucky find. A tomato seed. We haven't even unlocked these yet, so I wasted no time in getting this planted on Ginger Island. With Spirit's Eve on the cards for tonight, I had some time to kill, so I fished in the sewer hoping for a mutant carp, but it didn't show its ugly face today before the event started. I feel like I've memorised the maze route at this point, so I reached the treasure chest with ease. There's no golden pumpkin for us, but unlocking the greenhouse totally blows that out of the water anyway. Thank you, little Junimos. Of course, the first thing I did on day 168 was move my iridium sprinklers in there, though I didn't have anything to plant here just yet. Being a Sunday, it was the start of a new gifting week, and I guess Emily decided to gift me with an interesting performance, which I only really got because I stepped into the wrong house. I was actually looking for Maru with a very special gift of a bouquet. Yep, this is who we'll be marrying for this playthrough, and I'm excited to experience Maru's marriage heart events. I grabbed myself some more staircases for my collection before dedicating another half an hour of real life time to Junimo Kart, and this Glowshroom Grotto level is going to be the death of me. No new rewards today. The rest of the day was just for a few basic farm chores, and when I went to bed that night, it was time to choose a new season, so of course I went with winter being the only one we've not experienced yet. On day 169, I rushed through the fresh snow to check out this week's special request, and I'll be doing Robin's resource rush because we've actually got the wood version this time, and we can always use more wood. I planted some fibre on the farm to occupy the sprinkler spots, then did a bit of shopping at the travelling cart for any reasonably priced artifacts and an Archipelago item, which turned out to be the club card, so now I can stop annoying that bouncer. As I passed through the bus stop, I scared a little shadow spirit, but I'll check on them later, because right now I want to hand Maru another gift. I had some others to hand out for the week too, and this is now going to get so much easier because the Parrot Express means we no longer have to fight our way through to level 5 of the volcano to access this side of the island, especially for getting to the Wizard and Pierre. It also means easier access to Leo for when he's in his island treehouse, so today I reached 4 hearts for more friendship with Leah. Then when I made it to the dwarf for their second gift of the week, I reached 8 hearts, so tomorrow that last turtle will be removed. I can finally now move freely around Ginger Island. The Parrot Express would just be great for shortcuts now. From there, I popped over to the Joja Center to donate a crocus and complete the spring foraging bundle for a new travelling merchant day. We'll see her on Fridays too, and before bed I came and found the Void Spirit in the bush. I was looking forward to getting those secret notes, but instead of the magnifying glass, I'll be sent another star drop in the mail. This made for a delicious breakfast the next morning. Nothing like the taste of chaos to wake us up in the morning. When I got to Ginger Island, I found a new parrot asking for walnuts, so I fed it in exchange for a fishing level. My sweet gemberry had finally come to fruition, and the harvest reward was another mine elevator. I ended up turning that into 2 more seeds since I need more than 1 fruit for other things. Then I checked in on the key quest for the first time in a while and decided I'll brave that legendary fish quest. So I geared up with a few trap bobbers and headed straight to the mountain lake with a seafoam pudding and made a start. Just like last time, I wanted to get the worst out the way first, then I should be able to just do the rest. I actually got really lucky here because it ended up being my first fish I caught, and it was so well behaved I thought there was no way it was going to be the legend too, but here it was. Though judging by the fact that I stuck around for a minute, I'm not sure I was fully aware I actually had it. I don't know, but eventually I made my way down to the bridge just south of here to catch Ms. Angler. Then I came home to grab a new seafoam pudding from the chest so I could catch the Glacierfish Jr., which didn't put up all that much resistance either. This time, I did intentionally stick around the area because I hadn't caught the original glacierfish yet, but what was really weird was catching a second junior one before I even saw the original. In fact, I didn't get the normal one at all today, so I moved on to the sewers to catch the radioactive carp, and then to the beach to catch my first halibut, unlocking the last travelling cart day. Guess she's not so much of a travelling cart anymore. Sadly, my legendary fish streak ended here, because I'm pretty sure I hooked that son of crimson fish just once, but I ended up losing it. I'll try again another time. On day 171, I switched out my fish pond from lingcod to flounder because I only had one of those and I needed more given that we've only just unlocked the seafoam pudding recipe. I brought another lingcod I caught to the community centre to complete the construction bundle, rewarding me with wizard friendship. Then I grabbed another rare seed from the merchant, having just found out I need a gold quality one for the community centre. I also bought the chipped amphora because I always have such difficulty obtaining this piece for the museum. That rare seed got planted in the greenhouse with some deluxe fertilizer. Then I felt like giving Junimokar another shot again. Very much still feeling the doubt about unlocking all the rewards from all the levels, but I still need to go down trying. The end of my first run today was truly gut-wrenching, losing my final life mere inches away from the arrow. And the second time around I got the dreaded Glowshroom Grotto, where I got this horrible section right after a checkpoint that I just couldn't get past. That's enough for a rage quit for me today. I still needed to wait for my flounders to breed to make more seafoam pudding, so I bought a few trout suits from Willie instead and warped straight to the beach to try and catch the special legendary again. I first caught a red mullet for an extra 1,000 gold, but then I remembered I can make something better than trout soup. I had Dish of the Sea, which offers +3 fishing. I purchased some oil from the Joja sewer, then before cooking that, I also visited the forge to try for the master enchantment on the fishing rod, which will give us an extra level. It cost me 3 prismatic shards to get the right roll, but it's worth it to me. Combine that with some Keyseas and Dish of the Sea for a total of +5 fishing in total with the rod enchantment included. Being the quest's due day, I had to catch it today, and thanks to the extra boost, I actually succeeded. Shame the reward for all of that was literally just a furnace. I didn't want to waste the remaining fishing boosts, so I tried for that glacierfish again, and it appeared on the first cast. Maybe you just can't find it when the quest is active, or I was just unlucky. I don't know, but hey, I caught that little terror now, unlocking the Junimo hut. Evelyn was waiting on the farm for me on day 172. She was here to give me a garden pot and its recipe now that we have the greenhouse unlocked. I bought the next Archipelago item from the merchant cart along with a decently priced jasper for the museum. I also bought an eggplant, but I don't really know why because we already have these unlocked and I literally just went home and put it in a chest. I headed for Marnie's as soon as she opened because I forgot until today that I hadn't installed heaters for the animals, but when I went to place them down, I was alerted to the hatching of an ostrich. I don't know who told me that because it's definitely a dragon. I should probably get some food down for everyone too. Then I proceeded to take down all the trees in the forest for Robin's resource rush, which I finished that afternoon. The reward though? Another ammo upgrade I will not be using. I used the evening to make myself feel better with a bit of therapeutic path placing, a usual winter activity that I can actually do in winter. On day 173, I visited the merchant on the way to the farm and bought the unlockable, which happened to be a rarecrow. The wizard mailed me a request for an iridium bar, which is a very easy win, so I brought the bar with me to Ginger Island. But first, I wanted to check on the farm, which had so many crops at the ready. The most important ones were the poppies, which I needed some gold quality ones for the Joja Center, but I did also need gold quality blueberries too, so I dropped today's berries in the seed maker for more chances since I haven't unlocked them to buy yet. I then replanted these in the fertilized spots left over from the poppies. Got the crop sorted, now I can hand over the iridium to the wizard, hitting 4 hearts for a free iridium sprinkler. And would you look at that, we've unlocked blueberry seeds from the quest. I don't even need these now. I rode over to the Joja Center with the poppies to see if that bundle reward would be any better, and yeah, I'll happily take a combat level. The rest of my day was down in the mines, blowing up a temporary path down to floor 100 so I could fish for the lava eel. And of course, I used one of the Keyseas and Dish of the Sea to help me out. I successfully caught the lava eel that night, which apparently is going to bring me some crows. Given that I've only got fiber planted, I reckon they're going to be pretty disappointed. The flounder hadn't multiplied in my fish pond yet, but I didn't care because I wanted to swap this for the lava eel now, though I can't really remember why. Day 174 was a wine day. Then I donated a couple of artifacts I had, but all I got was a charcoal kiln. Still progress, I guess. Today was the day I came back to the sewers for that mutant carp, and it might have taken me most of the afternoon, but we got it, so I'll be sent some new boots tomorrow. I fished at the beach next, and I just couldn't get that magnifying glass out of my mind because I really wanted to start getting those secret notes. You might notice I typed in the hint command wrong a couple of times, but when I got it down correctly, I found out I won't be getting this item until I complete all the fossils in Professor Snail's tent. You know, the guy still stuck in the cave. I pondered this for a bit whilst I caught my first squid, leveling up my combat. Then I asked for another hint to free Professor Snail, and here we find out we can buy his freedom from the artist at the night market pretty soon. And yes, the mermaid painting is available in year 1. I wanted to stick around to catch another squid as a spare, hitting level 10 fishing before I got there, which unlocked the farm obelisk on Ginger Island. It took till almost 1 AM for that second squid to show up, which means I had to rush to bed to avoid passing out. Here's what we unlocked with the combat level, and we made a decent amount of gold from that batch of wine we sold too. On day 175, I asked for a hint to unlock the Queen of Sauce because I'm missing all of those cooking recipes, and I was happy to see it's one of the items the merchant will sell. It just so happened to be the correct day today too, so I rushed over there, but she didn't bring it with her today. I still bought the Archipelago item to stop it from showing up again, and like we've been doing, I picked up an alright priced museum piece too. I collected the space boots from the mail and put them straight on for a balance of defense and immunity. I took one of the squids to the Joja Center to complete the lakefish bundle, which also happened to be the last item I needed for the whole fish tank. Our second room now complete. Both rewards were just more friendship hearts, but it still felt great making this progress. The other squid went to Willy for that quest literally called Catch a Squid, and for that I'll get another recycling machine. I can make use of this, I suppose. That afternoon, I handed out some gifts for the new gifting week and did a little bit of shopping at Pierre's, which is also where I hit 8 hearts with Kent. A pack of 50 iron ore definitely won't go to waste. We of course didn't forget Maru, and it looks like I hit 10 hearts judging by the beloved farmer achievement. That's another thing, the dating and marriage hearts aren't locked behind other things. Once you start dating, you start earning the hearts the normal way with that person again. I cleared out the dig site for materials and got this journal scrap, so I wasted no time in digging up that walnut so I can't forget about it later. I've also been frequently smashing these muscle rocks for walnuts and hunting for dig spots for the vertebrae, but I haven't been lucky enough to find even one of those yet. I haven't really been showing me doing these things either, just to avoid things getting super repetitive. Before turning in for an early night, I planted those melon seeds I bought from Pierre. I guess we'll find out later why I've done this because right now, I couldn't tell you. On day 176, I checked the new special request to find a choice of fishing or fishing. I went with the left-hand fishing because I knew I definitely hadn't done this yet. Whatever I planned doing, this was going to be a fishing day anyway, because today is the Festival of Ice. I said hi to anyone without full friendship, then commenced the fishing contest. Even though everyone else seemed to have a head start, I still ended the time limit with 6 fish, which smashed the competition. We got the sailor hat already quite early on, so instead I received 2 more hearts with Sebastian. On day 177, I accepted a new key quest, and I may regret this, but I picked Key's Crop because I didn't have enough spare prizzies, but I was worried here and you can see the hesitation because I've never successfully completed this one in time. I surprised myself a lot with this run, so maybe this will be different. To make this happen, I was going to need a lot more planting space on Ginger Island because the key fruit won't grow outdoors in winter, so I added a few more sprinklers here. Some of my fruit trees had finally matured too, so we got a bunch of unlocks here. Then I destroyed every tree on the island to gather my first set of key beans. I took a little break from the deforestation to watch a gorilla eat a banana, and I was bracing myself for whatever random reward this was going to bring, but nope, it was just the walnuts. By the time I chopped down every tree on the island, I amassed a whopping 10 key beans. Totally not worried about this at all. Instead of hunting for more beans, I set up more sprinkler spots with winter forage and handed out more gifts for the week. Then I remembered I have some tree fertilizer in a chest, so I chucked them on some saplings on the farm since these won't grow by themselves in winter. Walking back through the island after more gifting that night, I found I missed an entire section of trees to chop, and the result of going back for them was planting 5 more key beans. On day 178, the merchant brought me another fun artifact. Then I pulled out a handful of deluxe speed grow from my chest made by my bone meal to add some to the key crops. With just 4, this might seem silly, but I plan to visit Sandy tomorrow to buy more. I just thought I might as well squeeze out an extra day on some of these. I found a few more trees at the bus stop for a couple more key beans on my way to the bus tunnel to begin that tropical fish quest. Might as well start with the worst fish first. My first stingray popped up pretty quickly, and I was expecting to be here pretty much all day, but I was done by the afternoon. Got a few more extra key beans in the process too. My next stop was the pond on Ginger Island to fish for 5 discus, then just below to the beach for the 5 lionfish, and that's the whole quest wiped out in one go for a foraging level, and look at the extra key beans too. I've been enjoying my morning trips to the merchant's cart, and day 179 was no different. I bought a Bixite at by far the lowest price I've seen it offered, as well as the Archipelago item, which was some friendship with Caroline. I gifted the lava eel some fire quartz before visiting Sandy to buy loads of deluxe speed grown. See, I remembered. Hopefully this will help us, even if only a bit. Checking on the Ginger Island farm, I got a couple more key beans and unlocked a movement speed bonus for my first tomato. I had a couple more artifacts to donate, which unlocked another travelling merchant metal detector. Then I gave the gem puzzle another go, having just found out the east bird dropped a topaz, so I had a much easier time brute forcing the rest and walking away with those walnuts. I really wanted to make an iridium band to combine with other rings when I realised I don't even have the recipe. I checked the hints for the next combat level, and I can just buy it from Clint in place of the gold watering can upgrade. Very easy to solve, but what's up with the icon here? Anyway, that crafting recipe won't be ready till the morning, so for this evening I foraged in the forest, hoping that I missed a tree last season, but no, they're just still frozen little saplings. Day 180's merchant item gave me friendship with Gus. I grabbed the dolomite too. My next task was to bring the wizard a void essence for his request, rewarding me with another iridium sprinkler. And there's that desert obelisk. He absolutely lied about the 1,000 gold though, but the obelisk was a perfect reward really, because I was right here to build it and I didn't have to wait for the mail the next morning. I also moved the rest of the obelisks whilst I was there because I didn't like the layout blocking some of the path and arranged them in a very specific order which made sense to me at the time. Today I noticed the pomegranates and apples, which got me friendship with Clint and a geode crusher, and for another reward soon after, I donated a dinosaur egg for the next mine elevator. Speaking of the mines, I ended up gathering iron and copper for the rest of the day on my personal quest for more kegs, plus the rocks here have a chance of dropping key beans. I got back to the farm that night with quite a bit of ore, but only 11 more key beans. Still, every little helps, and I was glad that I got back when I did, or I'd have missed the newest batch of wine. So here's the profit from that, plus a few other things. On day 181, I placed that next reward sprinkler and harvested the first few key fruit in the greenhouse. Every single one of these went into seed makers to grow the collection. Then I handed Willie a link card for his request, which earned me another golden egg. Clearing that was super convenient today because he was close to the merchant cart where I brought a couple of artifacts and a lobster to keep for whenever I need it. I brought those 2 artifacts to the museum where I didn't unlock anything new, but these were the last 2 artifacts needed to complete the entire collection. I really wasn't expecting that at all, especially the lack of reward. I finally got around to making myself the iridium band, but I had to go for a volcano run because I was lacking in cinder shards to combine it with another ring. Oh hey, more key beans! When I got to the dwarf, I sold a few gems for backpack space and topped up on bombs to help me on my way to the top. I was pretty thrilled about the treasure I found on level 9. The key beans were great, but the mermaid boots with their 5 defense and 8 immunity, the space boots were instantly sent to the trash. With an extra 39 cinder shards, I combined my burglar ring with my iridium band, and until I have something better, my second slot will just have a glow ring for now. I used some of my spare shards to add some attack damage to my hammer, as well as some defense. I feel like I don't use this feature enough. Day 182 began with more key crop expansion, and since I now had more than the greenhouse sprinklers would fit, it was time to start using the Ginger Island farm, with deluxe speed grow of course. I wanted to go trade for some stuff at the desert today, but I was starting to feel the faults in my obelisk layout. This isn't the desert. I will move these at some point to make it a little bit more practical, but let's see how long it is until I stop being stubborn about my choices here. I grabbed some triple shots, spicy eels, and staircases from the trader. Then I took advantage of the extra trees here for the wood and the key beans. I got a good view from this artifact spot here, so I thought maybe what I should do is search the valley for more dig spots for more chances since they are much more common in winter, but there were no beans in sight. Maybe the dig site will help? Clearing the whole thing only gave me 1, so no. I wasn't giving up though. I still planted what I had and still had enough time to squeeze in some gifts for the new gifting week. Day 183 was a great luck day, so I was feeling a trip to Skull Caverns. I was excited about the potential for loot, but also these rocks should hopefully get us a few more key beans to plant. I didn't meet my first treasure floor until 93 where I just got some cranberry seeds. Pretty mediocre, but I carried on down to floor 100 hoping for an Archipelago unlock instead of the iridium snake milk, except when I got down there it was just another treasure floor, which would have been fine if it wasn't just some energy tonic. You see, I need to find the secret note to get the cutscene, and for that I need the magnifying glass, which is the reward for completing Professor Snail's tent, but to free him I need to buy a painting at the night market. Oh wait, that opens today. I should probably go. I checked the merchant's boat first and found an Archipelago item Lewis approved of, and the painting today wasn't the one we were after, but we need to pay for them all to get every unlock here. I definitely do need the extra Junimo cart life though, and I can't leave without grabbing the free cup of coffee. I got my next 16 key beans in the ground on Ginger Island, then I raced back to the night market real quick to do the mermaid show, which unlocked tomato seeds. I had a scary amount of key fruits staring at me as I entered the greenhouse the next morning, so I removed them from the ground as quick as I could. Once again, I turned them all into more beans, since this was my best chance of growing into the vast quantity I needed for the quest, and I think I made some pretty good progress with this today. I harvested my first orange here, which will send me another magic rock candy, before plucking this batch of taro in the hopes of finding more golden walnuts, but there were none here this time. I handled my second gift giving of the week, but I walked into Elliot's book reading at the library. I forgot that was today. Sorry Elliot, I just don't have the time. I skipped that cutscene looking for Leo for his gift, but he literally just left for the day. Definitely blaming Elliot for this one, but luckily Leo wasn't too difficult to track down. Checking the merchant's car a little later proved to be a fruitless trip with nothing worth buying today. Then I said a quick hello to the dwarf, reaching full friendship, gifting me a heavy tapper. I also hit 8 hearts with Pierre, increasing my hearts with Leo, but now I better rush off to the second night of the night market, where I found the merchant selling exactly the same stuff as earlier today. I guess that kind of makes sense. What I really came here for though was to buy Professor Snail's freedom from this dodgy art dealer, so hopefully in the morning we'll make a new friend. The second I teleported home, I realised I was planning to stay at the market that evening to catch some fish from the submarine. I was shocked that my first fish here was the blobfish, and of all the rewards it could possibly bring, the actual mermaid painting. A midnight squid got me friendship with Jazz, the spookfish will upgrade my hoe, an octopus got me hearts with Linus, and that's it for unlocks today, but I passed out here just to catch as much as I could sell. Most of day 185 was for working on replanting keyfruit, and at this point I needed so many more sprinklers, which was definitely a good sign, though I was now officially out of deluxe speed grow. For the last night market trip of the season, I bought another rare crow from the art person, but the merchant's boat had nothing for me today, so to bag myself more rewards, I donated a tomato to complete the summer crops bundle for a discount from the merchant. I also donated a lava eel to the fall crops bundle, which just leaves a maki roll, so I headed straight to the Joja sewer to pick up some rice before turning in for the night. I made a fresh one to bring first thing on day 186, and the reward for that bundle was a combat level. The only thing remaining for the pantry is hops. I used a hint to find out where to unlock these, and I just have to get it at the merchant's cart, so let's hope she brings it tomorrow. After collecting all my fossils, I ran straight up to the top floor of the clinic to introduce myself to the finally free Professor Snail and get all those donations in, and as you can see, I think we're gonna struggle with the snake vertebrae on this save too. I got a couple of walnuts for the bat and the frog, then I did the island survey for a couple more. I'm very late on this for the week, but I did remember to go check the new key quest. I accepted Key's Prismatic Grange because I couldn't see myself jumping into Skull Caverns this week, though I had no idea if I had enough of the required items. I may do that later. I did a favour for Clint in exchange for another mine elevator, followed by another favour for Clint, unlocking the hyperspeed grow recipe. With some forage now ready on the farm, I could get some more sprinkler spots occupied with even more forage. Being a Thursday, I could now top up on speed grow from Sandy, and add those to all the spots that ran out yesterday. I then checked the dig site for artifact spots and also to see what's in the cave here. This is where we can find Leo's second home. I also wanted all the bones from around there to make more free fertilizer. I managed to reach the merchant's cart mere seconds before she would close for the day. The next Archipelago item was just another metal detector, but at least it won't come up again now. And at some point today, I unlocked level 10 combat, so that night I chose the brute profession. Faster monster kills, faster loot collection. On day 187, I received the news that I officially collected all the rare crows. Instead of the deluxe rare crow recipe, I received another merchant discount. I wanted to take advantage of that right away and headed straight to the cart to find that all-important hop starter unlocked for 35 grand. How much would it have been without those discounts? Whilst waiting for Leo to exit his treehouse in the morning, I used a hint to find out where the final barn upgrade will be because we still need to get ourselves some pigs. And not gonna lie, I completely forgot about old Master Cannoli. This happens more often than I'd like to admit. Leo wasn't coming out, but I can't just go in because this door actually leads to Maru's room. But I don't know why I didn't keep that logic because I tried to find him in Linus's tent instead, forgetting this is Sebastian's basement now. And no, I don't have time to join your adventures at the moment. I'll hand over his gift later, instead dropping off 2 dozen eggs to the saloon fridge for a giant omelette. No quest completion yet though, because I still have to actually pick up more fresh eggs from the coop, though I did have a coconut with me for Gus's exotic spirits quest, which will send me another magic rock candy. Couldn't resist a quick go at Junimo Kart here, especially now I'd racked up a total of 11 lives. Now I intended for this to be a quick go, but I ended up hogging this arcade machine for an entire real-life hour. Glowshroom Grotto is definitely still my nemesis here. Look at this other attempt and how close I got to clearing this monstrosity. I very much considered rage quitting for the day here, but that's not how I do. I stuck it out for a few more attempts, but no prizes for us today. By this point, Leo was outside, so I could present him with another duck feather, hitting 6 hearts and unlocking strawberry seeds. I stuck by the lake to fish. I think I was looking for a sturgeon here because I left as soon as they stopped spawning for the day without having caught one, and I'm glad I happened to check in on the greenhouse, or I'd have missed out on the next key fruit harvest. I'm still not shipping them yet. Every single one is going back into seeds to plant, and I passed out for the night after returning to the valley farm for more sprinkler materials. Day 188 and there's even more key fruit. These are far too many faces for before my morning coffee. I managed to mostly fill the island farm up with sprinklers today and took the entire day expanding into every single spot, including getting them all watered. I just wasn't up for beginning my day with all those creepy fruity eyes staring at me on day 189, so I visited the merchant first instead. Oh, okay. Well, there's the Queen of Swords taken care of. Then it was onwards to the secret woods to feed Old Master Cannoli. Appreciate the barn upgrade, and I'm guessing by that look the berry was good too. Marnie sent me some hay in the mail, which reminded me I should feed the barn animals, but this was when I noticed that the silo was now completely empty, so even some of my coop animals were mad at me when I went to collect the final eggs for Gus. At least that's what I thought, but I was 1 egg short, so hopefully tomorrow. That was enough to ready myself for today's key fruit task, and with every sprinkler full, I could now begin actually shipping some fruit. I chopped any fully grown trees here as well for more wood and more beans. I might as well keep gathering some where I can to keep more fruit out of the seed makers. Next on my list was a trip to Clint's to open these golden coconuts, getting a couple of skulls, a couple of saplings, and the golden helmet. I do really like this hat, but the cone hat is still my favourite for this playthrough. I dropped one of the skulls off to Professor Snail, then boosted some of our cash with some tea saplings. Add those to all this wine and this should be a very good money day, though I have now run out of rhubarb, so I'm gonna have to find something else to put in the kegs next time. I made sure to get the Sunday Jade trade in and dug at all the worms here today. Mostly just got clay and stone, but I can't just not do it. Here's what we made that night. 66 grand, not bad at all. Then on day 190, I checked for more key quests, opting for Keys Cuisine this time, and also bought some magic bait whilst I was there. I popped into town to quickly accept a special order for the week, then this was another full day of working on the Keys crop quest, replanting into open spaces that I have and any spare fruit being shipped, though today I did also decide to add more sprinklers to the greenhouse because I still wasn't quite sure I was going to complete this in time. I crammed even more on Ginger Island too. Can you tell I'm starting to panic a bit? On day 191, I found out we ran out of hay again, but I did now complete Gus's famous omelette for another merchant's discount. I'll have to sort out the animals another time though, because today was another for the key fruit grind, though I did also take a few minutes that night to also set up a basic sprinkler with a speed-grown hops and a fertilized strawberry, both for the Joja Center. The morning of day 192 was mostly a repeat of yesterday with the key fruit, though I did also harvest the ancient fruit that was coming in to turn into seeds ready for when this nightmare of a quest is over with. There weren't quite as many fruit to tend to today though, so I had time to make a start on handing out those gifts. When I went to visit Maru, she wanted to show me the robot she'd built, but then Demetrius barged in and got quite the shock of his life. No, Demetrius, we were not fooling around. This intelligent robot was built to help Robin and Demetrius at home for whenever Maru ends up flying the nest, but Marilda, that's the bot's name by the way, was designed with some self-awareness and didn't want to live as a servant, so we saw her off as she blasted away on her search for more other life forms. I handed Robin some hardwood for a project before I left, granting me a new painting, and now that Marnie was actually working, I could top up on hay, and loads of it. I needed a backup supply if I ran out again. Then I fished at a bubble spot on the island for a while. I was looking for a fossil here, which I wasn't quite lucky enough to get. Day 193 was the Feast of the Winter Star, but these creepy fruit wait for no one. I squeezed out as much time as I could replanting before rushing off to the main event. I said hello to anyone who needed friendship points and hit full friendship with Kent for some Alex hearts. Then I delivered a diamond to my secret friend Marnie. Since this is a loved gift, I unlocked a watering can upgrade. My gift giver this time was Pam, who brought me a pumpkin pie. Oh, I'd do for a pumpkin pie in real life right now. I'm not even kidding, my stomach is actually rumbling. Even though it was late, my work was not over. Somehow, I managed to cram in replanting pretty much all the key fruit tonight, as this was the last chance for another harvest. I was very relieved not to have to replant these anymore the next morning, just grab and go. Thankfully, after harvesting everything that was ready on Ginger Island, I now had more than enough to get me over that finish line. I came back to the greenhouse to put a lonely cactus seed in a pot. Don't I need to water this though? Why didn't I plant it in a space with a sprinkler? What am I doing? I guess we'll see what happens later. For now, I was happy to be able to get all these ancient seeds and pineapple seeds down because that Keys crop quest really does make any farming profit grind to a halt. I managed to dig up a couple of new fossils for Professor Snail, so the biggest piece is complete, but once again, it's those stupid snake vertebrae being my last pieces to find. I handed out some gifts and reached 8 hearts with the wizard for a trash can upgrade, and bought some extra oak resin from the merchant's cart before finding a batch of forage on the farm I'd completely forgotten about. I replanted another set. Not sure what season I was picking next, but if I go with a different one, it means the sprinkler spots will be ready for the new crops. For the evening, I hung out in the saloon, first bringing Gus the albacore he asked for, which increased the merchant's stock size. I wasn't gonna leave without a couple more Junimo cart attempts too, but no new victories today. I also checked in on the slime hutch before bed, which was in severe need of a clean out, and not gonna lie, it was really satisfying. When I did make it to bed, I got the confirmation that we'd finally finished Key's crop, a quest that fully took over my life here for a while, and all I got was a tapper. It wasn't even worth it! On day 195, I wanted to clear more key quests, so I brought a random assortment of stuff to the drop-off box for Key's Prismatic Grange. It took me till today to realise that each colour doesn't need to be 100 of the same item. As long as there's 100 items of that colour, it can be any amount of each. Literally just scraped together whatever I could, including a few things I really didn't want to part with, but hey, we did it. That farming level will be worth it. Since I already have the club card, I figured we must get something else fun for that secret note quest, so I dropped off all the items in the required locations, and on checking the lumber pile at the farm, I found out I'll be getting another pomegranate sapling, so nothing brand new. My greenhouse had one lonely sweet gem berry ready, and thanks to the deluxe fertilizer, it came out as Iridian quality. I ran to my donations chest to pick stuff up for the Joja Center because I thought I was just waiting on a good quality one to complete another bundle, but I found a gold one just hanging out here in the chest, so I just shipped the Iridian one for shipping completion. The sweet gemberry was needed to complete the full foraging bundle, and was the last item to complete the entire crafts room. I got friendship hearts as both the rewards, but that's another entire room complete. The wins weren't over yet today because I also found my first snake vertebrae. Just one more to go to finish the tent. Then that night I finally had enough with teleporting to the wrong places with the obelisk, so I spaced them out more because if I can walk between them, I'll know which one I'm aiming for. And of course I help things a little bit more by adding some paths in between so I can see where the gaps are. It's nice having the feeling of things starting to come together on the farm now, so I took the opportunity to map out some more new crop areas, especially since I was about to unlock iridium sprinklers. On day 196, I came looking for another new merchant item, and all this torch was gonna do was burn me, but I bought it anyway to stop it showing up again. That's one way to warm up in winter. I got today's gift rounds done before getting my first crafted iridium sprinklers on the fields, and some areas still need coverage by scarecrows too, but I couldn't make all the sprinklers I wanted right away because I ran out of gold bars. This made it a good time to stop procrastinating on catching that sturgeon, the reward for which was a straw hat. Then I cleared out the dig site whilst doing a bit of panning. It's a good luck day today, and I was hoping to grab a lucky ring, but the rivers didn't bless me with one this time. It's the last day of the season too, so now I need to decide what's next. We've learned this year that the night market's paintings have some unlocks we need to get through, and I was really enjoying the snowy season after the endless inferno that was last year, so let's do it. Half a year of winter. At least this one's by choice this time. On day 197, I grabbed the 4 Precious Stones key quest since we have the whole season to do it, and for the special request I picked Biome Balance. Believe it or not, I would rather fish than dig up 100 ginger. I shopped at the dwarf for some more bombs because today is another good luck day, and I was itching for another Skull Caverns run, plus I gotta give myself a chance to get those prizzies too. I had 2 magic rock candies, so I had high hopes for this day. With a few mummies here I hit level 10 combat, which gave me a mining level instead. My first treasure floor today got me a cowboy hat, and rather skipping the prehistoric floors, I used the opportunity to bulldoze through these dinos, because the Pepper Rex Monster Slayer goal is notoriously frustrating when you leave it for later. I got a top up of bombs on floor 28, another cowboy hat on 45, more bombs right after, followed by another prehistoric floor. Skull Caverns really said bombs, hats, bombs, dinos and hats today, though we did break the streak with some Omni Geodes later. But then, more bombs. I finally got my first Prizzy of the day on floor 83, and I'm not even going to perceive the treasure a few floors later. The purple slime egg definitely made up for it. Then on floor 100, another freaking cowboy hat, leave me alone! I only want my cone. I threw down staircases for the next few floors, begging for some different treasure, and I'm glad I did, because here I found my first auto grabber of this save. I passed out for the night on floor 111 with 2 prismatic shards, so halfway with that key quest. That mining level we got was actually level 10, so for my profession, I picked the blacksmith one so bars will sell for more. First thing I did on day 198 is put all of my loot away, and here is the overall loot review for that run. With all the unlocked luck bonuses and 2 magic rock candies, not gonna lie, this is pretty terrible. The auto grabber will be good for the barn though, so now I don't have to milk the animals. Checking on the coop, I found a new sparkling golden baby hatched. A shiny new lemur that is. Hopefully soon I can get another auto grabber from the coop, so I don't have to pick up the eggs and stuff too. Just waiting on Marnie to start selling them now that the barn is upgraded. I got my second round of gifts out for the week, hitting 8 hearts with Leo, giving friendship with Evelyn, then I wanted to top up on triple shots from my spare coffees and was absolutely baffled that it went into a separate stack. I really couldn't figure out why at the time, but one of them is labelled as fresh for the Keys Cuisine quest. I definitely forgot I had this by now. Most of the day was then spent fishing at the ocean on Ginger Island for the Biome Balance quest. I just wanted to get the fishing out of the way, but by the evening I needed a change of scenery and moved to the East Beach Pier. I used magic bait here so I could catch the crimson fish, unlocking another mine elevator. Then I caught my 20th fish a bit later on, rewarding me with a dress spinner. My fishing day wasn't over yet because I didn't want to leave without a super cucumber, but all I got for that was an ambush by a couple of monsters. Wow. That super cucumber was still super important though, because on day 199 I donated it to the blacksmith bundle and completed the entire boiler room. I got another movement speed bonus as well as the next mine elevator, and now we just have the hops to go for the pantry, and 5 quality strawberries for the bulletin board to complete the entire Joja Center. I also found a couple of extra prizzies at home to make 4 in total to drop off for Mr. Key, and for my valuable items I got a weakness debuff. Really? I now had some more bars ready to add more sprinklers to the farm, ready for whenever we want to grow crops again. Then I checked on Ginger Island to find more ancient fruit to harvest, as well as the strawberry and the hops. Both were my first harvest, so I got a deconstructor and another mine elevator. Maybe today is still a good day after all. I brought my seed makers over to Ginger Island so I could turn the ancient fruits back into seeds to replant here, and I also planted 2 more deluxe fertilized strawberries to speed up getting quality ones. I donated the hops to the Joja Center for more friendship hearts, and with the pantry complete, that's just 1 bundle to go. The rest of the day went to farm prep. I didn't have enough seeds for every spot, so for now I just planted as many fiber seeds as I could. On day 200, I forgot that we buy things in packs of 50 at the Joja sewer and accidentally bought an entire stack of wheat seeds when really I only maybe wanted a few hundred. I just wanted to make less of a loss with Keys Cuisine. This was one of those, did that really just happen kind of moments. I shook it off and carried on to Sandy's to buy loads of speed grow and spent this entire day getting as much wheat planted as possible on Ginger Island. I will say though, all those speed boosts we've earned have actually started to hinder me at this point with the amount of tiles that got skipped, and I had to go back and fix them. Just let me walk in my neat little rows, please. On day 201, I bought some very expensive friendship hearts from Clint before asking for a hint for the monster musk recipe. Apparently, I need to buy an iridium fireplace, and not gonna lie, I had to look up where you can actually get this because I don't think I even knew this item existed. Looks like I'll have to wait for the night market, so glad I checked on this now. Thanks to some late planting last season, I already had some forage to harvest, then I upgraded some fields with a few more iridium sprinklers to replace the quality ones, and got all of those spots planted up with more forage seeds. On day 202, I set off an assortment of wine with a few of whatever fruit I could scrounge together to fill up the kegs. That morning, I collected a pale ale from a keg so Pam could finally quench her thirst, apparently to Linus's delight. Then I sprinted off to the Walnut Room for a day in Skull Caverns. I was looking for another auto grabber for the coop, and I was just having loot withdrawals in general, and my first treasure floor of the day showed me that I was really meant to be here today. Even the slime was stunned at my find. Once again, I knocked out any dinos I encountered, and by the nighttime I was worried about reaching floor 100 because I did end up wasting several staircases today, and I had a fair amount of floors to go through. Thankfully, I did get a lucky jump hole for the boost, so I made it just before 1 AM, accidentally placing another one, but hey, I'm happy with a couple of free iridium sprinklers. I passed out for the night on floor 106. Not that many treasure floors, but honestly, I got what I came for. Overnight, I got hearts with Harvey for reaching full friendship with Pierre. Thanks to comments on the last video, I found out that the little boost here is because I gave Pierre 2 gifts this week. No more freebies for him now. Day 203 and it's time for the loot review. In addition to the auto grabber yesterday, I needed the ores too. I'm super pleased with this. 5 prizzies too. I placed that auto grabber and picked up all the floor goodies for the final time, with the 2 sprinklers getting their new home on the field. I was eager to restock my staircases after coming home with literally 2 from yesterday, then it was off to Ginger Island to check on the wheat, and I found my first batch ready to go. But when I checked my journal, this was the last day of the Keys Cuisine quest, so I decided to just ditch it because the flour won't be ready till tomorrow, and I had nowhere near enough gold just to buy the ingredients outright. I spent a good while trying to find Leo on the island for a gift. The map said he was here somewhere today, but I couldn't find him anywhere, so for now, I got a gift to the wizard, then came back down to the beach to find Gus had made his way over here. I bought that tropical curry recipe. Felt amazing to just stumble upon him in this playthrough. I thought Leo may be hanging out in the gem puzzle area, momentarily forgetting that this is Sandy's store, but the funniest thing is that Pigeon just came in with me, but could not get out. How have you done this, Pigeon? How? I ran out to the beach in pure confusion where I just so happened to run into Leo for that gift. I left Pigeon to keep Sandy company for a bit whilst I returned to the farm to place another 30 kegs. Then I used the magic bait to fish for the Dorado again. This earned me hearts with Sam. Then I headed home to make some key seasoned seafoam pudding and allow myself an early night. On day 204, I willingly went to a second festival of ice. I was mainly here just to talk to Leo, but I thought why not try getting another win for the contest? Only problem was, I only caught 3 fish. I guess it's fine to let Willy have the win this year. On day 205, I gathered up some mining supplies, including topping up on some bombs from the dwarf, because today, I accepted the Danger in the Deep key quest. My eyes lit up when I found out that the elevators didn't actually reset, and this was my first opportunity to gather radioactive ore. Looks like I was feeling pretty lucky because there seemed to be plenty of it. With that significant head start, it only took me like half a day to reach the bottom and complete the quest. I'm happy I didn't start at the top though, because a wooden mallet wouldn't have been worth it in the slightest. Actually, I do now have the shrine to switch the mines whenever I want now, for that permanent source of radioactive ore. I also had 100 bone frags together for Gunther. Only thing is, these skeletons are stronger than the normal ones, so I put this off for now. Work smarter, not harder. I put stuff away on the farm and grabbed some emergency mushrooms, then headed back into the mines again to take advantage of the good luck today and gather as many radioactive ore as possible. I came out that night with an extra 35 ore. On day 206, Jazz brought me to Shane to show me the blue chickens he'd been raising. They're cute and all, but I'm pretty sure the coop is already full, so I won't be getting any of these. My barn wasn't full though. I was really here to get a couple of truffle hunters, specifically a hedgehog and a skink. I needed to tend to the regrowable Ginger Island crops today so that I could gain more ancient seeds to replant. I left the wheat alone for now because I was intending to plant these in the greenhouse, but before leaving Ginger Island, I stopped off at the dig site to break all the bone nodes and dig at the worms for potential bone frags for Gunther. This alone got me over halfway, so much easier than farming skeletons. I struggled with planting those ancient seeds in the greenhouse before dropping off 100 bone frags I already had. Now I just have to finish gathering them. My next stop was Professor Snail's room, but when I got there, Harvey was hanging out trying to talk to planes or something. None of my business, so I skipped that cutscene because I was excited to donate a second snake vertebrae, and that was the final piece to complete the entire fossil collection and get the magnifying glass. Well, I get it tomorrow, but still. I'll also be taking the walnuts and the sapling, even if I was only going to sell it. I also chucked an extra 20 tea saplings in the shipping bin because I was feeling a bit low on funds, especially since I was about to spend most of my gold on something profitable to plant on Ginger Island for now. I could finally get rid of a lot of that wheat, being careful to only cut down as many spaces as I bought seeds for. The extra hay was nice too, and all that wheat went straight into the mill so I can have it on hand for a head start next time I want to try Keys Cuisine. Then for my last weird thing of the night, I crafted a farm computer, started to walk away, then immediately trashed it. I don't really know what went on here. I'm a bit baffled too. On day 207, I replanted more wheat. It doesn't take long to grow and I might as well use it up. I could get more flour in the mill and more hay in the silo. Then I asked Marnie for a donkey for an extra truffle hunter so it can be all grown up whenever I want to leave winter. Now we're halfway through the week, I made sure to get out the second lot of gifts to Leo and the wizard, my last 2 friendships left. Then I swapped some spare prizzies for a magic rock candy. Once I dropped that at the farm, I also planted even more wheat in the greenhouse. Even though these spots don't decay, it's still wasteful to let them stay empty. Then, to gather some winter wood, I returned to the desert to chop down all the trees there. Oh, and here's a perfection percentage update at this point because I got curious today. Given the way we progress in this save, I'm pleased with our progress so far, and this reminded me that I still had some artisan goods to make for shipping too. On day 208, I slayed skeletons in the mines to get the remaining bone fragments. I only got a Journey the Prairie King upgrade, but at least this one's sorted now. I then planned to farm coal for a while, but got bored of that pretty quickly. I had the next lot of winter forage to tend to anyway, which meant I could make considerable progress on setting up more of the new sprinklers. On day 209, I started a new batch of pineapple wine. Not enough to fill every keg, but better than nothing. I wanted to try and fish for the legend today, but annoyingly, I didn't hook it until my seafoam pudding ran out. I didn't notice the lack of buff for a minute, and I just don't have the skill to catch this beast of a fish without it. Thankfully, I had the stuff to make more. Key seasoned of course, and I wasn't so interested in catching any other fish, but this time my trap bobber broke, so I went home to make a couple more and try again. But obviously, this wasted time on that fishing buff, so it just wasn't happening today. I'll be better prepared next time. Maybe. Next time would be the very next morning. It was very quick to appear on the line this time, and this one I actually caught. The legend. The final fish for Master Angler. The orange sapling is whatever. The diamond was a nice bonus though. With a new round of gifts, I finally hit full friendship with the wizard, earning me hearts with Caroline, and I'm super close to finishing Leo's too. My next stop was the desert to grab some more staircases, and it also occurred to me that I never used a Prizzy to get the Galaxy Sword since we've had some decent upgrades thrown our way already. Instead of the sword though, I got some more real hearts with Leo. The animation might look like I got the sword, but it's definitely not here. The rain on Ginger Island didn't stop me from harvesting my crops, and the wheat being there already reminded me I also need to harvest it from the greenhouse. I replanted it in both places because I still have so many seeds. On day 211, I was happy to see the Island Ingredients quest on the special order board. I've been waiting for this for a while, and the pineapple version is a decent one. I was on my way to Key's Walnut Room, which is where the door to Maru's room usually is, when I got a cutscene with Leo integrating with the community here. This was lovely and all, but when the cutscene was over, it put me at the dig site cave. I guess it wanted to put me outside his new treehouse. I whizzed off home to find 10 seafoam pudding in the mail from Willy. I'm guessing this is instead of the star drop since we obtained those via other means, but I'm not quite sure what to do with these now since I don't really want to be doing much fishing anymore. When I made it to the Walnut Room, I picked the Skull Cavern Invasion one. I love an excuse to hop in there, and I don't think I'm mentally ready for Key's cuisine again yet. I dropped into Leo's cave to hand over another gift for the week before making some more pineapple seeds to give us a boost for the Island Ingredients quest. Plus, these will be good for wine whilst waiting for the expansion of our ancient fruit crop too. This was the first day of our second night market, where I bought the quarry bridge repair and then chopped at the boat just next to that. I always forget this shop exists, and not only did I find that monster musk recipe, I also needed to buy the cone hat and a couple of rare crows for some other important unlocks. I'm glad I found out about this now, and I was never leaving the market for the day without grabbing a free cup of coffee. Then I happened to pass Maru that evening. I said hi of course, and she seems to have built a snowman that looks like me. Let's go check it out. Is that what she really thinks of me? Overnight, I got to see some Junimos repairing that bridge, and that farming level I bought today was actually level 10. Artisan profession all the way. Much of day 212 was spent in the volcano mining for more cinder shards, but I was also on the hunt for another journal scrap with the clue to another golden walnut. This wasn't the one though. Oh, loot. I'm also here for loot. Well, that's not quite what I meant, and as much as I love the deluxe pirate hat, I'm just too obsessed with this cone hat to wear it. I did get the journal scrap I was looking for shortly after, so I'll be able to dig this walnut up at some point, but my priority right now was adding another ruby to my weapon to boost its attack power, so now it's got all 3 gems forged into it. I couldn't really dilly-dally because I had to get back to the valley to buy the next unlock from the artist, which happened to be a fishing level, and this time I bought a couple of stone parrots from the boat shop, just for fun. Before heading to bed that night, I dropped some flute blocks on the beach of Ginger Island ready for whenever it rains, and that fishing level we got was level 10. I completely forgot I chose a different profession at level 5, so this time I opted for Lore Master since I've never used it, and to be honest, I'm probably not going to make much use of this one either. Day 213 was one with the Ginger Island harvest. I had loads of ancient fruit, pineapples, and of course the wheat. I've replanted another lot of wheat on the island, and any ancient seeds I was saving for a later date because the greenhouse got more wheat too. At the night market today, the merchant was selling a very cheap bomb, even if it was only one, and the last fake art purchase of the year got me more hearts with green. For the evening, I hung out at the saloon since it's been a while since I last attempted Junimo Kart, and it looks like that break paid off because I successfully crossed the finish line of Red Hot Roller Coaster, getting me 2 more hearts with Abigail. Are we about to complete Junimo Kart? I think this is actually the last level here. Nope, no we are not. On day 214, I dug up that journal scrap walnut that comes with the big egg, and whilst I was on the island, I checked on the strawberries which had come to fruition again today. These were the last quality ones I needed to complete the fodder bundle in the Joja Center for a luck bonus and more hearts with Sandy. That's the final bundle for the bulletin board. In fact, that's the final bundle for the whole building. Our 4th season in year 2. We finally did it. Farewell, little Junimos. Off to Robbins I went from there to buy all the crafting recipes, including all the brazier recipes by closing and reopening the shop. Then I chopped down all the trees on Ginger Island to get even more wood. We'll find out what this is for later, because for now, I wanted to set up more sprinklers with as many fiber seeds as I could craft. On day 215, I stepped outside my front door to find half the town out here celebrating. What's going on? They all just invited themselves inside too and had a good look around, including in the walls. Do you all mind? This is my home. Lewis was pleased though, and as a thank you for completing the Joja Center, he presented me with a trophy whilst I continuously walked on the spot. We then heard a voice grumbling somewhere, which Lewis wanted to investigate. Where are you going? Are you okay? You seem to be limping. No idea where Lewis wandered off to, and we seemed to be stuck, so I just went ahead and kicked everyone out. I had to get to Ginger Island today because it was raining. It was time to use those flute blocks to play the mermaid tune for a few more walnuts, but also, we had a slight hint of luck today, so I wanted to handle that Skull Cavern invasion quest, plus loot, all the loot, duh, and I have another opportunity for radioactive ore along the way. Hats in general are a no from me for now, cone hat all the way, but with this hole I reached floor 100 and completed the quest for Demetrius hearts. I guess the life elixir can come in useful too. I passed out for the night on floor 115, missing out on some iridium ore there, but I wasn't mad. Here's the loot review on day 216. See, with over 250 iridium ore, you can see why I wasn't all that bothered about losing a few, but yesterday I came away with more useful items than overly exciting treasure. Not even a single prizzy in there. Once I put my loot away, I tended to the next forage and oak resin harvest, which meant I could make almost a whole stack of forage seeds. So at this point, all the sprinklers are officially occupied. Ginger Island was also ripe with crops. Most of the wheat was replaced with more wheat, whilst the pumpkins were mostly replaced with ancient seeds. The rest of the ripe ancient fruit was left alone for now. I was waiting for more crops to be ready at the same time because we're very nearly there. With the newest batch of wine ready, I could fill up more kegs with those fresh pumpkins to turn into juice. It was nice to be able to get all of the kegs full this time. And you know what else was full tonight? My friendship with Leo, because overnight I got that boost from handing him 2 gifts this week. I got Haley hearts instead, but also 50 grand in profit too. I checked on all my friendships the next morning, and we've officially got all the unlocks from the friendship hearts now. I also checked in with our parrot friend to find we also finished collecting the golden walnuts. I don't know why I didn't just check the last one on the perfection tracker, but here's the full update. Nothing too difficult left really, but one thing I wanted help with was figuring out what star drops are missing. According to these hints, I found 5 of them, plus the one we found from Krobus. I could be wrong, but I'm guessing the last one is the marriage one. I also wanted an update on the Monster Slayer goals, and these are definitely going to need some work. To help with this, I made myself another Iridium band. Not sure why I haven't done this sooner. Then, with a quick spritz of Monster Musk, I hung out in the mines, though for the most part, I was after some coal today. The completion for the bats was just a bonus, and with over 100 coal, I'd say this day has been a success. This pains me to watch, but on day 218, I accepted the Junimo Kart key quest. Who is she with all this confidence? Like I pretty much went almost straight to the saloon to get going on it. Let's try to knock Lewis off that leaderboard. Not gonna lie, I went into this forgetting I don't start off with a bajillion lives, we literally just have 1. That put me back in my place. My highest score of this session, which was just over 30 minutes, was somewhere around 31,000. I got here a few times, but I just couldn't do any better. I made another 25 kegs for the shed and cut down some of my fiber to top up my supplies. Plus, I wanted to upgrade some of these sprinklers to iridium ones, but this is when I realized I hadn't calculated the width correctly. This really annoyed me because the field below is going to be wrong too. I just squeezed some quality sprinklers down the middle. It's gonna have to do, and I got these set up with more fiber seeds. Sometimes we just gotta roll with it. Day 219 was the next wheat harvest, but when I got to Ginger Island, I found out some of the ancient fruit plants and the pineapples will be ready tomorrow, so I put off the rest till then. I hadn't visited the quarry yet since the bridge had been repaired, so I went and did that. Then I cleared out some of the dig site, mainly for the clay since I've used most of mine on fiber seeds. I also need mixed seeds for these, so I cut down the weeds in the jungle. On day 220, I could see that the extra day was worth the wait, because look how many more crops there are to harvest. And I figured out some multitasking by harvesting the wheat whilst also making more ancient seeds. All of the pineapple got shipped for the island ingredients quest. I'm still not sure I'll make this one on time, and at this point I'm sick of the sight of wheat, so I felt it was about time to start filling this place out with ancient seeds. I even switched this out in the greenhouse too. The juice was also done this evening, but I wanted to use the pumpkins for pickles, so now the kegs got another random assortment of fruit for wine. On day 221, Pigeon took me straight to the Joja sewer first thing in the morning so that I could complete the missing bundle, which thankfully was perfectly normal, including the reward. I waved goodbye to the little sewer Junimo, then headed to the volcano because having this as the entrance means I can access the saloon on a festival day. I can't get out the same way though. I still needed to drop off some eggs for Gus to make another omelette, plus I couldn't help giving Junimo Kart another go with that deadline looming. I still ended up getting stuck at pretty much the same point. Suppose I better get to the Feast of the Winter Star. Demetrius was my secret friend this time, and he will only get the finest of strawberries. It was Penny who brought me a gift, and that gift happened to be a pink cake. Can't complain, I like cake. On day 222, I had a different batch of pineapples to harvest and ship. Annoyingly, I only had 5 left to harvest to satisfy the quest, and I don't think there's going to be any more fruit before the end of the week. Back on the farm, I noticed this weird rectangle on my field. Apparently, I could pet it. It turned out to be green hanging out over here, and green had morphed into something bear-shaped. Thanks to a hint I received in the Discord, I found out this mod has a sprite randomizer, which I only just activated, and it did not disappoint. I then thought it was about time that I clear out the quarry. I was finding it satisfying just smashing through all the rocks and chopping all the trees. Not sure if I'm using this area for anything yet though. There were a few more trees that had grown up in the desert too, but I was also here to dig up that strange doll because I'd just gotten the secret note for it. Not that I need it for the museum anymore. That reminded me I still need to dig up the treasure chest over here for a little boost in cash. Overnight, the sloth gave birth to a baby panther. Don't ask me how that works, I don't know either. The farm was full of forage on day 223, which allowed me to craft an absurd amount of forage seeds. Spoiler alert, I wasn't planning on a third winter in a row, but I planted these up anyway just to keep the sprinkler spots ready for whatever season's next. Over on Ginger Island, I ended up breaking my rule of wanting to wait for similar crops to be done on the same day because I had some empty spots I'd missed, and I was out of ancient seeds to fill them, though I only harvested enough fruit to fill the spots I need. Checking my crab pots at the beach had me giggling a bit because the crab pots really did say crabs. We'll just ignore the stick. It's nice not to have to refill the bait too. Day 224. Can you believe it's the last day of the year? I started this one off with the Sunday Jade Staircase trade before saying good morning to Leo, on Ginger Island. That was on my way to the saloon where I spent an entire real-life hour on this Junimo Kart quest again, but this time I got so close I could have cried. Unfortunately, I only got to that level again one more time, but the score was nowhere near as good. I just had to go complain to Gus. It's got to be something wrong with this machine, I'm sure of it. Since I'd decided I wasn't going for another winter, I made some grass starters and planted them in the animal field so they can multiply a lot with the new season, and I actually got around to finally placing those mini obelisks, one at the top of the farm and the other at the bottom. This was just one of the few extra touches I added to the farm. Nothing fancy, just so I felt like I was making the place feel better in some way. That evening, I rode Pigeon to the movie theatre truck to trade for a rabbit's foot for a lucky charm. Then it was over to the sewer to kick back with the movie. After all that progress we made this year, I do wish we could order ourselves a snack. Why is this not a thing? Oh well, it was still a cozy night of watching The Miracle of Gold Star Ranch. We all deserve to chill out sometime, and I'm gonna leave next season as a surprise. I played 300 days of messed up Stardew Valley. Well, it's 300-ish really, but you'll see what I mean as we get through the year. We are sticking to our promise of no more summit for the 3rd year, and we left off last time having made significant progress towards our goal of perfection. Speaking of last time, you're gonna want to catch up if you've not seen the other videos first. This playthrough is so chaotic and you don't want to miss a single moment. Look forward to a year of confusion, Junimo cart, achievement, Junimo cart, loot, and Junimo cart. Did I mention there'll be Junimo cart? Grandpa's really proud of us, and I hope you are too. So without further ado, let's begin. Starting off the year with fall. On day 225, I accepted the crop order quest for 100 eggplants because I already helped out Gus with an omelette. I was greeted at the farm by the lighting of all 4 candles, and this time I actually remembered to pick up the statue right away. I often forget to do this. I was disappointed to find that the grass did not in fact explode overnight with growth. I guess it's got something to do with the seasons being out of order. Not much I can do about it now. I headed to Pierre's where I found George, who's actually Gus, and now Pierre looks a lot like Jazz thanks to the sprite randomizer we activated at the end of last year. I was here to buy a buttload of pumpkins to grow on the farm, but then it dawned on me, Pierre has limited stock. I really wish I stocked up at Joja now before we booted them out of town. I wasn't really sure 6 eggplant seeds would turn into 100 by the end of the season either. I ended up having to buy everything he had in season, other than the grapes. I just see those as summer forage, and I wanted to get some beets from Sandy, but today there were literally none. Thankfully, I had some crops I could throw in the seed maker to boost my seed supplies, and that feeling of slashing through a load of fiber definitely helped make up for things. I also remembered I was storing a bunch of pumpkins to pickle, so most of those will be turned into seeds now too. I was trying to wait until I had all of my seeds before I planted so I could plan things out a bit, but looking at the time, that just wasn't going to happen, so it was time to multitask. I suppose it makes sense for the farm to look a bit chaotic for this playthrough anyway, and I ended up passing out before even being able to get everything in the ground. What a way to start. It was raining on day 226, which meant I could finally get my hands on a mermaid pendant. Before doing anything else though, I wanted to continue yesterday's planting, even if mostly just growing forage for now, but even then, I didn't have enough seeds for the rest of the farm. I rode out with Pigeon to go get a new key quest when I found some very shady business going on under this tree. What exactly is going on here? The reality is, it's just Leo and Linus, but what a hilarious pairing. Let's go get that quest from Mr. Gus's walnut room? Somehow, I find this slightly more menacing. I decided to give Key's cuisine another go, at least maybe. I'm better prepared now I know how much goes into this one. Then in riding through town, I found toddlers just wandering the streets. This one's Alex, and Harvey's looking a lot younger too. Alex is now Pam, and somehow Morris got down here, except this one is Sebastian, so now we have twins. As for my girlfriend Maru, she now looks like Sandy, and the change in appearance didn't stop me from handing over that mermaid pendant. At the end of the day, she's still Maru on the inside. A few more days and we'll be married. With some leftover ingredients from last year, I headed to my kitchen to make a start on Key's cuisine so I know what I'll have to gather before the deadline. Plus this meant I could work towards cooking every dish. And on this first shipping attempt, I got myself over halfway already. Day 227 was a wine day, which meant the ancient fruit was ready too, though some of the crops still have a long way to go. Whilst I was there, I grabbed all the shellfish to turn into sashimi for the key quest, then returned to the farm, pleased to be able to fill all the kegs with valuable wine now. Though getting this done was a bit of a pain this week, given how many different types we put in last time. Look at all this random wine. I had to come back to the island after that because Lewis was on the resort and I had his truffle oil. It was a bit weird to see Pam had changed back to her original form, but Lewis was looking like Demetrius. Very mysterious. Anyway, I handed over that truffle oil in exchange for a free ostrich incubator, then I spent the evening upgrading the final patch of the farm still using basic sprinklers. Still not really over the fact that I didn't measure this area out properly, but you know what, we'll make it work. On day 228, I dropped off that new incubator before adding more new kegs to the shed. Probably should have done this yesterday, but oh well. Pierre got some more stock in, so I bought more fall stuff again. I can't just rely on buying seeds as and when I need them. I have to be prepared. Given the big old crop order, I prioritised the eggplants, but I also managed to fit in some fairy roses and some yams. For the last little area, I planted some amaranth. That's the whole farm now planted up. This took 4 days, and for the rest of this one, I gathered iron and coal in the mines. Day 229 was the big wedding. Maru was looking much more herself today, and of course, I won't be standing up here without my cone hat. Nice to know it's not working my butt off to complete the Joja Center that made me part of the community. No, I had to marry into it. But whatever, Maru's awesome. My first crop of the year was the bok choy, and all of these got replanted with various seeds I'd saved from our last shopping trip. Some of these were more bok choys, but the rest will be fairy roses and yams. The animals had dug up some truffles for me, but I was surprised they were coming out at varying qualities rather than all iridium. I thought I must have picked a different profession, so I popped over to the statue in the sewer to reset it. I want those iridium truffles. I took some spare gear to the Adventurers Guild tent to sell, when I noticed Marlon was looking really quite different. I'm guessing he was on the receiving end of some sort of spell, but I sold off my stuff and checked on what's left for the Monster Slayer goals, since I'm gonna need to complete these for perfection. Next on my list was more animals, and just outside Marnie's I found Abigail doing whatever this is. I think she got embarrassed because she left when she noticed me. This is actually meant to be Sam. Looks like we have another twin shopkeeper here too, but here I picked out an ant to help with truffle hunting and a guinea pig to fetch me goat's milk. My barn still had one more space, so to fill it I incubated another giant egg. To keep working on the Keys Cuisine quest, I made a load more sashimi as well as a few poi with some spare taro, which should help chip away at the goal, even a little bit. Then I thought setting up another tree farm in this space might be a good move. Instead of all oak resin, I planted all 3 types of trees for a constant supply of each tree product. I went to bed that night ready for that profession change, except it took me straight to the earnings screen. I thought something went wrong, but on checking the professions the next morning, I came to a horrible realization. I still haven't found level 10 foraging. I tried to use a hint, but I have nowhere near enough points to show the one I haven't found yet, and I know for a fact I wasted so many hints last year. Let's hope it doesn't come from Junimo Cart. This prospect terrifies me. At least the first eggplants were now here, so we can start making headway on that crop order. And remember that cactus plant from last year? I wanted to get it actually growing, so for that I'll need some deluxe retaining soil. Something I don't have the recipe for yet. That'll cost me 50 cinder shards at the island trader, but I didn't have enough. So after grabbing the banana pudding recipe, I hyped myself up for a volcano run. Plus, it's an excuse to hunt for loot. Though I was hoping for something that was new. Like, please, I really don't want more golden coconuts. I wasn't upset about the extra cinder shards here though. I made it out and bought that recipe by the late evening. Let's get that soil in the pot because as my first cactus plant, I'm guaranteed to unlock something with this. I was ready for some sleep after this productive day, but as I was saying goodnight to Maru, she asked if she could give birth to a cherry sapling. What? I mean, I know her and Demetrius work on a lot of sciencey stuff, but I had no idea this was what they were up to. I said yes, I was intrigued, but I was also pretty concerned. She woke up hungry on day 231 too. Gotta feed the cherry sapling, and apparently she turns into some posts when we kiss, so that's something. I was excited to see more crops to harvest. I suppose that's the perk of having such a mixed farm. Usually at this point I just plant pumpkins, so that's only 2 to 3 harvests depending on deluxe speed grow, but now I can get this little dopamine boost far more often. And since we still have another week for Keys Cuisine, I planted some taro tubers I found in a chest because turning them into poi ends up being pretty valuable, even if I didn't have a huge quantity of them to hand. Anything to make a bit of progress. Sundays are important for desert trades. I will always be wanting more staircases. I do this pretty consistently too, so I won't tell you about it every time. I topped up on seeds at Pierre's again, since I don't really know how his restocking works. I wasn't sure if it was just a random amount per day or something. If you know, let me know, but I wasn't taking any chances. I also grabbed the last grass starters this time, as well as some extra ingredients to cook with. Speaking of ingredients, I harvested and replanted the wheat, all of which went into the mill for extra flour. From what I bought today, I made some more pancakes and bread to sell, then added some paths to my tree farm to stop them spreading later. Tonight was the night we celebrated the birth of our cherry sapling, which meant I woke up to this funny bit of dialogue on day 232. I think Maru is proud of her creation. On this new week, Caroline requested some island ingredients again. The pineapples should be no problem this time because we still have all the crops we planted when we failed that quest last year. Today on the farm we had some amaranth to harvest and replant. Most of these extra crops I sell some of, and I keep some in case I want to process them later. Then my next stop was Ginger Island to collect the first round of pineapples to ship, in addition to a handful of seafood to turn into sashimi. I really can't wait for this key quest to be over. For the evening, I chose violence because I really needed some coal, but I also alternated with some lower floors to work on Monster Slayer goals like the Void Spirit. Even without fully focusing on dust sprites, I still came out with 92 coal because the Void Spirits can sometimes drop them too. The biggest surprise of the day happened as I went to bed. Maru wanted to give birth to Emily Hearts. Firstly, she's just given birth, and secondly, how? I mean, I need it for perfection, so yeah. There were even more crops on day 233. I might start choosing to plant a bigger variety more often in other playthroughs because there's just something about this that brings me so much joy, and it was nice to be able to replace a portion of the forage with actual crops. There is only some of them though, so using some of the over a stack of seeds I just made, I did need to replant more forage. Having burnt through a lot of my supplies, this was a good day to head to the wizard's basement to Pierre's shop to top them up. But when I walked in, the first thing I noticed was this, that thing. I don't know what to call it. A gathering of activities? I don't know. But then over at the counter, I noticed Pierre had gone for a beach day, except the magical box has unlimited stock. Give me all those pumpkins. And you know what? I also took advantage of this day by buying the other seasonal equivalents, so the melons and the cauliflowers, in addition to a couple of extra things. I stuffed what I could into my overflowing seed chest, placing a couple of random things on the farm so I could fit the rest in the chest next to it. For this week's key quest, I begrudgingly accepted the Junimo cart one. I don't know if I need this for perfection, and I don't have enough points to ask for a hint, so the only way to find out is to tackle it head on. It had been a good few weeks since I last played, so I was a bit out of practice, and it took me some time to get past the first jumps, but for today I only managed to get to the beginning of that third level in my best run. On day 234, I bought more bombs from the dwarf because it was about time I was craving some skull caverns. Believe it or not, I was slightly rusty here too because I didn't eat my first spicy eel till several hours in. Now obviously I was after some loot, but I also made an effort to kill most of the serpents I encountered because this monster slayer gold needed the most work. Same with the mummies. I didn't get a huge amount of treasure floors today. My floor 100 chest just had some rain totems which could have been worse, and on this very monster focused day I passed out on floor 139. I hope you all remember what's next for day 235. Even though I only found a couple of treasure floors, I'm not going to complain about coming away with hundreds of ore and 7 prismatic shards. 3 of those went to a magic rock candy from the desert trader, and with the loot related stuff now sorted, I could turn my attention to the eggplant and yam harvest. Then in deciding what to plant next, I realised I bought over 600 melon seeds for the summer I never want again. That was a huge waste of money, and I shoved them in the shipping bin because I don't want to look at them ever again. The Skull Cavern run yesterday meant I missed the usual wine day, so I guess I'll be doing this on Thursdays from now on. And it also meant being able to harvest more pineapples for Caroline. I managed to finish filling out the shed with kegs on this day, which meant I could move on to lining the greenhouse with them too, because I won't be using this space for fruit trees. I cooked another random assortment of food for Mr. Key before working on the wheat I missed earlier. This left a good space to plant some of the leftover seeds I had for chest space, and get a few extra pumpkins down too. I don't know why I didn't do this earlier, but I then fertilised those trees we planted several days ago. I had way more than enough fertiliser thanks to the bone mill, and from the wine, crops, food and some other stuff, we raked in over 300,000 gold. Seems Maru had now birthed those friendship points for Emily because I got them in the mail on day 236 along with 2 letters from her. I was now super close to completing Key's cuisine, so I'm not worried about that one anymore. Plus, there were some cranberries to harvest, so this was setting up to be a good day. Some of those cranberries got turned into sauce, but to really make sure we'd cross that line tonight, I also cooked up another 75 bread. Probably slightly overkill. I wanted to check what unlocks were left at Robin's, who now looks like Sam, but Demetrius' science work has become far more adorable. I gotta say, I'm not sure what this sprite is usually used for Marnie because I don't think I've actually seen it before. Even though I brought the materials with me, I didn't end up buying anything new from this trip yet. There were a good few friendship hearts here, but I was really hoping for that foraging level, which she just wasn't selling, and I wanted to be able to buy more than one thing at once. The fish pond was one of the blueprints I needed to buy, and annoyingly, I only have 4 of the 5 algae I need. Probably should have thought about that before I turned most of it into soup the other day. I didn't feel like going into the mines, so I tried squashing the slimes in the secret woods first, but they didn't drop any, so I had to go in there anyway, and I finished the slime monster slayer goal in the process. I returned to the surface the second I got that algae, and paid another visit to Robin to buy the kitchen blueprint and the fish pond for friendship with Alex and Lewis. I also bought more wood to buy the shed blueprint for penny hearts. At this point, I just wanted to grab all the ones I needed, so I collected some iron from home to get the jazz hearts from the stable blueprint, and that's everything I need for perfection from here. All those blueprints meant I used more wood than I had, so the rest of the day went to deforestation because I needed it to make a bunch of tree tappers. Here's the confirmation that we completed Key's cuisine tonight. The reward was another mine elevator, which I don't need for perfection, but it's definitely more than useful. On day 237 I fancied a little volcano run. I needed to slay more magma sprites, but I was hoping for some fun treasure too, obviously. I do not need more hats though. Usually I'd be excited about this dwarf hammer here, but I think the dragon tooth club would have been better even before I forged it. This will get sold. I guess this chest didn't hear me when I said I didn't want another hat. Let's see how many I accumulate by the end of the save. I'm pretty sure I've trashed some in the past as well. I was not about these golden coconuts either. Let's be honest, all I care about is the hot Java ring now for easy unlimited coffee. I never noticed the pop-up in the volcano, but when I got to the adventurer's tent, I confirmed I finished slaying the magma sprites for that goal, and it was good to get a quick progress check on the rest. Quite a few of them are pretty close now. Using some of the cinder shards I got today, I enchanted my dragon tooth club to get artful, which reduces the cooldown on the slam attack. This should help me get through those goals a little bit quicker. Day 238 was a pumpkin day. There were other crops too, but like, come on, pumpkins are the best. I suppose these eggplants are important for that crop order though. Pretty much everything I harvested today got replaced with pumpkin seeds thanks to being able to bulk buy these while Pierre was taking a day off. Then I popped over to Professor Clint to, I want to say, adopt that quote-unquote ugly baby. I don't need this for perfection, but it just felt like something I should do. I harvested all the taro I forgot about on the island. I don't need this for Key's cuisine anymore, but I still kept some for later use just in case. Then it was off to the desert to plant a load of trees. I mainly want to use all this wood for kegs. They all got fertilized too. Not gonna lie, I completely forgot about that Junimo cart quest till today. The last day, of course. My brain could only handle about 30 real-life minutes of dying in the same spot over and over again before I called it a day. I'm really hoping we can pull this off one day. I might have failed that quest this time, but we did successfully fulfill that eggplant order, raising our friendship with Linus. I had a little breakfast with my wife the next morning. She had a strawberry and I had a star drop. That is the last one we need too. For this week's key quest, we'll be doing Key's kindness. Since it's not showing a key gem reward, we can see it's not been done yet. And here's a quick perfection update whilst we're here. I'm pretty sure I've done both these special orders here, but I took the cave patrol one just in case I felt like doing it. I harvested the next assortment of crops from the farm, and from that big egg we incubated, we hatched a big animal. Who knew mammoths came from eggs? To fill up the newly open crop space, I emptied Pierre's stock of artichoke seeds and planted some yams alongside them. Then I filled up my backpack with items to deliver so I could start handing out those love gifts. But the sprite randomizer definitely messed me up right from the start because I really thought this was George. Definitely need to check everyone before I hand over the gifts now. This gift spree ended up occupying my entire afternoon given how much more time it took me to identify each villager, but I definitely got round to almost everyone. On day 240 there was the next round of forage to tend to, and this time I used up the last of the random seeds in the chest before I filled the rest of the space with forage again. It was also the Stardew Valley fair today, so I pieced together an exquisite display, and whilst Lewis was making his judgments, I kept smashing that strength test till I could reach the top because some of you let me know in the last premiere that this is actually a check. I got 2 hearts with Leo for that, so this was an important one. I won the fair again too, but I already got everything I need from here before, so I just walked away with a cup of coffee, the dried sunflowers, and the rug because why not? On day 241, I resumed the gifting first thing in the morning, including waking some people up in their own homes. I got my last gift out at the saloon around lunchtime. The beach totems were not great, but we're slowly ruling out all the checks I don't need for perfection. I wasn't going to leave this place without doing a bit of Junimo cart because we still have some levels here with rewards. To break up how much of this game I play in one go, I've started giving myself 3 attempts per day of progress mode just to protect my sanity, and let's be honest, this is mostly because of Glowshroom Grotto. I probably won't go into detail or even tell you about a lot of these sessions because telling you I played Junimo cart and unlocked absolutely nothing every single day will be pretty boring and repetitive. I don't need to put you through this nightmare too. Just know I'm working on it, and at this point I was reaching the last level or 2 on the majority of my attempts, which alone I'm pretty proud of. I got back to the farm that afternoon to tend to the latest batch of crops, and with Pierre out of the office today, I was able to grab myself a good couple of 100 artichoke seeds to replace all the non-regrowable crops. The rest of my day was then spent in the mine slaying skeletons for Clint's quest whilst also gathering iron, finishing that up around midnight. Day 242 was an ancient fruit and wine day. This also meant the pineapples were ready, and these should be the last I need to ship to complete island ingredients. I like to be able to keep pineapples as a backup for wine in case I run out of ancient fruit. Whilst adding to the greenhouse kegs, I noticed the cactus was bearing fruit, but all I got for this harvest was a painting I don't even want. I rewarded myself for the wine day duties with a volcano run. My only treasure chest was on the 9th floor, and what do you know, another freaking pirate hat, so this really wasn't even worth it. And neither was the island ingredients quest because all we got were 30 spring seeds. We made almost 500 grand though. After dealing with the crops on day 243, I shopped for some hoppers with my key crystals. With all the animals we've acquired, I was starting to accumulate a lot of animal products to process, so I decided to set up a dedicated area for the cheese and mayo machines to make my life a little bit easier. Then it was over to the adventurer's tent to sell some spare gear, a lot of which were bone swords from all those skeletons the other day. Whilst I was on the island, I chopped down all the trees on my never-ending quest for wood. Every save, it's always the same story. There's never enough wood. I spend the whole of day 244 sort of decorating the Ginger Island farm. I say sort of because I'm certainly no great decorator, and it was mostly just paths, but I did also add some tufts of grass to hide torches in because I feel like this adds a little something. On day 245, I set up the cheese making section. This is what I chopped that wood for a couple of days ago. We were about to enter the last week of fall, so I had to be careful which seeds I replanted here, and the amaranth should be done just in time. I had a bit more pathing to finish up on Ginger Island, but I'll have to come back at a later date again because I have a couple of fruit trees which haven't finished growing yet, and I'm pretty sure the paths can stop that from happening. The rest of this day was mostly just some basic farm chores with a touch of Junimo cart. On day 246, I checked the special order board, but these all remain untouched because I refuse to do all of this fishing again. The Junimo cart key quest was up for grabs again. I do hope this keeps coming up because I wasn't confident that I'd manage it this week either. I gave myself a minute to mentally prepare by harvesting my cranberries, but this session of endless mode wasn't any different from last time really, still dying around 30k. I took down all that desert wood to bring to Robin's because I wanted to ask for that community upgrade in case this had a check, plus it'll be funny turning Caroline's tea trailer into a tea mansion. Then I came back out to the desert to replant the trees for next time I need an abundance of wood. At this point though, I didn't have enough fertilizer for most of them. Day 247, I was in full loot goblin and monster slaying mode in Skull Caverns. I'll save the haul for the loot review in the morning, and my descent was much slower than usual thanks to all the monsters I couldn't just ignore, but I managed to hit the rock crab goal, and please do enjoy this goofy moment with these 2 iridium nodes here. Definitely the reason I got a prizzy. Then at 1:40 AM I got this secret note, the one to meet Mr. Key on floor 100. Annoyingly, I was already on floor 138. I got several other rubbish secret notes today, but I'm gutted I didn't find that one earlier. Though, to be fair, you know as well as I do, we'll definitely be back here for more. I somehow squeezed in another floor and a jump hole just to pass out on floor 146. Time for the loot review the next morning. This wasn't too bad for a run not focused on loot. I've definitely come out with less stuff when I am focused on loot and all, though I could have done better if I threw some stuff away like the single piece of hardwood and the magma geode for example. Here I make a couple more oil makers because I might as well do something with all these truffles, especially since they aren't even iridium quality. Just need a couple more hoppers. I then turn my attention to the farm crops with the final big eggplant harvest, and for all the non-regrowable crops, I stuck some forage seeds down just to keep the sprinklers occupied into the new season. But when I got to the sunflowers, I used up their seeds instead because I really don't want to plant these anymore anyway, and coming straight from the plant, they're free. The slime egg press was finally low on slime, so I thought it was about time I step into the neglected slime hunch. I think I've decided these are just not my thing. I hyperfixated on Junimo Cart's endless mode for an entire real-life hour today. I reached Ghastly Galleon exactly once with a top score of 43,000. This gave me a simple smidgen of hope that I might actually be able to do this. Not today though. I grabbed those 2 hoppers I needed that evening and added a few more torches around the farm in some places I thought could use them. On day 249, I met Robin outside the newly built house. I decided to remain anonymous. I've already drawn enough attention to myself with the accidental teleporting and stuff, so Robin went ahead and said hello to Pam and Penny. Don't know what they're so excited about. They must really love tea or something. Maybe this will be Pam's substitute for beer now. I went over to their place and I can't help but notice it's had quite the makeover. Penny seems to have had one too, and I very much love her new look. I felt like giving the quarry a clear out, then it was time to work on this week's wine day. I may have forgotten last week, but this week I grabbed a few prizzies to trade for a magic rock candy. I think I only forgot once this year, so I'm pretty proud of myself for that, though you might not hear about every trade. On day 250, I harvested the artichokes I'd been ignoring for a good few days. Again, being close to the end of the season, I seeded the ground with forage since I'd hoarded almost 2 stacks of them anyway. I then brought some maple syrup to the secret woods because I thought the bear could use a gift on this rainy day, and for that, I got a hoe upgrade. Not gonna lie, I was kinda hoping for the solar panel recipe, the last recipe I need to complete all the crafting. Maybe I can get it from this Junimo Cart quest? I think we all know I wasn't passing it today. This stupid level, I hate it here. So to do something else that required less brain power, I hung all those lupini paintings in the house. After that little break, I made a start on the bits of crafting I could do, so now I'd know what materials I'd be missing. Some of the items I immediately trashed, but I kept some just in case I want to use them, and others I kept to deconstruct and refund some of the materials. Day 251 was the last major harvest of the season, mainly the pumpkins and the cranberries, both crops to be excited about. I got back to the crafting after that, and it seems the main material I was going to run out of was iron, so I set up a hopper into a deconstructor, prioritising items that should spit out iron. I did have some iron ore, but I was low on coal for smelting, so I reduced the population of dust sprites for a bit. I was also low on bug meat, so I cleared out the bug lair, but there were only a handful of bugs here, so I had to continue my hunt in the mines. Really glad I don't have any reason to wear this sturdy ring because this just seems gross. That brought me to the time for the Spirit Sea Festival. I passed through the maze with ease, ready to grab that golden pumpkin, but it seems someone else got to it first. This is a lesson in how to anger a loot goblin. Not impressed at all. I had the last few crops to manage on day 252, then when I went to continue with the crafting again, I realised I never actually crafted an ancient seed since we've been receiving them as rewards. Thankfully, I could bring a load of omnigeodes with me to the desert trader because you can get the artifact version of the seed from the troves, though I didn't need to trade for quite this many for it to show up. I also had to go buy the flower seeds for the tub from Pierre. I'm never quite prepared for this one either. Suppose I might as well plop it down on the farm as well. It was the last day again for this attempt at the Junimo Kart key quest, and yet again we'll be ending the week with a fail. I wanted an early night tonight, but before I did that I planted a blue jazz in the house because this was the last crop I need for shipping, and I won't be planting it next season because we'll be going into winter. I'm missing a good few things over there too. Day 253 and Mr. Key allowed me a break from Junimo Kart's endless mode. I might as well accept Robin's resource rush though because I'll be happy with more motivation to chop wood. When I got to the farm, I noticed I must have forgotten to place down full forage seeds yesterday, but no harm, it's not that much of the farm in the grand scheme of things, and I want to plant some winter forage as well anyway. Believe it or not, even ignoring the solar panel recipe, I still wasn't done crafting stuff. Then I grabbed the tree fertilizer I accumulated to add to those desert trees to secure the supply for Robin's resource rush. On day 254, I had a magic rock candy for breakfast because it was time for another run in Skull Caverns. As well as the looting and the monster slaying, I specifically wanted to reach floor 100 because this time we should unlock something new from that secret note. On my descent, I completed the Dino Monster Slayer goal, and thanks to this hole here, I made it to Mr. Key that evening. And yeah, I made it down the honourable way thanks to all the luck buffs. We actually got the real milk in the mail in a previous year, so for this one, I got the solar panel recipe. I'm so glad it was here. I carried on filling my backpack through the night and passed out at 2 AM on floor 160 being swarmed by bats. Let's have a look at our next morning's haul. Almost half a stack of iridium ore and 8 prismatic shards. Quite a lot of gems as well. All round winner this one. Now that I had that final crafting recipe, I could make that solar panel and become a craft master. Another perfection milestone knocked out. A good portion of this day was for chopping down Cindersap Forest for Robin's resource rush, when I noticed the trash bear was here, so I took a few trips back and forth to feed them. This took me a little bit because I had to go cook the dishes too, but I didn't have the recipe for the ice cream yet, so I got my pigeon to serve me at the ice cream stand. I'd probably do anything for ice cream too. The sewer area got cleaned up and Dusty's house got an upgrade, and I was curious if I'd unlock anything for this, but nope, nothing new. That night, Morris was handing out coupons to the fish when I was cutting down more trees, and I guess I must have startled him because it looked like he was gonna punch me for saying hi. I left the man to his grind so I could finish off that special request for a bit of extra gold that night. Day 256 was a wine day, and at this point I was very close to filling out the greenhouse with kegs. There's something about outlining it like this that's really satisfying to me. Being able to add new kegs each week also means increasing our income with each batch. I'm sort of just making all this profit for fun though, because all the obelisks and the golden clock we already got for free. I took my prizzies with me to spend after that, some on a magic rock candy, and some to enchant my tools at the forge. I wanted bottomless on my watering can, powerful on my pickaxe, and my axe took several attempts here, but I was looking for shaving. Like it literally took every last prizzy, but that's fine, I'll get more. This wine day gained us another $500,000. Then on day 257, I used a lot of that gold to buy all the remaining blueprints at Robin's. Even though I don't need them for perfection, I was also now considering getting every possible check that the Archipelago mod has to offer for my playthrough, but I didn't have enough hardwood for the kids' room, so I'll have to come back to this. I needed 150 of the stuff, so I got started on working towards this right away. First in the secret woods, then with the mahogany trees on Ginger Island. Because there were so many here, I was surprised I could actually go back for that last blueprint the very same day. I also asked for that second community upgrade I only recently learned about. These add shortcuts around town, so why not? The next up was the adventurer's tent to collect my most recent rewards. I also took note of my remaining goals to complete and sold off any spare gear I wasn't going to use. I was running out of coal again for smelting, shocker, so for the evening I smashed as many dust sprites as I could and left with over 100 around midnight. On day 258 I bought the remaining unlocks from Professor Clint just to get them cleared, even though there was nothing really important or even any good here. I wanted to give a quick mention to today's Junimo Kart attempt because this was the furthest I'd ever gotten on that final level. I was proud, but also pretty upset because it's hard for me to even get past the first couple of jumps on that one. I rested my brain after that with a bit of light decorating on the farm. On day 259, I chopped up all the grown-up desert wood, making sure to replant everything for when we inevitably run out again. That took most of the day, and I planted a few more oak trees to utilise this dead space here for more oak resin. On day 260, Gus was up for making yet another giant omelette. Sure, I'll help. I like me an omelette. I went to get a new key quest for the week, but the door was locked. Completely forgot about the Festival of Ice, to be honest. I treated myself to a couple of house decorations, then I smashed that fishing contest even though I hadn't fished for a good while. I was only ever gonna let Willy have that one single win. I didn't make much gold this day, but I did ship that blue jazz, so on day 261 I woke up to the full shipment achievement and gave Maru the good news. Looks like it's time for me to torture myself with Junimo Kart's endless mode again because my break was over, the quest was back. The forage was now ready for harvest. This was a day late because of the drought we bought from Clint. Thanks Clint, and of course I replanted more. I then paid a rare visit to the Hat Mouse for the Goblin Mask. I only learned about this mask during Streammas. It's so perfect. Gutted that this one is locked behind full shipment though, I wish I could rock this for an entire playthrough. As much as I love this thing, I've really grown attached to the cone hat for this save, but I'm just glad I've got it. The rest of this day was another for monster slaying, partly for dust sprites for coal, but also alternating with getting through those void spirits. The highlight though was scoring a prizzy from a dust sprite. On day 262, I had to buy a load more hay from Marnie because I forgot to cut down my grass before the last season ended. I was back in the mines again today, this time focusing only on the void spirit floors until I hit the goal that afternoon. Then I could return to farming coal. On day 263, I was pleased with my child pulling off that loot goblin look. Gotta start them off young, you know. Speaking of being a loot goblin, I delayed this week's wine day because Clint's drought now meant the ancient fruit wasn't ready on time. This gave me a perfect excuse to hit Skull Caverns again. I was here for the serpent slaying and the treasure hunting, and my first score of the day was my first auto petter of the save. I won't spoil the rest of the loot I got today, but I finally hit that serpent goal and passed out for the night on floor 165. Day 264, and I hope you're ready for this loot review. Look at that, I got a second auto petter. I also got a couple of bits to sell to Marlon, a load of ores, and 6 prismatic shards. Specifically happy with the prizzies, considering I didn't get my first one of the day until floor 98. I got those auto petters in the barn and the coop straight away, and then I made a couple more crystallariums so that we can trade for more staircases each week. We can now handle the next wine day, and once I harvested all the Ginger Island fruit, I headed back to the farm to clear out the slime hutch for the final time. I wasn't really enjoying using it for its intended purpose, so now it's going to be another keg shed since the greenhouse is now full. I was still harvesting more ancient fruit than I could turn into wine. This is a good thing because it meant I could turn the fruit back into seeds. I wasn't planning on going through another winter, so I wanted to plant even more on the farm. On day 265, I cleared out the eggs from the auto grabber, and since I already handed in some eggs to Gus's fridge on a Junimo Kart trip, this completed the giant omelette quest again. I popped to the adventurer's tent to collect the next round of rewards, and I was relieved to check the board to find that we officially completed all the goals now. I shopped at Robin's today, this time for a furniture catalogue which I immediately browsed for floors and wallpapers before realising that's a whole separate catalogue. That one I have to buy from Pierre's. I was bored of the plain look of the shed, so this was the first place to get a refresh. Even some simple windows I feel add quite a lot to them. Then I moved on to practicing my decorating outside. I'm not really confident in this part of the game, and I'm not going to get any better if I don't try, but maybe in a future playthrough I'll use the Furniture Anywhere mod because I want to be able to use things like this outside. There's not too much going on with this, but it will look better in future seasons because I do like adding grass in decorated areas. Day 266 began with a desert trader trip, followed by a quick little volcano run specifically hunting for that hot Java ring. Floor 9 had my only treasure chest, which just had some pineapple seeds. Very disappointing. Maybe what I need is more luck, so I was expecting to spend the entire afternoon at the dig site panning for the lucky ring, but I got it literally on my first try today. Honestly, I was a little bit stunned. I took it straight to the forge to merge it with another Iridium band, then I had another session of making more ancient seeds for future seasons. On day 267, I was getting desperate to end the daily nightmare that is Junimo Kart. At this point, I was trying all sorts to make it easier for me, including zooming out with the logic that it's easier for me to see the whole game screen in my eyeline. I really wasn't liking it though, so it wasn't long before I changed it back to the zoom level I was used to. I just couldn't escape this stupid game. I was literally starting to have dreams about it from having made attempts on almost every in-game day. The scene inside my brain was very much like this. And whilst I can definitely say I've majorly improved, it was this last level just causing me so much issue because I just don't know where to look next. I was learning to keep my cool though, because it's the anxiety and frustration that usually causes me to lose the last lives, and today, with just a couple of lives left, I crossed that finish line. I had finally done it. I completed Junimo Kart. Now I know this isn't anything close to the achievement of anyone who's done this without this mod, because you usually start with 3 lives and not 11. Hats off to all of you who have done this, truly, but I wasn't going to let that rain on my parade today because these checks made me work for them. Now because the chat box got flooded with this message for this command here, I didn't see what I got for the last level, but I didn't hesitate to release the rest of the checks for the levels I didn't get through because I don't think there was any way I was going to get through Glowshroom Grotto, and I'm so glad I didn't force myself to do this just for a painting. This is also when I found out the game has a secret level. I pretty much melted my brain and all that, so my day was pretty calm. I transferred all my hats to a dresser, then on my way to the secret woods, I found Elliot hiding out here practicing some speed sipping. Not sure what that's for, but anyway, I grabbed some hardwood for reasons I can't recall, and added some torches around the farm. As soon as it hit 5 PM, I was headed for the night market because I had 3 more unlocks to purchase from Lupini, but apparently he'd sold out? Huh? What am I gonna do? I'll figure it out another day. On day 268, I found the reward for the last level of Junimo Kart was just 5 mahogany seeds. Really? Looks like for perfection, I didn't need any of these rewards I got today, but I did proudly display my very own machine. The next batch of forage was ready to be turned over. Then I kinda just wandered about aimlessly till the night market. Dodgy Art Guy still wasn't selling anything today, and that's when I found out that in the Archipelago mod, they rotate on a monthly basis. That means that to get the paintings from year 3, I should have done a 3rd winter last season after the last 2 we did, and this month he would have been selling the paintings from the first year again if I hadn't bought them yet. Looks like I'll need to end the year with winter, which is when the ones I need will show up next, but I don't calculate this for a while, and you'll see why I should have later. From there, I headed up to the mines to get to the shrine. The lowest elevator we have is 115, so I mined my way to the bottom because I wanted the ability to gather radioactive ore here from now on. That's how I decided to spend my day 269, gathering radioactive ore. And mushrooms apparently. I don't exactly remember why I was gathering all this ore, or maybe I was doing it just for fun, I don't know. I guess we'll find out in time. I left the mines that evening with 92 of the stuff, and I still checked the night market even though I pretty much knew I wasn't getting a new painting. I would rather go and check than regret not having gone. At least I can walk away with a free coffee. On day 270, I grabbed a new magic rock candy before gathering the bone frags at the dig site. The reason I needed all of those was to make some hyperspeed growth for those ancient seeds, which is what I also needed the radioactive ore for. From all the hanging out in the various mines, I was now out of salads, so I topped up on those. Then I kinda messed up because I got up to do something in real life and completely forgot to pause my game, so I passed out on the farm doing absolutely nothing that evening. Day 271 was a wine day, and once I was done with those duties, I wanted to check out a couple of those new shortcuts Robin opened up in town. I don't know how much I'll make use of these, but they're nice to have, though I think the one I might use the most is the one from the town to near the quarry. Down at the beach, I took another look at the spa again. I got some comments on the earlier videos letting me know that I can enter the other locker room if I just keep trying. Here I found the actual men's locker room. Never seen this place before. Why do they get gym equipment and we don't? And if I go out the other door, it brings me to the locker room entrances in the volcano, so I guess this is another shortcut too. That does mean if I kept trying earlier, I could have found the wizard at a much earlier time, but I'm just gonna choose to ignore that devastating realization and build a Junimo hut just because I feel like it, and I never had one before, I don't think. I also found out that the shortcut only works one way, but it's good to know it's there. On day 272, I waited for Robin to get to a counter so I could repaint some of my buildings. Everything is chaos and nothing makes sense, and I wanted my buildings to match this vibe. They're all kinda ugly and I love it. I wasn't making good use of some of the machines on the farm, and I wanted to expand my smelting capacity, so I shifted some things around, then gathered some more copper in the mines. But it was much slower than I wanted because this was the harder version of the mines. I wasn't up for this sort of grind, so I was only able to make one more furnace today. On day 273, I went and bought a load more copper ore from Professor Clint. I don't usually do this, but I didn't want to grind for it, and I was investing this to be able to smelt more iridium at once, most of which I was probably just going to sell anyway. I used some of my abundance of key gems to get hoppers for them too. This playthrough has shown me that even though they aren't perfect, the hoppers are still pretty useful. It did take me a while to divide up all the ore and coal for them though, and it became immediately clear that this would mean I'll be burning through my coal so much faster. Suppose I better spend the day farming for more. On day 274, Mr. Key reminded me that my Junimo Kart days were not over yet. I was ready to show him I could do it. I got to that 4th level again for the 2nd time this year, but then somehow I passed that one too. I was now above 50,000 points, so how far can I get? Slump Stomp is a pretty easy win, but next, Glowshroom Grotto. This is where it ends. 73,000 points in that one single life? I don't think I'm ever beating this. I got friendship with Jodie as my prize, so at least all that pain was necessary. Suck it, Lewis. The merchant's cart was selling the ancient seed artifact for 6 gold, which is wild. I'm gonna be looking for these more often. Then I did a quick perfection check and we are so ridiculously close now. It occurred to me that I was soon gonna need some grass starters for the farm, so I planted a load of fibre, plus this is more productive than all those dead crops. And given how close we are to perfection, you'll find I end up having quite a lot of shorter days and earlier nights because most of what we need I can't get my hands on till specific days. You'll see what I mean as time goes on. Day 275 was the next forage harvest, and I replanted the spots just to keep the sprinklers occupied into the new season. I then used the day for more nonsense decorating, this time inside my house. If only I did this before the whole town invited themselves in last year. That probably would have made them all leave. The decorating continued into day 276. I'm a fan of the trash can table, and I decided to make some art on the kitchen floor. And for this room, I wanted to showcase some random items, some of which are significant for this playthrough. Let me know if you get some of these in the comments. Day 277 was the Feast of the Winter Star. I don't usually listen to the legend, but in the last premiere, I was told I probably should. They were right. There's my foraging level. Willie's been hiding it from me the whole time. I gifted Elliot a pomegranate which he loved, and my gift giver this year was Linus. Clearly, he knows I'm a loot goblin because he brought me a ruby. The main thing I had left now was friendship with Sam. I begged for a hint, but I still didn't have enough points. I only have a few checks left. 3 are in those paintings, a couple from Spring Special Requests, and the other is in the Soldier's Star Quest from Kent that he'll only mail about in summer. You know, the season we never want to see again. We'll just have to work our way through them all to find out, but I'll be doing everything in my power not to have to endure another summer. On day 278, I geared up for Skull Caverns when I noticed that today was wine day. We seem to get a ridiculous amount of max luck days, so I wasn't too worried about giving this one a miss, especially since the alternative was making a good load of profit. On my way to bed, I made sure to grab a backpack full of cooking ingredients. I wasn't sure when I was going to handle cooking every dish. I still have a lot of them missing from the Queen of Sauce, but I might as well begin the prep. Our wine day profits were now topping 600 grand and still growing each week. It's nice to be able to do this without the pressure of saving up for things like the golden clock. On day 279, I worked on some areas of the farm that still needed some lighting, and I had a bit more prep to do for the decorating I wanted to add to in other seasons. On day 280, I traded for some stuff, including more staircases from the desert trader. Then I headed over to Skull Caverns because this was our next max luck day. I had 2 magic rock candy with me, but I forgot to actually eat one until floor 20. Bit of a yikes, but it was better late than never. You know what these days look like by now, so I'll let you know that because of the wild amount of jump holes I uncovered, I passed out on floor 268. And before we go on with the next loot review, I got asked to pick a season. I have a couple of special orders to get done, so I picked spring. Totally wasn't intending for all the seasons this year to be in a correct sequence so far, but we gotta do what we gotta do. Before we go on with our spring activities, here's that loot review for you. Almost an entire stack of iridium ore, hello? But what do we have here? Is that an empty backpack space? I've definitely let myself down here, but I will say it's because that space belonged to my last bomb. I divided all that ore between the furnaces, but then I needed to pop back home real quick when I got a cutscene with Maru about a comet passing tomorrow night, so I'll be meeting her at the mountains to see it together. I couldn't remember what I came home for, so my next stop was the special order board, and to my horror, both the requests I need are on the board today. I took the gifts for George one first. That one usually takes me longer, and we'll just have to hope Pam's still craving the strong stuff in a future week. I still bought some potato seeds, and I'll just leave these in the ground till that quest comes up. I also planted some spring forage, hoping that at least some of these will grow into some leeks for George. Then for the rest of the place, I had a small amount of rhubarb seeds, a load of cauliflower we got when Pierre was out at the beach resort, and then for the hundreds of ancient seeds, I only had a couple of sprinklers worth of hyperspeed grow. On day 282, I planted some grass starters in the animal area because I forgot at the end of the last season. I got lucky that a pretty big patch grew by itself, but I definitely needed more to sustain them all. This was also a good time to place the grass in the spaces I left for them, but some will be allowed to spread over time too, and I just kinda generally added little bits to the last month's decorating. I then began my hunt for leeks to try and get a head start before my own ones mature, and I even checked the merchant's cart for one. She didn't have any, though I don't think this would have counted anyway. That night, I went to meet Maru ready to see some exciting space stuff, and what a sight it was. It was just overall a very cute cutscene too. Maru is a lovely spouse, and so I wished for us to grow old together. Not that we really age in this game, and I thought we weren't supposed to tell our wishes. Never gonna happen now. On day 283, I let the barn animals out so the truffle hunters could do their job, and since I had a load of spare grass starters, I spammed them all over the ground. They might as well get eaten. I kept the coop animals inside today because I wanted a bit more time for them to spread, but I did have to refill the hay. Didn't realise we ran out yet again. I was after a couple more fun decorations, so I brought a strange bun to Vincent's toy box for the Ferogamon statue, I grabbed the stone Junimo from behind my house, and I brought a duck mayo to the saloon to get Pinky Lemon. I know there's another one we can get using a super cucumber, but I'm not fishing for one of those, so I'll keep checking the merchant's cart in hopes we can get one that way. Day 284 went to coal farming. Then on day 285, I got this tip from the TV about how friends won't mind you stealing stuff. I have no idea what this actually means for this playthrough because I'm not a thief in this one, so let me know if you happen to know. It was also the next wine day, and this week I finished filling out the slime hutch with kegs. I decided this day to sell a handful of gold ancient fruit alongside the wine, as well as periodically dealing with the animal products through the day, so overnight I made a good chunk of gold. On day 286, I chopped down all the wood I could find in the valley and on Ginger Island too, plus the handful of trees in the desert. This will likely go to more kegs. On day 287, I realised I missed Cindersap Forest on my travels yesterday, so I picked up all of that before taking all of my magma geodes to Professor Clint's to open, specifically looking for some basalt for my lava eels, which thankfully I managed to find. I also opened all my golden coconuts because they often have some decent stuff to sell inside. I wasn't going to plant these saplings, so I'll just be shipping these. I finally fed the lava eels, then I got my solar panels back out just in case I want the option of more batteries in the future. Then I visited the pier to gather everything from the fruit cave because, as you can probably tell, I haven't been here in quite a long time. Day 288 was the start of a new week, and I'm pleased to report that Pam is still after the strong stuff. This meant I could harvest the potatoes alongside the forage, though I didn't realise till now the potatoes didn't have to be fresh. I'll have to wait till the next wine day to keg them though. I grabbed a few different seeds from Pierre's and all of Sandy's small stock of rhubarb seeds so I could replant these in the spaces with less forageables and more crops. My next stop was the mourners to drop off this morning's leeks, and for that I unlocked the next and final mine elevator. On day 289 I got this tip from the TV about a magical clock that can change time. I viewed this hint quite a lot already, but I only just managed to figure out what it meant. I ran down to my golden clock and gave it a few clicks and it will fast forward time in 20-minute increments. Wild! No more waiting for the festivals to start or villagers to get to their counters. I plucked all the spring onions on my way to the sewer theatre. I wasn't here to see a movie, but I was after more fun decorations from the crane game. I'm a big fan of these tree decorations, and I obviously needed to get myself some plushies. I put one of those trees in what I call the guest room in the house, the other went in this seating area, and I like the idea of all these plushies hanging out in this grass patch over here. Day 290, and as a reminder, at this point, the last checks left to complete are mainly ones tied to future dates, or ones I need to wait for processing and stuff, so a lot of these days will probably be very short. Like this one, all I really did was check on my machines and my animals and went to bed. On day 291, I bought a handful of rhubarb from Sandy along with hundreds of deluxe speed grow in case I need them. Then I filled up on ingredients to dump in my fridge before bed. Day 292 was a wine day, so I could finally get those potatoes in the kegs. Let's maybe not have a snacksident with them though. With the slime hutch now full, I needed a new location to fill with kegs, and the next nearest thing is the witch hut. This place seems abandoned, so why not, right? I mean, it is literally on my property. On day 293, I said hello to the little Junimos wandering the farm. I didn't want them harvesting stuff for me, it was just nice to see them out and about. At this year's egg festival, I was now able to buy strawberry seeds, and with all those permanent speed boosts, I gathered 17 eggs and secured that victory, simply because I could. When I got back to the farm, I raced to replant the parsnips with strawberries, and somehow I had enough time to get deluxe speed grow on all of them. On day 294, I harvested all the rest of the crops I ignored yesterday. I planted as much more cauliflower as I could, but I had now run out of those, so I had to switch back to using forage seeds, and even those I didn't have enough of. I like to do things in sections, so some cauliflower will stay until I can find something that can fill out the entire area. I had a bit of a weird moment here because I picked up a path that got broken by lightning, but I spent ages trying to put it back, though for some reason, it just wasn't having it. I eventually gave up and shoved it in a chest. On day 295, I accepted Key's Cuisine again. The last successful attempt gave me some confidence here, and it was the perfect opportunity to work through the recipes we haven't cooked yet. I also accepted a big cauliflower order from Lewis because we have more than enough of them on the farm. I bought another selection of seeds from Pierre so I could harvest and replant the leftover ones from yesterday. It's another messy looking area, but at least I'm growing something, and today's harvest will be more than enough to clear the order in a single day. This meant I could collect the reward the next morning for a boost of almost 10 grand. The strong stuff was ready for Pam too, but when I went to drop it off, I was met with a cutscene I don't think I've ever seen before. I found Pam praying in a corner of her house. She was talking about how much she liked her new renovated home, and then she just broke down right in front of me. Pam wanted this to be a turning point in her life, but she hadn't been able to cut back on the beer because she was filling some sort of void, so that's why she ordered this statue. Faith was her missing piece. I was glad she was feeling hopeful, and it looks like she was feeling better now. After that conversation, I just acted like I was here to say hi and drop off some ingredients for Penny. She doesn't need to know I've got the strong stuff for her right now. All I got was a prayer king upgrade, so I tried to ask for a hint for the hearts with Sam. These were the last I needed to complete all the friendships, but I was 1 point short. Back at home, I found my youngest child now up and about, so of course I wanted to give them a hat, but I pressed the wrong button and picked up this floor divider, which because they were standing there, I couldn't put back. I just handed over the new hat for now, and I'll try again another day. On day 297, I fixed my floor before moving the time forward so that Gus would be ready to serve at the saloon. I wanted to make sure my salad supplies were topped up for future mine runs. I'd also been checking the merchant's cart wherever I remember, still no luck on that super cucumber though. On day 298, I worked on grabbing more ingredients that were missing from the fridge, including needing to get another green algae from the mines. Due to my poor memory, it took a lot of back and forth, but I was slowly becoming more prepared for a mass cooking sesh. The rest of this day was spent gathering salmon berries because it wouldn't hurt to have some Iridian quality ones to hand, and when I got down to the hat mouse, I couldn't help buying another goblin mask specifically as a gift to my pigeon. Now this is riding around in style. Day 299 was the first farm ancient fruit harvest thanks to the hyperspeed grown plants. For this wine day, I finished filling the witch hut with kegs, so I had them overflowing into the teleport cave. The only thing that was annoying about the witch hut though was, as I walk along holding right click to fill the kegs, I accidentally go over some of the other obstacles in here and bring up some unwanted dialogue. I've just started selling off the pineapples now too, and today we made over 800 grand from everything. On day 300, I bought a couple of hundred bombs from the dwarf so I could hunt for loot in skull caverns. I favoured the staircases a little bit more today, and I was saving this run for this week or later because I had 2 magic rock candies with me, so I went in pretty excited about the potential for loot. I passed out on floor 193, so not my best, but let's show you what we got. I kept one of each hat to show you which ones I found, but I got a stupid amount yesterday and deleted all the duplicates. I'm in two minds about this haul. On the one hand, I got an auto grabber and an auto petter, but I clearly had nothing else better to replace the worthless cactus seeds. After dividing up the ore between the furnaces, I added the auto petter to the guest room to make sure any guests feel looked after. Plus, I hear in the Archipelago mod these are actually functional, like they actually passively increase friendship. Hopefully this should stop any decay with Maru. Back on the farm, I had a few crops and lots of forage to harvest. The forage all got turned into seeds, and not gonna lie, I forgot about the potatoes and parsnips down here. I only replanted with forage this time, didn't feel like buying any more seeds, and these will be ready just in time for the last day of the season. All I did on day 302 was agree to help with another giant omelette, along with taking a disappointing trip to the merchant's cart. Then on day 303, I replaced all my seed makers with crystallariums to really accelerate that jade production. I also had the next strawberry harvest. On day 304, I fast forwarded time to get the flower dance started. I didn't really need anything here, I just wanted to be able to dance with my wife, even if I still don't seem to know the moves. Whilst on my way to the desert trader for magic rock candy on day 305, I noticed most of the desert trees had now grown. It was almost time for the weekly keg crafting, so I thought this was a good time to chop down all the big ones, making sure to replant in all the spaces I left. The last cauliflowers were ready the next day, again just replanting with forage to hold the sprinklers, and since it was a wine day, I also had the ancient fruit and pineapples to harvest too. This week's kegs filled up the teleport cave. I didn't go along the back wall to prevent accidental teleporting, so with the remainder, I made a start on filling up the barn. Day 307 was a little bittersweet as it was the last strawberry harvest on this save. I love this crop. There was also the last rhubarb, but I didn't care about that as much. I dropped off all the eggs for the next giant omelette, then I realised that all that unfertilised ancient fruit was never going to be done in time because at this point I knew I had to pick winter next to buy the stuff from the art dealer, and that would mean I sacrificed all that ancient fruit to seeds for literally no reason. I panic placed all my deluxe speed grow because that meant these will be ready a day earlier, and I could get one single harvest from most of these plants. I then headed to Pierre's to buy some more ingredients because today I finally made a start on all that cooking. I prioritised cooking one of each dish I hadn't cooked yet and lugged them all to the shipping bin to go towards the Keys Cuisine quest. It's due tomorrow by the way, but for some reason I only focused on that one of everything. Perhaps I was just curious about how far that could get me on its own, which is not very far at all. As you can probably imagine, that meant that day 308 was a little bit of a mad rush. I had the jade staircase trade to do, along with the last forage to grab and the ancient fruit to harvest before I could put my full focus into completing the Keys Cuisine quest again. I tried to start with some of the more valuable dishes since I am still missing a couple of recipes to finish cooking every dish anyway. To be honest, I didn't really put that much more thought into things today. I just scrambled together whatever ingredients I could find, including at Pierre's, cooked whatever I possibly could, and hoped for the best. When I headed to bed, we already know why I have to pick winter here, and I was relieved to hear the sound of the quest completion. Another round of Keys Cuisine complete, thanks to all those ingredients I've been hoarding. Day 309 was full of tilling, planting and watering because it seems I forgot to place down spring seeds to hold the sprinklers for me. The winter forage is going to feel even better now that I can have them be iridium quality too, though for some reason I only planted in spots without dead crops. I don't know why I didn't just cover the whole farm. Turns out I had plans to plant fibre there instead on day 309, but I didn't have enough seeds for the entire section below, so I left that alone. I checked out the key room and accepted the Skull Cavern invasion quest. I don't need the key gems, but I was hoping this might get us better loot there. Don't know if that's a thing, but we'll find out. Seems the omelettes are still a big hit in this town as well because Gus's special order was back yet again, but this is also when I found out that the golden eggs don't actually count for this quest. I guess his culinary skills have their limits. I took a quick trip to Ginger Island after that to visit Lewis's cave for the lost and found box, but I seem to have walked in on some sort of fashion show situation. That's not my kind of thing, so I waited for it to be over and collected all the goodies I left at the fair. I thought I was a magic rock candy short somehow, it's been here the whole time. After putting away all of that, I returned to the island for a volcano run. I'm still looking for the hot Java ring, but I'm beginning to think it's not meant to be for me in this playthrough because I still didn't get it today. Got another freaking pirate hat though. On day 311 I bought an entire stack of hay from Marnie because I am constantly running out of the stuff. Having forgotten the quarry existed for ages, I had loads of stuff to clear up here because I was now considering making use of this area. One of the things I wanted to do there was display the fun statues, so obviously I had to come to the sewer entrance with a seafoam pudding to catch the iridium Krober statue. Still no super cucumber for that last one though. I'll happily reel in statues, but not the fish. Never the fish. Then I made a light start on that decorating. Day 312 was one for coal farming. Yep, I ran out of that again too. Even though the mushrooms are a bit harder to kill, I still came out that evening with over 250 of the stuff, and I didn't even realise till I got back to the farm, but somehow on this day I got my hands on another auto-petter. On day 313, I was ready for my next Skull Cavern run, and since we have that key quest, we've got some harder monsters trying to stop us. Little did they know, I was ready to fight them for their loot. Any radioactive ore would just be a bonus, though there were definitely some floors that were beyond my limits for monsters. I reached floor 100 via jump hole early that afternoon. Hot pepper seeds were a bit of a yikes though. I continued my hunt through the day, and look how ridiculous this group of bats were. Just thought that was kind of funny, but I ended my night on floor 202, so let's have a look at what we got the next day. I can't believe I got enough galaxy souls to forge a weapon in one day. That's wild. Not pictured here are many cooked dishes dropped by the crates, any hats I immediately trashed, and I did also get a red cabbage seed you may have spotted earlier. I'm happy with my haul today, that was a load of fun. As I was passing through the farm, I realised we missed another wine day in the name of loot, so I guess this will be done on a Saturday now. But first I wanted to finish handing in the eggs for the next giant omelette, then I could get on with our overdue harvest and refilling of the kegs. But since I was overflowing with ancient fruit, I decided to just ship off all the gold ones with the wine. Those along with some spare eggs and a load of iridium bars, we had 1.4 million gold roll in overnight. On day 315, I traded for staircases and topped up on bombs in prep for future Skull Cavern trips, but I came back to the dwarf right after because they kept asking about milk, so I wanted to hand over some of my best and I guess they don't like it. Whatever, I just finished my shopping rounds with more salads from Gus's and headed to bed. On day 316, I ignored all the forage on the farm today and fast forwarded time to get to the Festival of Ice. I know I said I don't want to fish for any more actual fish, but I'll happily do it to win a competition, sticking to only allowing Willy one single win. On day 317, I got around to gathering those hundreds of forage, but this time I decided not to make quite so many seeds. Only as many as I needed to actually fill out the farm. I didn't want to use my wood on tea saplings, so the rest of the forage got sold as is, and I'm pretty impressed with the gold we got from this. On day 318, I topped up my cooking ingredients to cook the final 2 recipes I needed for the Gourmet Chef achievement. That's another perfection milestone complete. I feel like I should have done this much earlier, but I then headed to the quarry to plant a load more oak trees for resin. This was my main bottleneck when it came to keg production, and obviously I had to place some paths around them too, followed by a few torches that I knew would be hidden once the trees are grown up. On day 319, I had a nutritious breakfast of a magic rock candy and a triple shot espresso, and I have no other food in my hotbar because today I felt like taking on the hungry challenge again. I had more than enough staircases to get me straight down to floor 100, but I wanted to save these wherever I could. I felt like these chests were laughing at me today because they handed food to me more than once on my way down, but thanks to many jump holes, I reached floor 100 before 2 PM with a gift of another hat. I healed up straight away and continued my descent. I ended up finding so many treasure floors that I couldn't keep it all, but I passed out for the night on floor 191, and now it's time for the next morning loot review. Another auto grabber and another auto petter? Unbelievable. But at this point, the crystallarium is definitely the top find. Also not pictured here are 3 lots of cactus seeds I obviously threw away. It's offensive that those can even be considered treasure. The only other thing I did this day was hand off more eggs for Gus. I've lost count at this point of how many omelettes he's made. On day 321, I got straight on with the wine day duties. I didn't want to block up the entire barn with kegs, so I started placing more along the walls of the coop, and the animals seemed pretty pleased with this. That's another close to $1 million in the bank. On day 322, I placed down all the statues I had with some pots surrounding them, which I'll plant stuff in later. I still wasn't having any luck on that super cucumber at the merchant's cart, but she did have a cheap bomb today, so that's something. I'll probably just have to do without that statue, so I just did what I could with the quarry today, which wasn't very much at all. On day 323, I chucked an iridium bar into the pond for the lava eels and skipped time straight to the night market. You have no idea how relieved I was to see that I calculated the seasons right because the art dealer was selling stuff again, though today he just burnt me. I think that's pretty rude. On day 324, I double checked that those huts with Sam were the last thing we were waiting for just in case I missed something, and yep, only those remaining. Just a matter of time now. I also wanted to buy an aquatic sanctuary there too, which I planned to display in the quarry, but apparently that's not allowed. The next round of forage kept me pretty busy today, replanting with more of the same of course, and any excess I shipped for the extra cash. Today's fake art purchase was exactly what I was looking for. Those final 2 hearts at long last, so I rushed straight to bed to see the goal completion notification pop up and those perfection messages rolled in the morning of day 325. I wanted to check on the farm before heading up to the summit, but Sam was on the doorstep about a concert or something. Wasn't really listening because we've got more exciting things to do. Murrow was already at the top of the mountain waiting for me. We went through so much to achieve perfection in the past 3 years, and I love challenges like this that make me completely rethink how to play this game. To say I've enjoyed myself would be the understatement of the year, and if you've not had the chance to attempt the Archipelago mod yet, I can't recommend it enough. You can really customize the experience, and the wonderful people who made this mod are still working hard to bring us more fun things. I'm excited to check out those updates one day. I'd also really love to do a run where I also have to progress a different game to achieve perfection in Stardew. Our time on the faraway farm isn't up just yet though. We're still gonna finish out the year, plus a little bit more even because I really want to get every single unlock that's available, even if I don't actually need them anymore. Just know some of these days will be pretty quickfire. The first thing I did upon leaving the summit was go grab that statue of true perfection. How can I say no to a daily prizzy? I then went and purchased the statue of endless fortune from the dodgy casino guy so I could have the entire collection to proudly display on the farm. I had one more check to buy from the art dealer today, and my last one gave me 2 hearts with everyone. Are you kidding me? On day 326, I cut down some of the last trees in the forest before placing tappers on all the ones that had grown up in the quarry for more oak resin. Day 327 was spent adding more lighting to the house because it was still pretty dark at night, and I got some prep done to decorate again next season because we won't be choosing winter again. Day 328 was your average wine day. Then on day 329, I remembered to pick up the Concernate mask from the volcano. I brought it straight to the basement where I gave 6 urchins a new hat and a new home. I thought this would be a good way to have a giggle about just how many pirate hats I got this playthrough, though it was many more than 3. Day 330 isn't even worth talking about, so we'll move on to day 331, when I went straight to Professor Clint's to buy a load of coal because I wasn't up for farming it anymore. It's pretty much an endless struggle with these furnaces. The last giant batch of winter forage needed tending to today, with seeds still going in the ground just to hold the sprinklers for me, though you probably knew that by now, and any spare forage got sold for over 150 grand. On day 332, I skipped through my mail so fast I missed who my secret friend was for the Feast of the Winter Star. I'm just gonna have to bring some universally loved gifts and hope for the best, so I brought a rabbit's foot and a prismatic shard with me the next day and spoke to every NPC until I found out that it was Evelyn. She got a prizzy since we now have a constant supply. My gift giver was my father-in-law. If you remembered, I've had to bring him a gift for this festival in the past. You'd think he might know me by now, but he wrapped up a blackberry cobbler. As someone who doesn't really like blackberries, I'll probably just give this to Maru. Wait, maybe this was his plan. Day 334 was basically skipped, and you already know what wine day looks like for day 335, but I did backtrack on my plan for kegs and started cramming even more in the barn. The animals don't mind, I promise. Day 336 was the last day of the year, and what better way is there to round off this playthrough than a final Skull Caverns run? With over 300 staircases, I wanted to see just how many treasure floors I could find, and how much fun loot I could come home with. Not like that though. Like, honestly, the majority of them were actually pretty disappointing. I mostly focused on trying to keep a variety to show you rather than just what's most valuable, and over the course of 470 floors, I went through 30 treasure floors. But before we check out the loot, I had to select the next season. With perfection now complete, I have 1 Archipelago check left, and that one lies in summer. I just had to, okay? But I'm not acknowledging the season till I step outside, so here's that loot review. So many hats, so many slime eggs, so many sprinklers, and I just had to keep those stupid cactuses in outrage that this has happened to me yet again. Now I'm not playing this next season to its fullest, and I'm not even playing out every day, so let me give you the highlights. On day 337, I bought a variety of summer seeds from Pierre. These won't be for profit or anything, more for decorating and finishing off the farm. So even though I had limited quantities of stuff, I wanted to be able to plant these in some sort of sections. I didn't have enough to cover the whole farm either, so I'll have to make several trips over the next several days to get this complete. And since the last winter undid all my work, I had to go back around the farm to replace all the grass I laid last year. That night, I wanted to squeeze in the next step of my quarry decorating. I wanted to plant various crops in these pots just for decoration, but I had no idea that I can't do this, so I came back right after with some tea saplings for them. I emptied Pierre's stock of summer crops again the next day to carry on the planting, then added a load of grass to the quarry because I really do like the overgrown look here. I then just slept through the day to 351, because this is the day I should receive some very important mail. Here is Ken asking me to bring him a starfruit for Jody. I'm so glad this didn't hold up perfection because you literally cannot get this quest until the summer after Kent arrives, which we've been skipping for the past couple of years, so this is the first chance he's had to ask. I tracked him down in town to hand it over, and that final unlock was the Sinister Signal, which is a very special TV channel that we can't access this season at all. But as far as I'm aware, I think it's that thing where the ancient doll comes out of your TV, so we'll definitely stay away from that. 653 unlocks in total, and our Archipelago run has concluded. I wanted to give you one final look at the finished quarry. Go easy on me, I don't usually decorate or anything, and you've seen enough of the farm really by now, so I just wanted to show you the final screenshot now that all the crops have grown. I think it's symbolic somehow that we're ending here on the season we started out with, so having a farm full of summer crops after everything we've been through does kind of make me happy. Thank you all for joining me on this insane journey, and a very special thank you to all of my channel members too. I'll see you all in the next video. Bye!